Yo. I've returned for the night shift. Yippee, yippee. Vacay was great. It was fun, and then, well, sad and then fun because it was for a funeral, but it was with the homies, so it's a good time. Weird to say, but it was in fact. It was a good time. And EU is lacking at the moment. Lacking. So we're just getting a best of 3 today for EU.
Does make diamonds, and the pressure of having to go against some of these heroes, you got to figure out what can our game plan be. And the thing
Pretty
is,
funny.
I kind of
So
like the fact
Leviathan's coach, I guess, just like retired. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna go do something else with my time. So I'm assuming they'll be back, but there's not a lot of people looking to coach, DBH. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really kind of eye-opening to watch how R1 was going down, because of course, as you
Congrats,
mentioned, Jason, we're gonna have LOOK FPSL going up against Abrahams again, and in that final DDK, R1 in the R1 tournament, of course, it was a big clean sweep for LOOK FPSL. They were bringing fire left, right, and center. So I'm hoping to see Abrahams kind of step back up to the plate here, but I think LOOK FPSL's got a lot of power behind them right now.
Yes, it's really interesting. I mean, that is some of the variants that we, I guess, are kind of used to right now in the EU side of things, where we have a lot of different winners stepping up, and obviously we're seeing that in NA too. Again, this is just such a great time to be alive. I didn't catch the finals themselves, so to me, it never happened.
Oh, How about yourself, Jason? Did you catch what was going on?
it was just domination, and I even talked to the R1 guys. Like, man, I was kind of disappointed that it was a 3-0 because it had the potential to go to full 5. But I think it's a good sign for LOOK FPSL, because the fact is, you're obviously playing into 3 bands, but we've been kind of
2-0'd
on this team a little bit in the past, because they haven't really blended together well with Zergy coming onto the team. They haven't, I think, had a win until finally this last week here in the night shift. But for them to do it, well, not only a night shift, but then do it in a best of 5 against Abrahams, kind of puts into stone that, hey, they're a strong team. They have finally figured out some things that were not going well for them, and they have made those improvements and looking much better than ever.
I'm definitely curious to see what's going to be happening at the straightaway when it comes to the draft as a whole, because I feel like Doorman is an absolute must DDK. He is terrifying right now, but then you see
the Doorman terror continues.
I think LOOK FPSL doesn't want to be playing against the Kelvin on the other side for Abrahams as well, as we can take a look at the priority lists from last week and see how those have all gone down. But definitely there are some big picks in their DDK.
Boom, Doorman, Bop, OP.
Obviously,
Follow OP, new lash build, OP.
We've seen Vrake as well being able to
really
play
good.
a lot of Apollo, but those top tier
You'll probably see Warden climb today.
Are definitely very prevalent.
Yeah, and it kind of makes a lot of sense. We're very much in this sort of spirit
Shield will probably climb today,
meta where the nuking is really strong, and the early
probably more Dynamo
is
today
very
too.
Important for that type of playstyle, and that's why we're seeing like Apollo, really
Abrams definitely get played
Pockets
today.
come back in, looking really strong. Lash as well, someone that can do a lot of spirit nuking and setup and playmaking.
Just saying, Ivy and Kelvin are at 3.
It makes a lot of sense. Bebop is kind of an anomaly in a sense.
People are loving this, like
Bebop
Sinclair,
tends to do
P6,
the gun builds. It's actually interesting
8
because whenever
PKs,
I'm
people are liking
matchmaking,
this
maybe
shit
I'm
again.
not in those Eternus lobbies yet, so I don't see it. But most Bebops are
Wait,
just still running
Mina.
like some
Mina.
version of the Echo Shot, like bomb builds, and they haven't like caught on to like the gun build. But the Bebop is somewhat of an anomaly in that sense. But Mirage is back up there, a lot of spirit bursts there as well, and Sinclair is just really solid right now as well. And Mina must pick. It's really interesting. Vipers come into play as a hero that used to be on that 0 picks, but now is more prominent. So
Probably do that,
interesting switch ups, and I think Hayes is one that you already talked about too, coming into the fray as well, and Paradox making his way up there. Honestly, I wanted to make only a couple points, but there's so many things shifting. We didn't even talk about Victor yet, or the fact that Venator is kind of down there a little bit, but man.
Yeah, I mean, Victor being down where he is almost a surprise to me to a certain degree after watching what was going on in R1, because I think he's terrifying right now, Jason. You see,
yeah, I'll probably see a lot of Victor there too.
Just kind of going straight as
the wall
fast
breaker
as
shit
possible to
is
maxing
back.
out the ult, and then from there, even at like lowish souls, relatively lowish souls compared to what Victor was doing prior, is just.
I don't know if alt max is actually like
once. The rest of your
the
team's
way.
dead. It's a problem.
Yeah, I think it's
I'm
a
not
change
sure.
in mindset of how you want to use the hero too. Usually it was let's farm to 40, 50k souls and then be unkillable and do a ton of damage at the end of the game. Instead now it's about getting that early control by going for these walkers, as it's been coined, like the wall breaker of you sometimes just sacrifice yourself just to take the walker because it gives you so much extra control, gives you extra souls, and gives you access to their jungle more easily too. So it's just a complete change of that.
Characters too long.
Also, I think even looking at Bebop and Doorman and some of these other heroes, the community, the pro players definitely overreact to like nerfs or buffs, because Bebop has always been, relatively this strong. Doorman has still relatively been this strong. There's been obviously some changes to like the call bell, but to see them kind of give it another go, I think there's also a lot of other heroes out there that we're maybe seeing 0 picks on that could easily play at this, this kind of level.
Yeah, and I think with the Victor situation as well, it's like you can't ignore him, even with just a few gun items and then obviously a lot of green items as well. You just can't ignore him. So you've got to deal with him, or you've got to deal with the rest of the team, and it becomes all the more problem. And you guys at home as well, we got plenty of our lovely patrons that we want to give a special shout out to
supporters
for the night shift. Our good old board members.
We love the supporters.
I know, call them the shots. When you actually sign up to be a board member, you get access to the back rooms, and you get to pull the strings. You get to be the ones puppeteering all of us here on the show.
A lone executive member.
Us here for
the lone executive.
Look action. We wouldn't be here without all of your support, week in and week out. So it's much appreciated.
Can I see if the prize pool still 5K
Jason, you want to give a special shout out to any one particular
Intel and new egg.
Any random.
There's two, honestly, I'm looking at. So if you look at the $5 night shift residents, all the way on the right, fourth from the bottom, I see pizza. Let me see pizza.
Not Shiv's wife.
I see Shiv's wife. Now, I didn't know Shiv was married, but that's interesting, if true. And maybe, just maybe, there's some lore. Oh, there you go. Oh, we got to zoom in.
Enhance.
The board members have officially voted, and they said, yes, Solomon can zoom in.
Fantastic.
Maybe he'll be a hero one day. Who knows?
Maybe. Shout out to CJ Dingler as well. I just like the word Dingler.
Will it though?
Of course.
Maybe Shiv's wife's also a Baxter Society member. Who knows? Or, anyway. Some tidbits of lore here from Deadlock.
What is New Egg?
All right,
they haven't really
we've
talked
got
about
our
it.
rosters that we want to talk
I'm
about
looking it up.
when it comes to our best of 3. Let's take a look at number 1, of course, Low Key W, who at the moment are an absolute treat to watch DDK. Again, I am kind of bowled over by what Obakim's been doing on the haze lately. I think he's been truly embodying the character and being a right menace, stealing
This is just a new line of CPUs
and bullet dancing whilst being a rabbit. It's some special stuff that he's been doing.
Yeah, Obakim is a fantastic player to watch.
It's like a store.
Defining, and we also got to shout out so many of the other players on the roster too, like Zergy coming into the team, and there being, I think, maybe some question marks on that change with Empty Dreams. But now Zergy's been integrated after a couple of weeks, as you said, looking really, really good. Cosmetical also, I feel like Cosmetical's gotten a lot better, and the fact that Pocket's back in the meta and looking really strong, I think gives a lot of really good options for Loki W by being able to throw that onto Cosmetical. And I mean, who listed break?
No, there's
we can say a lot about these guys.
It's AMD.
No, definitely good.
I can't do the British accent. Dan. What about Vrake though? I have to give credit to Vrake. I was being harsh on him last week. When he was playing Apollo, saying he missed a lot of his abilities when it came to ganking lanes. He wasn't really doing much in fights. But in one of those matches against Abrahams, I feel like he specifically carried just due to the fact that he was able to stay alive so long in some of these fights, draw so much attention towards him, giving Zergy a lot more freedom to play around in these fights. And I think Vrake's really stepped up and solidified his spot in this team, because there was always that possibility that it could become the original Buff and Jors pretty much if they dropped Vrake and picked up like Michaelis or something.
Yep. Literally would be Buff and Jors. Literally.
Oh, okay. But
okay.
You're asking Dan specifically.
No. Because Dan. There was always that possibility, right? And Vrake really said, I deserve to be in this team, and I think he's kind of created a name for himself within him.
No, I completely agree, especially on the Apollo, right? I mean, 5 of those 6 matches against one another, he's been playing the Apollo, I think. So, be R1 or the finals that you guys had last week. Right? So it's been definitely impressive stuff. Some Eternal Sands to be able to get some decent finishes off as well. It's fair to say. So I'm curious to see if that continues on here, as Abrahams is going to have to bring a bit of a solution to it all. I think that one component that's really good DDK from them, I would say, has been kind of the bounce around of either it's Sanya Sniper or Empty Dreams. Has been kind of playing out that Lash role, and I think Lash is very important for them, I would say. But what about you? When you look at Abrahams, how are they going to overcome low-key W?
Oh yeah, and then Liz did a new I watched the first 30 minutes, I'm not gonna lie, so I might put this up into the games and then go.
Today,
I'm assuming they'll play it on the broadcast, so I might wait for that.
Most interesting, because I think, you know, looking at Loki W, you can make arguments for best in class on a lot of the different players, but I know against them for the same arguments of best in classes is this lineup of players as well, with a lot of these guys playing like super in meta important picks, you know, seeing together on a Shiv or actually, you know, Taz on a Paradox, for example, that's or a Bebop. You know, these are heroes that are absolutely iconic for Taz. So it's going to be very interesting. You know, Empty Dreams also in this lineup, I think, with Sanya Sniper presents two extremely dangerous.
Did you get my Mythos update? For Mr. Primogen.
Players, so I'm looking forward to seeing that, and obviously there's some of the rivalry that exists.
This Jinxie League tournament did like crazy well
for the overall storylines.
This is like peak all-time viewers.
I think you know, we haven't like mentioned or clarified just yet why we're just doing the single best of three in the region today.
PG back on the deadlock.
For sure. So obviously there has been a bit of a roster mania going on after the R1 tournament concluded, and as such, the EMEA, CIS, whichever region you actually want to call it here, Jason, is a bit in flux. But these two teams, not so much in flux, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Gamer Nexus will read the Steam controller.
No, I'm just thinking 3 weeks ago, Abraham's making some changes. But yeah, these two teams are pretty stable. It's the other teams that seem to always have those problems. Trying to figure out what's the
two-team region, low W,
formula to put together a team that can take down the top two teams, because Leviathan, I mean, they had their time.
What happened to the fearless
I really question
Furries? What happened to those guys, huh?
Abraham's, you know, 1, 2, 3
what happened to them?
But they definitely had the stint where they were able to do so. You can see from 29 over to 31, actually now 28 to 31. Excuse me, but then I guess the meta slightly changed and they couldn't keep up anymore, and they started to lose.
Where's you guys at, huh?
It's not easy
for
teams to constantly lose and come back to the same squad.
Come on.
Funny enough, NA has actually been the most stable region. Considering we couldn't say that maybe
I guess they broke up, huh?
Yeah,
just Sai was on this team and
other esports, because that's absolutely not the case in many other esports, but
yeah, so was on the Leviathan now, right? Fuck, I don't know, bro.
Yeah, for the most part.
So much shit happening to you all the time.
Just make a change, but overall, it's not like you don't see these big breakups like we used to see commonly. So it does feel like, you know, we have continuity, which I think that's like the you know, the saddest thing is that you lose the continuity.
No BO1 today due to roster mania. Leviathan hopefully back in action soon.
Like rebuild all of it all over again, which is I guess like
so
partly
they're planning. They are planning to stay together. They just need a coach.
Is to try to make it exciting. You know, what are the stakes here between these teams, and how has that history been looking like? And
to be fair, in North America, there's no one team gutting every other team every time they lose, so that's been a nice change for NA.
True.
There's a lot of deadlock to watch this week too. The DSI Invitational
different compared
to
what
this
we
weekend
see
as well.
EMEA, that's for sure.
We did not sign up.
But I have liked the fluctuation results as a whole for EMEA as a whole.
Kind of glad, because I was going to be not playing the game very much.
Here, Jason. Then Leviathan came along, as you were mentioning, and Loki W's been able to get themselves some decent wins again alongside the R1 win, which I think was very impressive. And I think it's not entirely based off the fact that the meta is the way it is currently. I think that Loki W has just really found their groove. They're looking good, and they've got a lot of flexibility in their roster as well. I would just say, like, for the most part, like, maybe Vrake is on Apollo a lot, and then beyond all of that, everybody's got like 2 or 3 heroes that they can really kind of flex into.
Well, we can't forget about when it comes to R1, which is, I guess, a rebrand of the 1-win bombshells we had. Virtus Pro or Buff Enjoyers never lost a single one. They won every single one of those, and of course them, you know, staying true to always winning when it comes to that event. I'm not sure why they struggle sometimes when it comes to Night Shift, but yeah, it's been, I think the most important part is that Vrake's kind of found his space. Zergy as well has found some other heroes he can play besides the Wraith that we've been seeing, which is just not really netted them any success. And the Viper seems to have really worked out. As we're about to get into the draft here, there's a lot of picks and a lot of choices that make this very difficult of what we could potentially see being taken away.
Yes, we can. All right, into the draft. So you've even got little rosters up at the top. That's cool.
Little
we've got Intel and Newegg joining us along for the way as well. DDK, you're messing me up, man.
Trying to line it up.
I'm
do it.
I'm getting motion sick.
There we go.
Okay, shift ban from Lucky
Shit,
W.
first
Ooh,
ban
they
is
put the
not what
rosters
I
up here
expected,
now.
Actually, I still expected a Kelvin coming in, but how about you boys?
I think they want to get Doorman. So I think they're
That shift just
trying
gets
to go
better
for
every
Shiv.
week.
Kelvin, I mean,
These
I
guys
expect to
don't
see Kelvin
stop.
ban if it's not picked top 3 for Abrahams, because that seems to be what Loki W really wants to
When you
focus
need
on.
me, I'll be ready.
But getting like a
Doorman
Doorman
ban.
out of the way right away is not going to be a
Holy
possibility.
shit, the shit
as
is
Doorman
lagging.
slowly loads into the ban and
Yeah, he's one you got to get rid of right now. So it makes sense. Someone's got to do it.
Okay.
But that's
Lucky
what's
W
interesting
is
about
a
the
silver
stories, right,
team. They
is
like
that
silver.
Deadlock is a game where you'll have these meta-defining bans.
They could
First
go
bans,
bop.
but
They
then
go bop. A
depending on the
lot
first
of teams
game,
are
you
going
might
like
actually have
bebop
to make that
silver
trade-off
in their
to
top
ban
3
that
right
or
now.
something specifically later. So we'll get the bebop pick up straight away. We saw that in the pick priority. That's
Bebop for
a
Listic.
big
Listic's
go-to
bebop
right
is
now.
Duke
And
bleed.
Mina
Duke
is
bleed.
another one that's been a pretty big go-to. A lot of people want Mina to be nerfed, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Mina. But actually, Silver comes in immediately
Silver.
to see if Mina is to follow. But like you guys
Go
were saying,
Silver
honestly,
Mina.
there's like a lot of picks where
Like
you
a silver
it's like,
Ven.
yeah,
Some
Mina
people are off
is very
Ven now,
strong right
though.
but you
A lot of people are hopping on the Warden train. Again, as predicted, the like hybrid damage carries are very strong patch. They go Apollo, so they take the strong frontliners. Kind of nice thing about Bebop too is he has a big HP pool, so he's like a pseudo frontliner and a pick character.
That's a nasty combo.
Very similar to
I
Mo.
like this double here, Jason, because it's not just like, okay, we're picking strong heroes. We're kind of also picking some of that away from low-key W.
Celeste,
I mean,
okay.
of course, again, I think that they have decent hero pools as a whole here.
Imagine
but this does take away Drake on an Apollo or
they'd want to M1 right now, but we'll see.
Into the Bebop or something like that.
it still does leave open.
They go sportier too. They can really do anything.
Agree. It's nice to see Abraham's kind of indirectly ban /
Yo, Victor. Okay, Victor is gonna get top 3.
But you did leave open Bebop, obviously, and the thing is, there was nothing they could do about that unless they didn't ban Doorman. So they give away Doorman.
It's already so much AoE damage, right?
It's just kind of one of those
Bomb,
things you're gonna have
beam,
to deal with
ball,
Abrahams,
all
and
Celeste
you
abilities
have to,
pretty
I guess,
much.
depend on getting
Victor
first
ult
pick next
plus
time.
aura.
But giving Bebop Victor,
They got a
back to
lot of
the
AoE.
W is already
The
very
Lash.
devastating, and I don't
If you haven't
know
been watching, this is like the Lash
response
gun
to,
build. You go like
you know,
siphon
two
bullets
creative
and
heroes
shit.
that are
Recharging
so strong
rush.
in the meta right now.
Does a lot of damage. It's pretty
one
OP.
thing that's really interesting as we see the second bans with Victor is that one thing that you have to do
Yeah, look,
if you're
W, you
playing
can look
against
to
a Warbreaker Victor
ban.
is you have to have very good lane
A lot of
priority. You
stuff
wanna be
Abraham
ahead
should
on lane
go-
priority all the time. 'Cause
So
that's
they
kind of
ban,
like a good way to
Sinclair?
counter it, is just
It's
make
nice
sure
'cause it
that
opens
you're
up the
winning
Dino for them,
lane
or forces the
priority on all
Dynamo
of those.
ban.
So I'd be curious to see if there's any picks specifically for that purpose,
Let's
or
see,
if
let's
you're just
see.
trying to prioritize ensuring that you're having good wave prio anyway.
They ban
because that seems to
GT,
be the way
okay.
to deal with it.
GT good into Celeste.
Great talent. Okay, so they're
Good into
actually
Bebop to
leaving
cancel ult. Even though
Kelvin completely
Bebop's are
open
one
here.
gun right now, but
If Abrams actually wants to take
traditionally
this later on.
that was a good pick into Bebop.
Yeah, and looking at the R1 event, they banned Kelvin 3 times.
Dynamo is here if they want it.
Ban rate against
Like a
Abraham.
Mirage, okay.
Maybe not too afraid though anymore of Saint, considering you have a Victor who I still think will be.
So usually you're gonna see a Mirage like Warden handshake trade, and then some teams will still play Venator.
What I'm more curious about is with the Sinclair ban, that does leave open things like Pocket, like any hero that has a big ultimate you potentially don't want stolen. But also, I'm looking
go
for
Pocket,
Zergy.
okay.
Are they going to go for a Viper to secure it, or is Abraham's potentially going to take away Viper and force Zergy on something like a Warden?
It's interesting, right? Because I think Cosmetical on Pocket in last week, especially DDK, was
I like,
spectacular. He was ripping them apart. He was hitting some good
Fucking
afflictions. One or two
snaky
kind of missed a little
snaky
bit,
gal,
maybe
yeah.
hitting
Viper
those
here
two
is pretty
targets.
nice.
But the Viper comes in as well. What do you think, DDK?
Just like blanked on
I
Viper
like
for
this.
some reason.
I
They already
like
have really
this
good scaling
about
with the
Pocket. I
Victor.
think you're totally spot on. I mean,
So Viper does
Cosmetical
scale as well,
is
but then
phenomenal on
getting a little more
Pocket. I think
early
Pocket's
presence
really
too, because
strong
Viper
right
is
now.
strong and
And I
lanes is
think also
nice. They also have Celeste with the scaling right now. They're kind of big chilling right now.
And Vindicta's interesting, by the way. Vindicta's kind of... I've
just
seen a
come
lot
in.
more Vindicta getting played lately. She seems to be rising up in the meta. And a lot of like the gun Vindicta's actually kind of nasty. I don't know if at this level it's going to be more utility though with the stakes.
Most Vent players are gonna go
And Dynamo.
the util build, but because of the Dynamo, she could take in a little more damage here.
One, not what I expected, but I guess technically alongside
Dynamo makes a lot of sense, right? Sinclair off the board.
Supports right now, Jason. Like
A lot of,
hands
like,
down, it feels at the moment.
Easy targets to ult here.
Good harass. I
The
mean,
thing is,
you can
Victor
build
is kind of good into Dynamo though. He can cancel the ult.
Potential to possibly avoid
And Hayes,
a
yeah.
Pocket
So the
affliction
Dynamo's really
if
gonna wanna
you
look for
can
unstop
get
this game.
The 2 off in time and potentially escape that quantum entanglement. I
And
think I'm
Hayes,
more
so
stuck
Loki
on the
W again,
Vindicta. I was
keeping
thinking
their
to
turn
myself,
from last week, going
it's
very
not
like
bad
tempo
here in
heavy.
theory to deal with Zergy. If you
Comp,
can hit a stake on Zergy,
the Viper, the
you can also
Hayes,
spell magic, something like that.
even
It'd be
Pocket,
relatively easier to kill.
Bebop.
But
But they do still have good scaling, too, so
there's a good chance it's very hard to lock him down.
This is not a bad comp at all. The thing is, the Wombo on the side of Airhounds is really strong.
that you depend on to be successful.
Flash ult into Dynamo.
I don't know, man. I'm looking at
Apollo ult into Dynamo. Apollo ult into Lash. Like this is a very team fight centric comp.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the fact that their Oba came Hayes, DDK has been in.
Don't know how much I like the Vin Mirage. I think they kind of accomplish want to play similar ways in fights. So these three really got to make space.
Kind of game gets into a bit more of a control favored position here for Loki W. I think Loki W's draft's really good at the moment. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely like it a lot. I think Abraham's definitely have a.
This is very
draft,
like
but yeah,
how this meta shifted. This comp.
Hayes will be really interesting to see how he plays because again, you're up against a lot of swishies, and so Hayes obviously isn't going to be building into an enormous amount.
Really curious how lanes go this line, this game. Because Abrahams have like the Apollo, they have the Silver, they have Mirage. Like they have some good laners.
If you get
Loki W should be. It really depends what the pairings are.
And so.
Like Loki W could have really strong lanes this game if they get the right matchups.
Between Victor and Bebop secondarily, I think it's nice. A lot of burst spirit damage, so it's looking solid. But I mean, Abraham's they do if you just look at it on the face value, it's a lot of high.
Vin Mirage is a lot of poke in a line. A lot of poke.
I think what they also have is you kind of eliminate Bebop's strength with that hook.
But if the Bebop gets like picked into this, like you do really well. Like interesting game.
Like but also, you're really gonna be looking for Vindictive most of the time. Dynamo can Quantum Entanglement.
Who do I gamba?
Dust Devil. Lash can just jump away. Apollo can right post. Silver can dash away. Like they have a lot of mobility to eliminate the
eating rye bread.
To come to fruition with a Bebop hook landing. So kind of like the Abrahams did kind of build into this composition. But you're also maybe building in towards one hero, and you still have to worry about a Pocket, a Viper, a Haze, a Victor, Celeste. Like there's still a lot of other like components.
I don't know. It's really close.
Unless Dynamo hits the most sick singularity, and then it's all over DDK. That's what I want to say. To
like Loki W.
It's not easy, of course, but
Yeah, I mean,
Dynamo could just blow this game open, or like a Lash into Dynamo ult situation, but
where he'll try to run out the objectives. If they go for
Loki
that,
W, like this Loki W style too.
In slowing those
They're very good at playing these types of comps. So
at securing that wave priority as well. And
I'm going with Loki W.
Combined with the lockdown,
I'm going Loki.
I think there's good util here to help deal with Viper and a Haze, a Pocket. Like there's a little bit of lockdown there, just enough that I think you can get a good catches on these Loki W players, but they are pretty mobile. I didn't really mention like Celeste yet either. That's gonna be kind of interesting in terms of the
Viper ended up being the key pick of the draft because they have cancel for the Dynamo. They can freeze the Vin in the air
from Abraham's that I can see. So
cancel Lash ult. Like the Viper, Zergy can really pop off this game.
So it feels like they're going to be able to tempo out.
Maybe not even like damage wise because it's hard to chase a lot of these heroes, but just like his ults could have huge impact in these fights.
On parity into that mid-late game, I feel like their chances are very strong.
I'm learning more and more about the Pocket though.
Can scale as well. So I don't know. I actually love these two drafts. I think there's a lot of difference between.
Like they have enough damage, but if they get the Pocket out onto the Dynamo.
And of course we have Cristiano.
Like the thing about Dynamo is like he also has this weird amount of like gravity to his own team. So like if you hit a big ult, like everyone kind of like crowds around you, and then Pocket can really like really turn the fight with a big ult.
As well here to support the Night Shift, because I think you already hit the goal for the Abrams skin there, Jason. So what's next? What's our next skin?
We can't say what it is yet because it's still in the works, but we can give a tease. You want a little tease, Kalaris?
Oh yeah, go on. Yeah,
it's Silver.
It is a hero that is in the game. Now I know it's controversial with that tease, but I don't want to give away too much because it's going to be that epic.
Wow, Jason dropping bombshells here at the Night
Shift. I can't
believe it. Jason, what do you think of the draft? Who do you think is going to be able to take it from the draft?
Some people are watching there.
Ah man, I gotta give it to Loki W. I think they're on too much of a high right now after winning Night Shift
last
week, winning R1 this weekend, and then of course going to this one. I think they have so many tools to the kit that they need to close this out.
Crayon, Mr. Rusty.
Do you agree with that, DDK? Or what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, screw it. I'll go the other way.
True.
Why not?
Okay.
I think Abrahams have like a very strong lineup, and I think they just have to survive the tempo and some of this early objective play, and I think that they'll be okay.
True.
All right. Well,
damn, we're in.
Get into it here.
So they go Haze Pocket into Vendetta Silver. Interesting.
Abrams, I'll give it over to you boys.
This reminds me of the Warden combo actually. Just you can get Stake into Bola or Bola into Stake every time. They go Viper Bebop, pretty strong lanes to the Dynamo Lash.
You know what?
And then they go Apollo Mirage.
You know what I'm also excited for?
dinner?
Well, I mean, it's 10:30 here, so I don't think I should be excited about dinner. But I actually am because I'm hungry. I'm excited the fact that you, me, ZP, and Jake are all going to be at DreamHack Atlanta this coming weekend. We're going to be at the Intel booth, and if you guys are headed over towards the event, make sure to stop by and come say hi. That's what I'm excited about.
Yeah, say hello. Don't be a stranger.
Don't be a stranger.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I mean, you know, first event where we'll be all seeing each other in like more of a deadlock context, which is really cool. I haven't met Jake before, but I've met otherwise E and ZP before, so it's gonna be fun.
Have we actually met before? Was it Quake?
Yes. Yeah, we have overlapped at multiple events. Counter-Strike. I think there's Quake as well.
Capo doesn't remember. Jackass.
But yeah.
Jackass.
We'll have to hit the gym together while we're there. 4-man gym session. Do a little podcast while we're there as well, maybe. Who knows? Who knows? But heading to the game here, we also have another $50 donation coming through. I have to bring Kalaris back if he's still here because I don't have the ability to see what it is or what it says.
It's
like this counter camp steal.
Coco. Wait a minute.
It's good for Marzo.
Okay, I missed donoing 1 week, and then Kalaris went
Really
away.
clean.
I will not make that mistake again. It's about me again. Oh, this is why you
50 big ones. Yeah, we're back on 2,500 this week. Okay.
I bet this is Kalaris donating under like different names to them, just to be like, I gotta like convince them to bring me back every week, you know?
True.
It's true. It's working. Well, okay. This has got already a box ambush. This is very annoying. Very annoying. But yeah, I mean, it's actually so funny because box running is so free at my level of play. It's actually amazing. But not the case here.
Contested in the pros.
The Song of Snipers kind of transitioned from being the M1 carry for the team, like the M1 hero player, to it actually being Arzo as of late. So he's done a little bit of a role swap where he's initially brought in as that kind of carry.
Sure.
And of course, we see Saint on Vindicta. Empty Dream is going to be on the lash, you know? I like Empty Dream. He's a good playmaker. I think this can definitely fit in his wheelhouse. One thing that also fits in the wheelhouse for Loki W is Hoot on freaking Bebop, man. Like, that's where he made his initial showing.
Oh, what the heck? Yeah, they put Listic on the Victor. I just noticed that.
Under the name My Dog with, you know,
what the hell?
Player like Vic and some other players as well. I can't
what the hell?
Team off the top of my head. But he really stood
just
out
full
on
boxing.
Bebop.
He just gave up in this lane.
So it's really, I think, a beauty when
Pocket's just chilling.
have it happen.
Yeah, it's got to be such a fun match.
It's happening on opposite sides though. They're doing the same thing here.
Viable and fun and interesting picks that
Flash got pushed out from hooks or something.
Basically play almost
so both side lanes are pushing evenly for each team.
At one point or another.
And then this Apollo Mirage lane is getting shoved to be expected into the Victor.
Lane's really impressive, but actually it's Apollo
Victor
Mirage
Celeste.
for Abraham's in the mid lane, up against the Victor Celeste in mid, and we also have Vindicta Silver against Pocket and Hayes.
Hey.
I feel like that's you know, Vindicta and Silver. Like, I want to kind of favor them slightly just because of some of the range advantages there. What do you think here, Jason? Where are you faring?
Jason,
the lanes are faring.
It's interesting because I think Stake is a very pivotal point of the kill potential in that lane, but also the bola that Silver can throw out.
Detroit basketball.
Any jumping that you can do. So if anything, Obicam's definitely the one under the most pressure, I would say, in this position, because like Pocket obviously can buy time. He can use the cape to get away. But in terms of like kill potential, I kind of want to give it. I don't know. I'm
I never thought about that interaction. It's actually interesting.
Because of like the stake and the
just always get knifed off a boot kick.
Play so far back, but I feel like it could really go either way, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely very interesting, and we've got the buffs coming up here, and it looks like more of a fight. Actually, well, I was going to say more of a fight, but Loki W get positioned
super standard
more quickly and
early.
Secured that.
Not a lot happening. Right, it's going to be 2-0 buffs for Loki W. The fact that Victor gets Vitality is pretty fucking huge.
Both buffs, they got movement for Hoot, so he's definitely going to be looking for some opportunities in some of these lanes. Also, like
a barrier by, interesting.
Man, that is kind of disgusting because you take so much damage from one.
For Mr. Cosmetically,
Venom can really shut you down. Luckily,
Mirage to be incoming.
Quantum entanglement to keep Empty Dreams out of harm's way.
Oh, he canceled. Interesting.
These lanes, I would have to for sure give it to this Bebop and this Viper. Hoot and Zergy have the potential to put on such a clinic.
Yeah, you're right. It's such a nasty.
But he got his cooldown back inside. How does that work?
Dive coming in.
Oh,
cosmetical, and yeah, you know this Silver.
Victor's here though.
Really does seem to be doing a great job in.
Don't know how much he's really gonna get down, but
for Loki W early on.
I think they might just be looking to swap. Yeah, Cosmetical's gonna go. No.
In this one, we haven't talked too much
Let's
about
stick him
the
back.
lane on the right side for Abraham's perspective. Lash Dynamo about to receive
Even Victor's
break
rocking
on
in the
Celeste,
opening rounds.
ganking in, or looking to set up a gank here.
It's been a huge opening rounds game. There's a lot of heroes that can build opening rounds in this game.
So look, maybe
A lot.
I gotta say, Jason, I have a lot of eyes on Empty Dreams as Lash. I think Lash is so incredibly important as a hero right now in the current meta that I think it could be fairly decisive.
I think the weird thing though is that I feel like we haven't seen any huge Lash ult tweaks anymore, because players at this level, they just don't get caught off guard by that anymore.
True.
Or they invest in a counter spell, or they play around the terrain.
Bigger thing is counter spell, yeah.
For Empty Dreams, there's also, it's not necessarily.
I think it's also kind of why they
gun lash that can do
people
some really
the gun
great
lash,
damage.
yeah.
They have a decent amount of spirit
Why the gun
already on
lash
the
is more
team
popular.
With, Mirage and with
Just has so much more
together.
impact.
So, I
You
know,
don't
I'm
just
kinda
get
curious
countered
to
by a
see which
3200
way
item.
he builds, but yeah, I mean, how can you be effective as Lash these days in competitive Deadlock? I think he's probably had.
Okay, Spirit Spike for Mr. Sonya. He's gonna look around here now. Together does.
Yeah, that's a good point. I do like.
Okay, Together and Cosmetal getting a little
because
farmed
Lash's
now.
gun itself does not scale super well, so getting like % damage on Lash's gun, it's okay, but it's like not nearly as I think value as
Zergy
getting
does out
Shred.
of nowhere.
And so I think you do end up seeing stuff like.
That lane finally flips them. They just went for the Wombo.
Kind of nice, but yeah,
Lash ult into Dynamo ult,
can be
just
really,
free kills.
Really good, I think on Lash at the moment.
Very, very strong spike.
And I think it's super viable. I totally agree with you.
Good movement here out of Break as well, and also we did have a kill. Empty Dreams taking on Zergy.
You can see an opening rounds onto the Celeste
So as we were
as
talking
well.
about, he does make some success and make some plays. Zergy currently at 4.4k souls, who's a little bit behind, but I wouldn't count him out too quickly. As the first tower of the game goes down at 7.5 minutes, man, on this left-hand side, the aggression out of Together. And
Should get traded pretty quick on this right side. Zergy and Hooter going all in. Because Tass and Empty Dreams don't have their ults anymore.
Talk about the tempoing, which
Zergy still has ults as well. Who just beamed. They end up killing Empty Dreams.
Gang coming on through, stake in on top of them right there, and Celeste causing problems.
Got the ball off, chucked Mirage.
Back away from this gank attempt, potentially Abrahams, but they managed to.
There's some Empty Dreams up
to
quick zip here.
Still keeping their mid guardian.
Does.
It'd be nice if they can take that.
It's coming over. They're gonna try to protect the Guardian.
Be a bit more of a threat on the tempo, like I mentioned, just based off of objective play.
Who see it though?
Hyperline into a sleep dagger. Yeah, I mean the tempo, the potential for Loki W just to take.
So people are starting to move more towards this duration extender again.
If Abrahams isn't careful, is kind
on
of
the Mirage
kind of crazy,
for your
honestly,
1600
and
spike.
I completely agree with you in that sense.
Just kind of
And
makes
one
sense.
Maybe factor into this is actually going to come into Tass on the Dynamo and how he can deal with the tempo and how he can deal with disengage or engage. But more importantly, how does he deal with the debuffs? Because like technically, if you Mac Quantum,
Who ends up getting caught? Listic moves over. Damn. 07, brother. So they're gonna end up getting that Guardian anyways.
The sleep dagger you can get rid of as well. The bombs on top of that. I think Tass has to play a really
And they
good
already got
game
blue.
here in his positions to.
So Loki
help
W up a
make his
Guardian
team
right
be
now.
successful.
Again,
That's what
nothing
Loki W has.
crazy though.
Yeah, and it's.
They
It's actually one of the
will
things that
go
I've
for
seen, a lot
doubles.
of hazers do as well is they'll get level 3.
Who do I got?
The perspective of Overkin, get level 3.
I think Loki W's kind of catching their stride with their style. Like they draft these like heavy tempo comps,
it removes the
and they
debuffs
do
as
really
well,
well
so you
with
can
them.
spell a lot of stuff
So I'd probably
that.
go with
It's, like,
Loki
actually
W.
Really important, especially when you're up against a Mirage.
And then with Victor and stuff being better now, they actually ended up getting pretty good scaling too. They got the Victor scaling and the Celeste scaling, so I just like this comp more.
Well, for who though? I guess for who, looking quite dangerous there.
It's interesting though because they're like swapping around their positions. Because usually they put Listic on the Bop and then they would put like Hoot on the Celeste and stuff. So they're kind of toying around with the heroes.
That's a very good point as well as thinking about how.
But I guess it's just like probably Listic's the only one who plays Victor, if I had to guess.
Of Abraham's here, and considering. Again, technically, they move things around where it's now 40k. You can get max abilities across the board instead of.
Sunny kind of just showed up.
Into speeding up the potential pace of the game and when
ran into 5.
Critical point. As a last note here, I wanted to say, DDK, I'm loving the slow and hex out of Obi Kim. It shuts down so much out of Abraham.
Okay, Loki W can get pickup here. To be expected, honestly. Dynamo was a little useless for a while. God damn, that's a lot of damage. That's without Gunspike, by the way.
Already paying off really nicely, but there is some of that counterplay with that Death Slam coming on
Nice
through
Death
from
Slam.
Empty Dreams. Some good damage, able to
Look, clean from Empty Dreams. He also got gun buff. He's really strong right now.
To at least give something back
Ooh, Listic died too.
And in fact, 2 players down now for Loki W does make.
Hoot still does get it out with the urn though.
Loki W have still taken away the urn. Now, what are we going to see here from Abrahams? Will they keep going into
The
the
Abner
Walker?
runs,
If they
it's just
trade
OP.
Walker for
It's
urn,
just too
that's
good.
actually not bad.
It's probably gonna get
I think
nerfed.
there's no reason for them to
You'll
not
see it
do
this game
I mean, maybe
too.
we can send
There'll
a
be like
couple
5,
players
6
to,
people
you
who
know,
build
keep
it.
Aaron back. You currently have Arzo try to shove the lane up against Zergy to keep it, you know, at least in neutral or at least in towards the Guardian, so they can't just dunk it in right away. But it seems
Curious
like
to
they're
even
not
see
gonna
people
commit to a
still
Walker.
going
Instead, it
soccer. I feel like
looks
opening rounds just kind
Sonya,
of outperforms soccer,
is
but
gonna just do a little bit of damage, but he can't commit to it. We saw Empty Dreams actually teleport.
I guess soccer still has its moments.
The dunk gonna come straight
Ooh,
through.
really
He's
nice
gonna-
punch,
no,
by the
it's
way.
really- He gets dropped.
Testa has ult here,
He's not
but he's
gonna
kind of
get
1
the dunk.
HP.
He's successful for now. He's looking for some hooks as well. Down about
Ow,
600
ow.
HP, and he really doesn't have much chance of escaping.
It's gonna
this. Trying to
die.
buy some time.
Transform
Valkyrie
comes
on him for the kill.
out.
And there we go. Whoever picks it up is going to get instantly turned in. So who's going to be able to pick it up?
Look at the zoning. Look at the zoning. Look at the moves.
Singularity, but no HP to use
Oh,
it with,
Rig's late.
as,
He had to
the
catch
Stick is
waves.
down on top of the urn and looking to get
Rig kind of wasted his time here.
Really well done
He could have just stayed left side
they've turned
and just
the
pushed
situation
this.
around completely, and in fact now secured
Okay,
a
Abraham's
7K
with the
advantage,
defense,
so
though.
really well done by them.
They killed him left side, and we were able to get over on right side. Taz completely
At
clutched
some
up there with the
point,
punch.
Whoever punched who to
That was
stop
really,
him from
really
being
good.
turned in, that was amazing on Abraham's side. It was such a crucial point. So you saw the egg dropped right next to the turn in. But Abraham's, not only do they, you know, get a big win on the left-hand side, getting 2 kills.
They got the
and
money on who they
kills,
wanted
and
it on too,
on the
right?
right-hand side, a big
Mirage,
win
Empty
for
Dreams
Squad.
together. They're all ahead
Gun
now.
buff currently for Empty Dreams.
Oh,
and
Subnautica
they are
too.
in the driver's
Nice,
seat, man.
nice.
They are doing so much different than just, what, a couple of days ago.
Bah!
Look at this.
What a punch.
Oh, it was
Holy.
fast coming on through,
Into the
man.
insta quantum too, because he would have died.
Wow,
Because
that
he would have got
was
Zergy. Ulted by
amazing.
Zergy.
That was so sly.
That was really clean.
I was looking for the singularity, but
Still being reactive. This is a giga reactive game. Curious to see if people go indomitable
does
this game
everything.
too.
In the meantime, whilst we were in the
Especially on the side of
we were
Hams.
lose Abraham's first Guardian on the left lane finally was pretty low. Now it's been taken
I'm
out,
just want
but
to
now
farm
he's
on
got himself
Talon.
up there for LOKW, just ripping the bullet dance. I always call it
It's
blade
kind of
dance,
like
I'm stuck
game
in Warcraft 3 anyway.
dependent. A lot of the time, you want to take over blue
As the
and just
already,
let
so
people
very,
push
very
into you
tricky
and
to-
just like
to
get
lock him
birds
down.
off. Is like the
Just
bird
get
thing.
past
The most important thing about Talon is getting kills with the bird. Like if you get kills with the bird, you're gonna scale really well and have a good game. But it's just really he's like an awkward character because you can't really match the push with a lot of people, so you don't want to be in side lane.
He's doing a lot of work here, and speaking of work together, comes in behind on the mid lane.
And then just sending birds is also like really good in blue too, because you can get to more places in the map within the timer. It's like the biggest thing to do on Talon.
Trade 1-for-1 eventually as Obikin takes it on to together, but they will lose this Guardian.
Ooh, yeah,
Are you kidding me?
So yeah, you more just want to get to your like spikes.
2,770
Like hit like if you're
put it
like
down.
600 off tank buzz or something, like go to a camp and just
Okay,
you just
well,
perma bird.
also,
You just want to use your bird off cooldown.
There's a ganking squad coming for him, and Obikim is one of them. Something Hex about to be available. This would be a perfect way to shut down Arzo on that Mirage. There's that smoke.
Yeah,
bomb
that's like the
to
biggest
try to
thing. Is just
guarantee
take over
the
blue lane whenever
lockdown.
you can.
But where has he gone off to? Managed to actually slip away. Very well done, I gotta say. by
Because you also
Arzo
get
to
caught
survive
really,
there.
really easy inside lane.
I think that's the problem that Obikin slightly has, and why this Stone Hex is so important. There's just so much mobility on the other side. And to get these
Empty Dreams seen shit I haven't seen on the gun lash, battle vest, and locket. Very interesting.
Be the one caught with the affliction going off. The other is going to take him down with the help of Arzo.
Yeah, people love expression on silver, bro. I'm just not convinced on it, bro. I'm just not convinced. Okay, warpstone time. Wop, 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 wop. Oh, the troops got fucking deleted. Dead for 34 seconds, by the way. They can look to steal doubles here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I like that Hoot's already moving to it.
Is that right?
Wait, what?
God damn, Obikim zoning.
That's actually epic.
Is that right?
Is the doubles already stolen and they just left it?
Realize.
Wow, that's kind of crazy.
They might be worried about the dynamo ult, but I feel like if this is up, they can contest.
Yeah, okay.
They're
Thank you
just
the
setting
double
up for
check.
buff.
appreciate that. I didn't expect that. It's
not
actually
bad
12
at
days.
all.
That's a lot closer than I thought it would be now.
Impressive. Really impressive stuff. Okay, well, going for
Okay.
the next buffs.
Who just bomb and punches
Vic doesn't
Obikim.
grab that one, this stick. And they're looking for the pickup here as well, Abrahams. And Loki W looking to challenge.
Wow.
Ooh.
Nice.
Little slowing
Oh my God, just
hex.
getting all the util, the rusted
Obikim's
barrel,
gonna live though.
Slowing hex.
It's fine.
Pretty painful. Restorative
Let's
loss.
still has alt. He has gun buff here too. This looks really strong right now. Salt
Oh,
does
is
get
that
popped
actually
though.
the six
Ooh,
volt
Obikim does get caught.
So he's now on his.
I think he got sniped by Saint.
Being chased down as well. Gets
ooh, damn.
By Empty Dreams, and Liz is gonna fall once again.
Dude, Abrahams are just finding good fights.
Has picked it up and looking to run it across the map.
They got the pickup here too.
Pushing the left-hand side for the Walker.
Saint does get traded for it.
Couldn't take it, but the teleport's gonna be coming on through. And
Zergy's finally tempoing. How's his burst fire split shot now?
This urn just running across the map.
Abrahams, you know, they did have. They managed to maintain the lead, but it has been eaten away.
Maintain. Enchanter's debuff for the pocket in an early duration. Wow, that's an interesting build.
Abrahams to have to think twice about
I have not seen that.
Do not have positioning on the urn drop off. And I feel like
Drake looking for him. Will he get the punch? He does get the punch.
just slapping.
It's like really deep though.
This time, tasting his own medicine. And
man, they were
bullet dance as well. They're taking the fight to the Walker for this.
Kind of wasted bullet dance. They're like.
If there's a collapse from Abrahams on top of this position,
they're really feeding for him.
Painful indeed, but picking up the urn again.
Heal, brother, heal. Use your heal.
Difficult to justify at this point, Jason.
Just gonna reset.
You're wasting a lot of your own time.
Yeah, you waste a bit of time. I mean,
and then Mirage just steps forward. They're kind of overplaying this, honestly. Loki W's just kind of getting shit on. Like, Zergy's dead right now. They do end up stealing it, though. But then they die in the back. I don't think they can dunk this. Yeah, they just played way too forward here, bro. They're just gonna get ran at. Obicam actually does end up living because everyone starts chasing, though.
In the rotation and an opportunity for his team to get a pick here on the turnarounds. See if they think there it is, the 3-round affliction.
Cosmetic kind of like baits them into the inflict with the urn. That was kind of interesting.
Covered in the frogs, and Loki W, are they able to capitalize on this one? Abrahams have to fall.
3 inflict going. They don't really find the follow-up engaged though. Obicam does eventually die.
So, you know, baiting with the urn for so long into the affliction and really turning the tide here, regathering the control of that urn as well. They'll be able to maybe turn that in finally. And it is going to be
okay, the duration actually kind of paid off for the pocket. Holy fuck. That thing took forever. It just made them have to full peel. Loki W steal it. Okay. That was like all over the place, but ended up working out for Loki W.
Deep in enemy territory. And Empty Dreams comes around together to actually eliminate him to prevent
Miraging now.
In that follow-up fight, but I guess they didn't expect the aggression.
Really nice. From Arzo here. He's going to be dead forever, though.
And then Abrahams actually do get a Walker for relatively.
He gets a Walker, though.
I mean, Arzo might fall for this.
Dead for 48.
Has been done. And Abrahams.
See what they can do with it. They lost a Walker, though.
It's only a 5K difference.
So it ended up being like a earn trade for Walker. Loki W also got a chunk on this mid Walker.
The urn situation before that one, it was
ooh,
marginal.
That's not good.
For them. And I mean, this is just a really damn close game, but. As you mentioned,
it does really well again. Resurrect.
Really, really good at making stuff happen around these objective fights, and that's what we've been seeing. And I love with Lash, when you buy Recharging Rush, it makes you so mobile. It's very, very good. Getting all the recharges, the grapplers. Obicam finally will get caught. Actually,
they're actually putting Varric in the mosh pit.
And together we'll take.
They're putting Zergy on side, which is interesting.
Yeah, the success Obicam has had, where it was 6 kills. I think he had like 1 death. Has
Metal Skin Fortitude, Express Shot. Okay.
Whether it's just the rotations or spotting him out on what part of the map he's in and just punishing him. I think Obicam's had like 2 or 3 deaths in a row now. Previously it was Empty Dreams and together. This time together and Empty Dreams once again. He's not really given the mobility and that like threat that he had in the first, 12, 13, maybe 14 minutes of time. So Abrahams has really eliminated his flanking and his rotating potential.
His flanking, his
Zergy,
rotating.
Still farming away 21
his farming, his everything.
With the best of them. I think his impact is still going to be relatively tough.
What's up for the bucket now?
Really not a huge amount of front line.
He's buying a lot of utility items, but he's kind of behind on his spirit spike now.
I feel like ineffective so far. We haven't really seen any big hooks landing. We haven't seen
knockdown for the bebop. Can't be by this game. Can't be by.
Doing a really great job so far of just avoiding him for the most part and avoiding the
effectiveness. Cosmetical setup right side. They're sending 5 left side to contest here. I like this. I like this a lot.
That would have been a crazy one to get. But back into one of these objective fights, this is where, the majority
vitality for pocket, but Sonya does end up getting spirit. It's kind of nice.
Really well.
They're going to have 6 ults here. They can look for the Giga Wombo. Abrahams is in a good spot here. Gunlash is gunning.
Grappling around, harassing the bebop. It's going
just so much mobility. Cosmetical ends up picking up the mid-walker.
A lot of problems there. Empty Dreams is really struggling to stay up here.
So Hams try to force it early.
before this Death
The ults are coming out.
Utilized. That'd be huge, but it looks like the
Three
Death
can
Slam
storm behind. Their target selection was really bad though.
Situation. This is not how Empty Dreams wants to be fighting.
No one dies off of the singularity. Cosmeticals, Empty Dreams is gonna die, I mean.
Still, Lash is just so disgustingly mobile.
Finally,
Snake Lady's more mobile though. And then who gets to pick up?
Lethal Venom in the prior use of it.
Ham's kind of panicked there because Cosmetical went on the midwalker, so they were trying to force a fight, but they just didn't target select well. So it ends up just being a fucking fat win for Loki W. They're gonna get mid boss here. I like the walker trade on this side here though. Just try to get something in return. You can't contest this earn with your timers either.
Yes, yeah. Empty Dreams.
Cosmetical is here. He doesn't have ult though.
Engagement against the Bebop, against Hoos on the rooftops, and then he just had to keep running away, and just I think it just put him in a really bad position.
Alright, still a fat net win for Loki W. Smart trade though by Hams with the walker.
Wants to be someone that can kind of counter initiate as opposed to kind of being just tied down in that engagement.
Spectre is getting large.
Yeah. Huge swing of souls because of that situation, plus the rejuve's lost now as well.
Cosmetical has a lot of fucking money, bro. This cultist item just looks better and better to me.
It's got really interesting. I mean, Loki W, they've only got the one walker up right now against two sidewalkers of Abraham's, so it's gonna be
Curse next for Obicam, gonna be a huge spike for him.
But definitely
arguably the strongest Obicam's gonna be all games when he gets this curse.
In that like full supporty route. Rusted Barrel, slow and hex as you pointed out before, building into a curse now, just about 3k off of that one.
Raj kind of fell behind Soul Curve this game too. That's something to watch.
Hard when he tries to use his mobility to get around.
Same with Empty Dreams, they started out really well.
Transition into one of these kills. I will say this though, you know, with all the talk we mentioned of like Victor and how strong.
Curious how Loki Dev is gonna play these rejuves.
Hasn't really been allowed to be successful so far.
They have 6 ults up. Singularity's not out for a while. Like you should be looking like now.
Far behind, you know, Zerg at the moment. Then again.
So they're kind of just trying to play around Obicam pick, but Abraham's is not playing up too far.
Wall breaker at the moment for his team.
Yeah, and I actually think Cosmetical is going to be a really big problem now that we can see that he's leading on the souls.
So like we were talking about in drafts, because of Cosmeticals, this fed any singularity that comes in or lash throw or anything, he can just counter engage with his ult and do a lot. We saw that early duration extender as well.
To deal with, I think, at a certain point. So we'll keep our eyes on that. I'd love to see a damage check-in as well. That's always fun to see.
So the Vin is going util, but a little bit of gun. This is a really strong like spike for Vin, by the way. For gun spike, these are 3 really strong items right now.
Oh my god!
I didn't even think about
quite a few metal.
Didn't even think about that for Vin. That's a nice little trio.
Quite a bit of you know, like Listic, Obicam.
Spirit Brazil up for Listic. He's getting a lot tankier now. Just under 3k HP.
Volby can get that online. I would imagine, you know, when it comes to damage, like Zergi's got to be up there. Cosmetical, of course, as well, is going to be quite high up there, hitting some pretty good afflictions so far.
They're not doing a lot here. They had their Spirit Burn spike on Cosmetical too. They're only a quarter left on the rejuve, and they haven't really done anything yet. So they're finally getting commit on the right side. Warpstone comes in. Whiffs on Taz, but ends up getting good walker damage, so it's really not that bad.
Oh, this Death Slam coming on through out of Empty Dreams. It could be big.
And like we are talking about, Zergi just completely cancels the lash ult. Saint just dies. They're just deep diving them in the back. I don't know if they know where Empty Dreams is, because they could just turn on him. I think he's just hiding.
Demolish these walkers. And I mean,
Merkbag on stop for Zergi. He's very, very strong right now.
Problematic. Are they going to stick around for it? It feels like they could, but Mirage pushing also, you know, on that left lane, pretty deep at the moment.
Don't want to overcook with the rejuves. Expiring.
Always a concern.
Take the walker in doubles. Not a huge swing. Honestly, they probably could have tried to force more, but
these days just have such a hard time hitting
I think this is fun.
To me, honestly, it feels like it's not even worth going for. As you see here, there's the Petrifying Bola, there's hooks out of Who, there's a Sleep Dagger out of Obicam. Like, there's so many ways to be disrupted that I don't really see a world you get big Death Slams off. If anything, you try to use it as a bait.
All right, Loki W can babysit this favored earn.
Hit a big singularity. If anything, you look for
kind of keep
one individual
Abraham's
on the outskirts of a fight to turn it into
chokehold off. the
with the
farm.
urn right now,
Did a really good job of
uh,
rinsing out their
and
farm
he's
here
not
as well, not
turning
just the doubles.
disadvantage urn
If you just look at
for
farm
LOOKW
advantage here,
here.
this is really good from
Maybe
Lucky
waiting
W.
for the souls to
Yeah.
take
Just
over once
rinsed out
Abraham
all
farms
the
a bit.
Abraham side farm.
Yeah, what are they? So it'd be 10%, right? So
So end up peaking around here like a 17.5k lead.
So yeah, so it's Abraham's. They needed like one.
So they're
more,
trying to
1,000
get it
more, right?
even. They're just waiting to see if they can get
I
it
tried
even.
to do math on it.
Yeah, there we go.
Never worked well for me.
Boom.
Well, I
Perfect.
actually feel very impressed by myself. that I
I'm
didn't
impressed.
really
They got it
screw that
even.
up.
Really good. Really clean,
Yeah,
really
just being
clean.
very cognizant, and that makes an enormous.
Lucky W's
difference, because
playing
it means that they can
clean
actually
game so
favorably
far.
win this turn now, as
They had a
opposed
troll
to
couple
very
first fights, but
unfavorably,
since then they've been looking really good, really good.
Yeah, and so this is an enormous.
Alright, they're gonna
benefit
jump Hoot on the right
because they've also
side. They're
been
gonna
winning
give
these
Walker for
engagements
this
too.
though.
Oh wow!
Not
we
Walker,
catch
sorry,
that to Hoot
Earn for
on the
this.
TP.
I don't think this is
They're still gonna give up
worth.
the urn for that.
I don't think this is worth.
Yeah, it's not that big of a loss. I would say like one kill for the urn turn in when it was 7,000 souls for the turn. I mean, they're gonna get a
Like
second kill.
insane
Oh my
overcook from
God.
Obicam.
That
I
was a
just
mauling in the closet.
like no clue why he went for that.
Survive 5 players just
Kind of a
attacking him.
crazy
But
overcook.
it still buys time for the urn to go in.
Okay, they might end
Still
up
gets a net win
losing
for
their
LOOKW
sinners for
now.
this.
But yeah, poor OBK.
But Ham's actually just back up. Wow, I thought they would want to play more forward here. I think Sonya had the right idea here, like playing forward. You have 2 dead for like
It does feel like you
30
just walk down
plus.
a dark alley and
They
get
definitely get a
absolutely
contest at this
one-flanked,
doubles.
People appearing out of the shadows.
Even with like Victor ult and all this shit up, like you have
Absolutely,
singularity,
down
like
and-
you can definitely
And it's not
contest
an
these,
recoverable
but
game, you know, 20k deficit. There are the tools here.
fine.
We've got the singularity. We got the good stake. You know,
Spirit
post-3
duration and
singularity
with
for
the
the
spirit
setup, or
burn.
you know,
This is a
to
full on
finish
ult
everybody
build.
off. You know, there's definitely
Ult build
tools
pocket.
there. The Death Slam, I
Which
think,
in a lot of ways is
it
just kind of like
definitely
the
something
build
that
right
can
now.
be powerful too, in the right moment. Like you say, it's not something you can count on, but opportunistically, if you find it like later into a fight, I think
Opportunistically.
it's really good. Or potentially, if you catch a single player for a pick opportunity, definitely some options. But it is
So yeah, they just kind of grow their lead there. Not contesting that urn is kind of crazy.
You said it perfectly.
In my opinion. Now they're up like 22, 23k. As your jungle spawning, like they can just play up in your jungle now.
LOOKW have to scramble of who's going to be the one to interrupt, what abilities are even up to do that. As Hook comes through, but again, Quantum Entanglement.
Clean
As long as you gotta
Quantum.
get away,
Knockdown
the
comes
Death
in
Slam
though.
potentially landing, but again, another Petrifying Bullet comes
Once
on
again,
through.
the
At least that
Petrify
Slam
into
down.
Lash.
Singularity is still up for Task if he can somehow get the distance.
Empty Dreams,
But Empty Dreams
really
has
hard
spawned
Lash
and that's a
game
big person
to
that
look
they
for
need to rely
the
here to have
the big
success in
ults.
this
Honestly,
fight.
if I'm Empty Dreams this game, I would probably just like be poking with the gun. Like you should probably never be engaging with the Death Slam this game. Zergy's just gonna get you. You can get hooked, you can get knifed, you can get everything. Could have prod Unstop probably higher this game, but I think it's really hard to fit into the gun lash build. It's one of the downsides of the gun lash build.
Sniper also very weak.
Hope he can get a free walker this side. He also has curse and 20. I'm assuming he killed someone on our tower with his curse.
There's 2 players down. They can
Ow.
fall back onto the mid boss here as well. Okay, hang on.
I don't think
Okay,
Is he actually gonna get chased down by Apollo? No, they can definitely.
mid boss this against a singularity and like the snares and the stuns that Abrahams can bring to the table. I think it's too risky. It almost feels like a coin.
I mean, they have the Victor ult. They have Unstop on Zergy.
They're already starting to go for it.
No, this is you can go over this. This is not that crazy.
Could be costing Abrahams. They have to contest this one, Dan.
And then they just didn't expect him to do it, so they just instant. Singularity comes in. Yeah, they got 3. It's just with the resurrection from Victor. I should really learn what the name is of that. It's really hard to find the timing as Dynamo if the crystal timing's kind of awkward.
So I mean, like you said,
Another 3-0. Looking to be looking good this game.
But if your timing is absolutely perfect,
Really great call.
I mean,
I could see Jason's point, but like they had the tools there, bro. They had unstops.
And Zergy is
They had
he's
Listicle.
bossing this game up. I think he's
Saint Loki kind of trolled sniping the Victor, honestly. Like you kind of want to just keep the Victor alive.
the utility's been thrown
Maybe get
out,
a
like
hit
Petrifying
in
Bullets have
the
been
Dynamo ult, so then he
good.
like dies
The
somewhat later
instantaneous
and gets
stop
stunned.
on Tassa's Singularities, he warp stoned in. Zergy keeping his distance, so he makes sure to be able to use that. He's doing it to Empty Dreams before. He's done it multiple times to Empty Dreams.
Victor ult
I
is
think, you know, I
called-
said it before about, you know, Obicam maybe being the MVP, but
Never beat
sorry,
Gianni. I got a
before, but
coffee
think
downstairs for me.
LOOKW
I'm gonna grab
side,
it after this game.
in my eyes, it has to be Zergy with how he's
Shocking
playing.
reanimation.
He's really making like Viper look
Little
really
OD,
successful, honestly. And I
opinion,
thought it
but-
would be a little bit more difficult to do so against a team that has a lot
Here's
of
what
potential
6K
CC.
Zergy's gonna go here.
yeah, definitely. I definitely agree. I think it's the composition overall from OKW is really nice, and the way it's been
Suppressor,
played by the
Mystic,
team is
Greater
really cool
Expansion,
because they got
Spell Slinger.
so much damage and pick threat so much tempo and
People still rocking the lockets too.
Threat as well.
I think it's really good in certain heroes. Silver Apollo. If you ever see this frontline pairing, it's really strong into these heroes. Really good into Dynamo. Really good into Flash.
Loki W and only to pull.
Ooh, kind of a preemptive ball. Might have to just whip it out.
Where's the Shining Wonder going?
It did actually end up landing though.
Is on the back there of the stick as he.
And this is where Victor shines. He can just zone like 2 or 3 people in a fight. This whole back end of the fight is just never going to be won by Abrahams now. With your Mirage getting zoned off, you can't free hit.
Abrahams, I think they're just falling apart at this point. You're up against.
Abrahams does die twice though.
They do get the
Cause Taz though. Oh, big disc slam, but again, this is a gun lash. We're actually going full sharpshooter on the gun lash. Wow.
Just gave them to confirm it into kills. They have to worry about Obikim, who's just popping that bullet dance right in front of them. Maybe they, or sorry, that's not Obikim, that's actually Rhea coming through. Maybe they can get another kill here. But
it's on the rejuve. It is Celeste though.
Yeah,
Victor gets the urn. Lucky Debbie's just running circles around him, honestly.
Oh man, Siphon.
The map has been really clean from them after the first couple, the first urn flub.
Okay, remember, like, Siphon's not even that great of an item. I can't remember who was watching.
Urzo dies. They still have 1 rejuve for a quarter. They should be able to drop here.
Zergy, I mean, it does kind of like shred the HP pools out of Abrahams, make it a lot easier to kill.
Like the looking for kills here, you can like desync the death timers.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I do like it a lot on Lash as well. But I mean,
so
this
gonna
game,
be up.
This first game feels kind of over, and I'm already thinking about the draft, Jason. You know, if you are Abrahams and in their shoes, where do you feel this game went wrong? Because it was neck and neck for the first 20 minutes for the most part.
First 20.
I would actually even say Abrahams were winning for a majority of the start of the game. Remember, thinking back to that first urn that they actually punched away from Hoot. They got multiple kills and the turn in, and then they also got like, yeah, they also had kills on the left lane right before that too. Like they definitely had the potential to win this game.
The potential.
The AK lead was probably at the maximum point. Thinking about
and I'm going
really
Vamp Burst, I think it's correct.
It mostly came down to.
This guy's 45k, like who's killing this guy?
Like
it's 11k up Mirage.
The game until he got shut
Mirage
down.
Can't duel him.
Kind of came online when they started to get to these team fights, not allowing Empty Dreams or Task to get these successful.
Yeah, this Victor card is just looking strong, bro.
Yeah, at this point now.
Scourge
I mean,
refresher. Just AoE Jesus.
Really come online for Loki W. It's pretty scary. I mean, there's a Death Slam singularity kind of, but it's just
anti-synergy, anti-synergy there.
To just rip them to shreds on the way back out as Abraham's trying to fall into their base, but they're getting murdered here.
Yeah, I mean that was, I think, some miscommunication or looking for an opportunity for both players.
Vin goes down.
Them out of singularity with
GG.
It's not ideal, but I think that's just kind of the state of the game.
G fucking G.
This one's not going to be a dub for them, and Loki W going to be living up to their name, hitting that W.
Really clean game from Loki W.
The best of 3.
Obi Kim is just so good at this pick A shit, bro. He's really clean on it.
Game actually kind of turned mid-game. The Viper shutting down
Big
the
Ted, yeah.
Flash, them losing 2 players on the other side whilst
People were down for the Loki W though.
That snowballs into mid-boss as well, Jason.
People were gunning down.
A huge key moment there for Loki W, who, as you say, Abrahams, I think before that was winning the game, but then that really turned everything around for me.
Yeah, and I think honestly, one thing
push my coffee off. Push my coffee off one game.
At Loki W, they kind of like bounced back from an initial not great start. I think if Obi Kim wasn't like 6-1 or in the early game here, I don't know if actually Loki W would have been able to bounce back enough, because Obi Kim kind of helped patch up and band-aid the weak early stage of their comp, even though they have a good comp to tempo with, and just bought them time for them to finally get those opportunities.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, DDK, because without that 6-1, without kind of, it's not even just the kills that Hayes is able to put on as we take a look at the highlights.
So this is what we didn't see yet.
So
that's the spike in this lane.
Not only doing those kills, but then also kind of deterring you from moving into more comfortable spots where you want to go.
So yeah, first turn in, like Abrahams was, the game was looking good.
There that's lurking around every corner, right?
Just kind of fell apart after that.
Yeah, and I think especially, you know, at this level of play, Obi Kim's gonna have such a good read on the game itself. So really will have good game sense to know where to find those opportunities against who as well, and just you know, getting that disarming hex really early, as we always see
Great
Obicam
rusted barrel
doing this
game,
haze,
disarming hex too.
it really makes it
Like
very
Division from
difficult. And
Obicam.
again, there's a lot of
I don't even think he
squishy
ended up
areas because
going.
out of the
Yeah, he
draft,
went
which is,
rusted.
I think was one of the
He's just so
weaker
strong in
points
this
for
game.
Abraham's order.
Barrage,
It's just-
Vin,
it's just,
Silver
you know, it's an
Ult,
unfortunate aspect
Gun
of
Lash.
the roster overall. That's one of the weaknesses, and that's something that I think a Haze is very good at exploiting, especially in the early to mid game, like Obicam was able to do. And it also, you know, the other thing too is it's a really big benefit to having information, especially around the objective times and knowing how to position. Obicam just has so much value for the team with what he can do on Haze.
Yeah, we're watching that kind of pivotal moment just there. They lose the silver, they lose Dynamo as they're pushing on. The urns being carried.
Another silver first
Everything's
pick, by the
not
way.
going
Another
their
silver
way
first
here.
pick.
You can see the other side of this fight as well as this does go down, and they've just
Curious
got
to see
no
the
answer.
stats of the
It
silver.
feels like Jason, Loki W's like the complete package right now. They're playing the fast style with Obicam and Zergy looking amazing as he does, and then also you got this Victor kind of front line eventually that's also just super stalwart to be able to go up against in that team.
The
fight.
snake.
Really a strong style.
It kind of felt like they actually, I don't know if they transitioned the way they intended to play Victor, like mid-game, realizing that Listic wasn't having a strong start, or if they intended for him to just be this frontline soaker for the
Just
team.
once you get a refresher, bro, it's like
this
this refresher character is just so fucking annoying to deal with.
With the wall breaker. But
Give him
he
stats.
was just soaking up as much damage as possible and just kind of
Give him
creating space for the
stats.
rest of this team. I mean, the thing is, like, who didn't really hit many impactful
Fucking
hooks?
Yanni
I would say,
boy.
I think there of course has to be like one or two in there. But the B-Buffs we've seen in the past and how impactful they could be was nowhere to be seen in this game. It was just a couple of other players really stepping up when they needed it.
Yeah, it felt like Abraham's, the entirety of Abraham's in the mid to late game kind of needed to be together in terms of what they were bringing, be it the Death Slam, be it into singularities and potential there, Dan. Whereas for Loki W, the split fights were totally okay for them in this game completely. Yep. They felt super comfortable in those split fights.
Good point, Claris. Good
and
point.
I think if Abraham's is going to make this work, I mean, it's what Jason was saying, right? About all of the
Claris, I don't know how to say his
like
name. I feel bad.
Slam. It's not just that. It's that
I feel bad.
Fucking can go
I like
into
him.
his briefcase. Celeste is going to drop her ult on you if you actually
Covering
get
his
into a
handsome
team
face,
fight
but
as well. So
I assure you.
it's scary to go up against.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think there's a lot of different directions that Abrahams can go in a draft that they could look at, just like each individual pick, and maybe think of something that would deal a little bit better.
There's a lot of annoying
We didn't
shit.
talk about Mirage at all, but I felt like
Like, what are
Mirage
you gonna do about the
came in
haze?
line
What are you
with
gonna do
way
about
too late
the
against a
the
roster
Viper?
that tempos out really fast?
I get a bad
Just didn't feel like he had the
Victor.
impact that they maybe would have wanted, but that's just like one of many considerations that
'Cause they got the
Abrahams could
haze
be going into the next draft. with,
Viper at the
and
end of the draft, like
also,
5-6.
with respect to
It's
that,
like,
there's
ew.
perhaps some ways they can
Ew.
cancel out this strategy a little bit. You know, with the Victor Bebop, like Bebop's interesting because he's both kind of like the front, like a pseudo front line, with the fact that how he's very tanky, has really good HP scaling, and actually has pick as well on top of that, and space control like the hyper beam and everything else. So Bebop's kind of like a complete package there. So there's a lot of different bands that you could go with that could help you to begin to deal with that.
Bebop's so fucking
Yeah, no, you're right.
statted.
I mean,
Even when you
if
don't
I
build
think
Spirit,
back
his
to,
fucking beam is so
last
good
week
early
when
in the
Listic
game.
was playing that Bebop, he was on 18 kills, and then if you're getting into those scraps within the kind of a Bebop like that, Jason, then suddenly, you know, the uppercut's healing you for God knows how much. It's a real problem to actually have to deal with. So that's definitely a problem as well, and something that they probably got to look into.
Bro, the thing is, like, Dan, I think, brought up the question of, like, what do you do in the next draft? And honestly, I could probably talk for a couple of minutes about this, but I don't know if we have the time yet. But what do you do? Because Doorman was banned away initially.
Okay, they always bait with this one, and then they show the other one.
Abraham's going for first pick, so
Show me the other one. Show it to me now.
Maybe they ban it instead. The thing is, we saw Loki W ban the Shiv, so it left open Bebop or Doorman.
Fuck, we're
potentially
actually just
picked
getting
as
this
a
one
first
this time.
pick.
Okay.
Honestly, I just don't know what you do because they've shown they can do.
Silver actually did better than I thought.
Styles here in Abraham's. I don't know what
34K?
to do differently in this draft, honestly.
And
I'm
going
really
weighted
excited to get into
shots,
it when we
went
get
all
there.
3 express
Taking a look
shot,
at some
weighted
of the
shots,
match
point
stats,
blank.
You know, credits together. I didn't expect him to be probably like the highest.
Mirage was
damage player
struggling
on the
though.
team.
19K.
But as Dan pointed out, Arzo just
Didn't really get time to scale.
19,000 damage. He had less than Saint. on
29K
Vacay.
on 32K for Empty Dreams.
He just did not have the ability to be effective in this game whatsoever.
Yeah, Cosmetical doing so much.
Oh, they
as
did do
well
it.
in
Fuck, I
terms
got
of,
baited again.
Some of the damage coming
I got
in from all of
baited.
this, but Zergy, I think you were right, Jason. I think Zergy, the way in which he was interrupting things, being such a playmaker on a hero that's
last
not
game.
exactly like the absolute
But yeah, no.
go-to for all of these rosters, right? Dan,
I think Scourge this game actually made
everybody's
sense too,
not
by the way.
Straight away going to Viper. Oftentimes in almost every single one of
Just
these
kill,
drafts,
like,
low-key
if you ever get
as well,
Dynamo ult,
it's kind
he
of
just
their last pick,
dies.
'cause they know
Double
that
front
people are gonna be
line.
able to get away with it, even though I think in R1 it was banned.
The refresher's
once
the
or
bigger thing,
twice
though. Once you
against
refresher, you're just king.
LOOKW, which is
1,
not too often the case here
2,
for good old
3,
Viper.
4.
Yeah, and it fit so well
5.
with their playstyle that you mentioned, that fast playstyle, just tempoing out on the objectives. You can see it reflected in
5
the stats
opening
here.
rounds.
Obviously,
Jesus
Viper has
Christ.
insane damage output.
Jesus
and
Christ.
And the thing is that Lucky W, they had really good prio on pretty much
Plated
every
last for
category,
Zergy makes
and the
sense.
objective game was absolutely one of those. And I was expecting to see maybe more objective damage, or as being on par.
Oh, we get one on stop too. Yeah, dude, that
idealistic
mid build was
on
so
the
free.
Victor. That's kind of what
Cheat
we
death for the
have come
pocket.
to expect a little bit with the way that you look at how Victor's played.
Kind
But
of curious
at
about the
this
cheat
level
death
of
this
play,
game.
we
I feel
haven't
like
really seen that
refresher,
sort of
you're
like,
just
kind of like
turbo
Rule
winning,
Breaker
especially
style
you already have
exactly,
superior
where you're
duration.
just running down walkers and stuff with
Interested
Victor.
to-
But here, Victor,
interested to see what that's
in Lizzie's
about.
hands provided such a good front line with Hoot on the Bebop to allow Zergy
Hoot's
to
a
have
spell
space
slinger as
to be able
well.
to do all of this objective damage and be a complete nuisance.
I can see Spellslinger being good on
See
pocket, but
damage
like over
taken.
refresher, I
would
don't
love
know.
to see Listics damage taken by players, honestly, because it's got to be like,
Shift.
astronomical.
Well, I'm totally sold on the idea.
I always love looking at
of
Loki W's
Victor
builds.
going
You can always
straight
tell
to
Lightbringer
goal
has
and
like
also
big
having
influence on him.
refresher. So it's just okay, yeah, you killed me, all right, go again. You killed me, all right, go
Bebop
again.
eventually went curse
what are you
last.
supposed to do in these moments, Jason, against what he's bringing to the table?
Tank Buster on the Vent?
Probably GG go next
Really?
is my guess. 'Cause
Really?
if they have Reju, right? That's 3
It's
times
for the
without
ult, but-
Realistic. And
Really?
I don't see a world you're killing
Oh
them
my
3
God.
times without losing anyone else in your team to the rest of the squad that Loki
Try as people don't try Mystic
Affliction
slow
goes
on.
off, I feel like a Victor
on the
buys
Ven.
so much time.
Maybe it
for
just
that
curbs your
Affliction to be
damage
even
too
more
much, but-
impactful, as it's a long team fights having a Victor on
This
your
is-
squad,
I have
like,
not seen
you
this
just
yet.
Can't fight into an Affliction.
The sharpshooter on
I
the.
think Dan, if
on
we
the
get
gun-
back to the next
gun
draft, we
lash.
kind of see something similar from Loki.
Also, change-ups there, too, with the battle vest and stuff.
Right, I think
I've
it's
not seen that
just-
before.
As much as it's cool, you know, you can save people with quantum entanglements. We did see 1 or 2 there that were very important to be able to try and save
See
people from
the
things like
screenshots.
the haze, etc. I don't think you're going to be able to gain momentum with your all. Did we see a singularity really do too much there?
Nope.
Yeah,
Oh.
I think you're right. Dynamo, Vindicta, and Mirage for me are probably on the chopping block for the next draft.
All right, gentlemen, it is time for a break here as Loki W is 1-up at the moment against the Abrahams. We'll go to that when we return. Game number 2 here of this best of 3.
Loki, game on. The Mirage build is a little freaky too. A lot of reactive barriers this game.
New Oikos Pro.
I mean, for
helps
like
you feed your
some
strength,
people, it made
and
sense.
it has
Like they got the bop. It's done. It makes sense for the Abrahams guys. I don't know if I love it for all of the Loki W guys, but I guess like you can live the singularity, you can live the lash. Yeah, it's probably worth. It's probably worth. Cooldown, superior duration. Were they like slot locked for a bit? They must have been. Debuff. Silencer too. Huh. I don't know if Silencer's worth this game. They just have so much split. Like their damage is really balanced with this comp too, by the way. Gun Bebop, but Bebop does split. Merc Mag on Zergy. Haze does mixed. Spirit mixed. I guess technically Celeste is split too. This is a really good comp, bro. The more I look at this comp, I was like, holy fuck, they kind of just yapped them. I like the Bebop prio. I think it just opens up so many other things. The Victor pick was clutch. Yeah, that was a really good draft. That was good. That was really good. Okay, 3 minutes. What do we start? We start the Mythos video.
Over the last couple months, you've probably seen headlines that look something like this. Mythos It's entirely too dangerous.
Dangerous.
And even just last month, Mozilla posted this blog post that said the 0 days are numbered.
Oh
and more
my
so, they even
God.
write, defenders finally have a chance to win decisively. Very, very funny. First off, you can't say a chance to, which means that it's not guaranteed, and then use a word that means, hey, it's
True, actually
guaranteed.
true.
No, like really, like look at this. Often without wavering or doubt. Like this is you might win decisively. What are you doing, Mozilla? This is just silly. That means for the last little bit, it's been kind of difficult to figure out what the heck is actually going on. Is Mythos really the thing that's going to end all and be all of security, or is it actually going to be just another model release? Yeah, things get slightly better, but nothing that's just going to blow your socks off. Just looking at the marketing, it's probably going to be the greatest thing that has ever existed ever. Just saying. Going out on a hunch here. But today, an amazing article comes out called "A Mythos Finds a Curl Vulnerability." Daniel Stenberg is probably best known for the library curl. You've probably used it several times, and if not, your AI agent is pounding it away. But also, he is known for this article. The I in LLM stands for intelligence, where he kind of bemoans the state of security. This is what's going on, is security projects are being inundated with really slop-level PRs and security bugs that are just absolutely denying the attention of maintainers. We call it a denial of attention attack. Kind of unique. And he was one of the first people to really write strongly against this, saying how just annoying and just awful this AI revolution has been. This, of course, was on January 2nd, 2024. Fast forward about 2 years later on January 26, 2026, and Curl finally says, you know what? Our paid-for bug bounty program, it just has to go away. Honestly, the level of slop is just absolutely distracting, and we can get nothing done. And then, of course, 3 months later, April 22nd, 2026, which is only 1 day after the defenders have a chance to win decisively, Daniel writes this article, "High-quality chaos. No more AI slop," meaning that the actual PRs and things have gone up significantly in quality, and he can now finally rely on these AI-assisted security reports. And this has largely been a lot of people's experience. Like if you were any sort of serious programmer, 2024 AI was effectively useless. There were a few cases where it's actually pretty sweet, but besides for that, it was largely ineffective. Now, today, there's actually some use cases, and it actually is pretty dang good at finding security. I've heard from many of security researchers that are actively employed at small to large companies saying, hey, this thing's actually gone from completely useless to very useful. And now to this, Mythos finds a curl vulnerability. I am very excited about the article being written right here about Mythos and curl.
Watch more of this.
Easy. Mookins. You know what, Mookins? We
Banger
might be working on
cosplay.
some merch. If you get in contact with Night Shift, maybe we send Mookins a shirt.
Will it be
for repping
in
the brand?
Size of his Billy cosplay?
Look at that.
Like, can he fit it over the Billy cosplay if it's some kind of like wearable merch, or what do you think?
Anything. I don't know.
Look at okay.
I mean,
That's a lovely
I think-
badge.
and then if you also get the Night Shift logo tattooed on your body and you send us proof, Klaris will shave his face.
No, wait, stop. No, that's not happening. Also,
That's not happening.
No. If I shave, my
Didn't go
wife
well?
will be mad.
Bad talent
just
game?
So you're aware.
It's okay.
We were talking about
It's
facial
okay.
hair the entire segment.
Talent takes
no
time.
problem, DDK. Like your partner's mad when you shave your.
Yeah, if you are bearded for a long time, I kind of get it because it's like they're used to seeing you, and then you've removed your face looks very different, right? You're like a different person.
Oh yeah.
So it's
Birds kind of.
I mean, every time my wife shaves her beard, I have the same reaction. So,
Yeah.
God, what have you done?
That's step one.
It's like it's like
Hit the bird.
investment. If I shave it away,
If we are not
it's
hitting the bird, the bird is not going well.
But if I shave it away, I suddenly look 5-10 years younger, Jason.
I
And
think you just have a weak chin.
There you go.
That's my
Brain off
synopsis
Venator?
of this.
There you
just
go.
have a weak
See?
chin.
me?
Elo printer.
Me? A weak chin. It's like a fist under there. How dare you? That's ridiculous.
A fist.
you got
Okay.
shaved off to prove it now.
Oh no, absolutely not. No. Let's move on. We got our Patreons as well, and guess what? We have a new board member. Let's take a look.
New board member.
Miss. What do you think, Jason?
Miss Spondon.
I think we appreciate the support so much, and we send you big thanks. We even got some claps.
Big
Discord
thanks.
was actually on stream to the claps. I don't know when I saw that from. But yeah, again, for everyone that's part of a patron, even if you're not a patron, we appreciate all the support you've given us over this last. I mean, it feels like it's almost been a year. I think we need to do something special on our 1-year show, our 1-year anniversary here at the Night Shift. But you know, you guys.
Is it really only been a year of Night Shift? Really? Oh, you're not Fight Night. Year of Night Shift. Okay, that makes more sense.
Of course, all your support.
That makes more sense to me.
It's been about 2 months, by the way, given the fact that like my Twitch sub is at 9. So there you go.
Okay, we're almost there. We gotta do something special, like an extravaganza, celebratory.
Special.
Shirt. I don't know how we do it.
I like how that's the metric of time. ZP sub. Like we'll track that through the years. ZP sub from now on. Keeping after ZP subs, before ZP sub. Perfect stuff. And yeah, I mean, just as actually, gentlemen, as a watcher for most of the weeks, right? I think it's
trying to push off my coffee. Trying to push it off.
I think that the
not till later.
That you have here for
no.
Shift, it's very rare, like a grassroots organization and tournament organizer gets to this level, DDK. So well played to you guys. Well done. Not you, Jason.
Keep going.
Well done.
Keep talking us up.
No. Just DDK.
Just DDK.
Well done to all the effort you've put in.
Thank you. I was wondering when someone was going to notice all the effort I put in. So I'm like so happy that you've done that. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. What about you, Jason?
We're actually thinking of rebranding to like the Dan Night Shift, like the DDLNS. Yeah. Maybe one day.
10 out of 10. Great memes.
Yeah, we'll workshop it for a few months, come back with like a new laugh, and then we'll workshop it again.
Exactly.
Okay, viewers with the watch party?
You could be working on this for 6 months. Right? You've got from 6 months.
There's a little dip last week. I'm surprised as many people are tuning in with the patches this old, but
Sorry. All right, let's move
I guess
on
the
game that we just watched.
meta is actually still changing, so it's interesting enough.
Like, I would say
to people
18 on, and even before that here,
or maybe Deadlock is just a ride.
Hayes was really kind of into that 18 minutes, and then they were able to dominate. It was a good match from them. What do you think?
It's so cool because I think we talked about how incredibly diverse the meta can look at the moment, and how we've got all these new entrants, and we saw the Victor, we saw the Viper, we saw the Haze, we saw all these like cool heroes that a while ago we would never see, and it gelled together in a way that was very effective in the macro and micro, on all of these objectives, the tempo, all of that stuff was really cool to see. And just like you were saying, Kilaris, like it's kind of like hard to pick apart these picks, like Haze is a really good pick for Oberkim. Like the kind of stuff that Oberkim can do on Haze is kind of unique to Haze. And so like, do you get rid of the Haze?
Through your best of 5.
Like who playing the Bebop? Do you get rid of the Celeste? Like Rake had a really good Celeste game.
That'd be interesting. They did a best of 5 because they didn't have challenger match. That would have been something.
Problems exposing themselves left and right.
They're just. I think they're really careful about making the show longer, which I think is a really good idea.
Yeah,
it's already like pretty fucking long.
Where like we're a year down the line or whatever, and there is like other
Scrim's leaked
heroes that can have stealth a lot. I know there's items that actually do allow you to do this from time to time. One of them got moved down tier recently, but at the same time, as Dan's saying, Haze is really one of the only people that can kind of get away with this because of Smoke Bomb and the like at the moment.
Gotta be careful with it though. I'm thinking about like
I know. I'm
thinking of like
I don't do anything important on Discord. I really don't care.
Back in 2012.
I'm not talking about anything important on Discord. It is okay. It is okay. I can turn on streamer mode though.
What I'm more curious about is maybe not more heroes getting stealth, which I hope they do down the line. Is what
I thought streamer mode was bugging my mic out for a while and shit, but I don't think it actually was.
In for Rem and technically Calico.
Well, Rem's dead, so.
Rem's dead. I mean, actually, Mo and Krill can go in there, but they added in something completely new to the game. Now, it wasn't necessarily groundbreaking. It did obviously allow like more rotations, and more box running. But I'm curious, what else would they potentially add into the game down the line to work around
Windows
new abilities
settings
being added into the game from like other heroes?
No.
Yeah, it's a good question. As I tried to ponder what you could do, something in the sky, but then I remembered everyone's already in the sky anyway already. So that doesn't really matter, Dan.
My account,
maybe. Yeah, the tunnels are a weird one at the moment because, as I say, I feel like Rem is totally dead at the moment. Maybe he needs a little bit of love, unfortunately.
No.
You especially never see it at this level really anymore. And then we see it in your own games as well. You're just like, oh god, Rem, are you really gonna actually do what you need to do? And that's oftentimes no. The answer is no.
I bet there's like a Spider-Man character coming. You can like climb up the walls.
Well, like they had one. Was it
swing
Fathom?
Around.
It was Fathom, right? I think it was Fathom. You could was it Fathom? There was one that can stick to walls.
Content and social.
I think it was Slog.
Oh.
And I remember playing around with that like back when we were on 4 lane. I was like, this is an interesting concept because when you're on a wall, you stealth. And talking about what a haze gives you, as you mentioned before, Dan, like the information around the map. Doing that where you can't be seen on a wall and you're just kind of like looking around is an interesting idea to play with.
Yeah, not too bad. Do you want to hear my idea? The Boxmancer. And you can turn yourself into boxes, and you can teleport certain boxes on the floor, and then
So
you
we
can like
snake.
turn them
Bro,
into
they
little
changed,
ramps,
like,
and then they run down the lanes.
The settings tab
got
of
Snake
Discord
from Metal Gear
so
Solid.
fucking much.
Kind of.
So you could be like a mimic, like someone comes to like do all the
I
boxes.
just
and
like
you
every time
parry
I'm
it
hearing
as
it,
a
I'm like,
box,
I
and
don't know
then
where
you
the fuck
parry
anything
it.
is. I don't know where
No,
fucking
no,
anything is.
The Trap Master, and you can trap boxes or you know, the Buddhas, the golden statue buffs, and if you like destroy it, you take like a ton of damage or something. I think you know what,
you give them
Yoshi,
the buff
hire
and
us. I mean,
themselves.
we're clearly coming up with some great ideas here that we could, you know, use down the line.
I'm gonna be
I'll
real.
go like a
but
Valve if they ask me to.
I'm gonna be
Yeah,
real.
I, you know,
thought
I
about this
might be
idea.
willing to be hired if they wanted to.
a few months ago, I was talking to my friends. Yeah, what could they do that's new? And the Boxmancer has stuck with me for months. I don't know
User
why.
settings
Workshopping that one
icon.
for 6 months.
I will. Yes, 6 months I've spent on the Boxmancer. I've even got concept art and everything. Just like all the people on Reddit that propose something and then it will never be put in the game. So is that is that a weird shot? I'm so sorry. I love all your art. It's really cool.
Just say Claris is not in any way affiliated with the Night Shift. We love everyone on Reddit and all the community. He does not. His words do not represent the words of this company.
Okay.
It's so funny on the Reddit because like somebody will be like, "Here's the Invisible Man concept" or whatever, and the comments will be like, "Well, now that you've proposed that, they will never do
55-second
that."
YouTube video
GG.
tutorial? Yes.
So all you have to
it's
do
a
is
tough
sign into
place. It's a
Discord?
tough old place.
Well,
Yeah.
you know
Sign
what's
into
a tough
Discord.
place as
Nope,
well?
this is the old
What's
overlay.
tough is the fact that yeah, there you go. Is that we're gonna be at DreamHack. Yeah, Dan, myself, ZP, Jake. We're gonna be at the Intel booth over in Atlanta on Saturday and Sunday. You guys should make sure to check us out and stop by.
Front
And
wheel
maybe we're gonna
down
also do
to-
potentially like a podcast there.
It's
like
supposed to be right there.
Podcast. Maybe Puckett can stop by since he's there for another game. But it's gonna be cool, you know, getting to see you guys in person, not Claris, because I've seen too much of him in my career to be honest. And actually just get to, you know, hang out with the community. If you remember, if you're at DreamHack Atlanta, stop by the Intel booth, come say hi. Get a hug from Dan.
Used to be its own little tab, and it's just gone.
Not a hug from me. I'm a little too tall.
Okay. All right.
He's not saying anything, so I'm assuming it's a promise from Dan.
Yeah, there you go.
He will hug anyone that wants it.
He's a lover, not a fighter. Whereas Jason, he's
I
a
don't care enough.
fighter. Don't go near him.
Draft time.
All right,
I'm
it's
a
time.
Jason's
Draft
very tall,
time.
Yeah,
Very
he's
intimidating
tall.
with his tallness.
Okay,
been
Look
known
at
for
W is
many
first pick
years,
again. They're
his tallness,
probably
but
just gonna
I've
manage every game.
legitimately had, last note, I've worked a desk before, and we've had to make everyone sit because I was too tall. They wanted everyone to stand, and they're like, okay, Jason's too tall.
The man
everyone has to
Kelvin
sit.
instead. Whoa,
Was
okay.
that on a show that I was
Nice
on
things.
with Seven?
Well, you are very short, but no, it wasn't that one.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, there it is. Finally, the
Much of
Kelvin ban. Hooray!
But what did Abraham's ban? Like that's the question. They banned Dormag.
Dormag.
I mean, gotta have to do it, right? Or yeah.
Hey!
But the thing is, Abraham's lost, right? So they get choice of first pick or second pick, and they chose second pick. So probably gonna see Bebop go.
Oh, yeah, probably, maybe.
Little Biebers. Can we get a Justin Bieber Bebop? Yeah, I would love to see that
Bebop?
mod. Justin Bieber.
There it is.
Okay. So
So
we
we
had
saw
the silver
Silver
Apollo
Apollo,
last time,
right?
right? Yeah.
Oh my god, Dan, you're in my head. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Dorman Band, Bebop pick, mirroring the same draft so far. Curious to see what happens do different.
Okay. There we go.
Silver.
Okay,
Did they go
next is
Silver
Apollo.
Apollo again?
I think
Well, maybe
Flores
they
would do
won't,
a
but, like-
phenomenal silver cosplay, just as an
Oh, that's
FYI.
pretty good. Wait, who's doing that?
I think Clarks would do a phenomenal silver cosplay.
Phenomenal.
So? No, I thought Defy's was really good, to be honest. So I can't talk.
Ooh, I like this too. Where
I'm
they show up
sorry.
previous series.
Oh,
Yep,
wow,
they-
we even got-
okay.
We got a new addition.
Mirrored
Look at this. I'm
draft
gonna
except
follow
for the
Swap real
Shiv,
quick. We also get
so
to
far.
see when was it last picked?
I'm
Right
assuming,
after
like,
this.
I
just
thought they
saw
would have gone
Silver.
like Silver
Hey,
Shiv or
production.
Apollo Shiv or something, but I guess
They're
not.
not even telling us all these additions. They're
Now
doing.
Loki W
That's
can get
awesome.
Shiv if they want
Yeah,
it.
those look
Wizards.
awesome.
Map 1 pick 2, map 2 pick 2. Oh my god.
You think Apollo did
So
that
let's
in the last
pick.
game?
Curious if they go Victor again.
I'm not sure, but
The Victor's actually not as strong now that they
Silver
banned the
is very
Kelvin.
good.
But
So
like you
I'm
see,
like,
Victor's
I'm
good
not
enough to play
unhappy about
alone
it.
now. You don't need it with the Kelvin.
This was not where I felt like their draft went poorly. But Loki W is drafting exactly the same so far, which is really
They just
interesting. So
there's
they
the
got
mirror
the
draft except for one
exact same
ban so
draft,
far.
but what's really interesting about that is
Mirror
that Abraham in
draft.
the second wave of bans, they know
Snoozer
they should know
EU
what to
strikes
run. It
again. No, I'm
can't,
just kidding.
in
I'm
theory,
just
be
kidding.
a perfect draft for Loki W.
Maybe. I think what's
Take the
interesting is
shift,
that,
triple
yes, it's the
front
same
line,
draft,
fuck
but
it.
Celeste, the
Switch it
Grace was
up.
playing was, like,
There you
did
go,
a lot of
pocket,
damage
okay.
And wasn't really even the first problem.
So they
that
take the
that
bucket
shared
from
existed.
cosmetical. There we
Okay,
go.
so we're gonna
There's the
take
shift.
pocket
There's the
away this
change.
time.
And now they ban Sinclair.
Will they ban Sinclair
Leave the
again?
Viper open for Zergy. But
I
now
wish
you
they
can't steal
wouldn't.
with a pocket ultimate.
Whatever, they're not gonna ban
I wish they
Sinclairs
wouldn't
because
ban
they don't want to play
Sinclair. They
Dynamo,
have it for
baby.
themselves, but
Yeah, they ban
just
Mirage. Okay.
sometimes like an
Interesting.
all answer to like what your opponents could throw at you. It's like the more
So
like
they struggled on the
flexible
Mirage
answer.
last time, so they ban it.
Loki W gets
So they-
first
'cause they
pick
don't
right
wanna
after this
pick
ban,
it
so
and
they
then
could
force
take the
It
Sinclair.
off of Loki
I
W.
don't know if they're gonna let it go through though.
Curious
I
if
mean,
they'll ban the Sinclair
That's
now.
obviously one of the options they have to deal with. But like,
And then
what would
they can
Sinclair
pick the
take
Dynamo,
for
but they ban Shiv
Leviathan
later,
or what
okay.
ultimates? If anything, is it just
So they end up
more
just banning
for
Shiv
the
second
night
phase
that your eyes
instead.
on Polaris?
Sinclair's really good without even without the ult stills. I feel like.
Yeah.
Mid control is very strong.
I mean, it really depends on the rest of the draft.
Ton of
Sometimes
directions you
even
can go
see
here.
Pac being getting stolen away, right?
They
and
go
then
Lash,
it becomes
okay.
a problem, but
So they just drop their Lash Prow and still end up getting it, seal
Does
the
Empty Dreams go
pocket.
Lash or the pocket.
Good. I think it'd probably be Sonya on Lash, I would guess this time. Empty Dreams on the pocket. I feel like Empty Dreams is synonymous with pocket.
Yeah, his
for sure.
pocket's insane. Yeah.
Big yep.
Okay. Okay.
Time
That's
the
early,
Viper
though.
again.
That's
Again,
early
the
last
Viper into
time. Maybe they
Lash is
thought
just
it
very,
was gonna
very
be taken
strong.
away. It'd be weird, but
Was it picked in 5 instead of 4 last time?
picked in 6, not oh,
Oh, we'll see in a
I
second.
can't recall.
Pick
I'm
5.
sorry.
Pick 5. Okay.
Now, do Abrahams like try to go more frontliney than last time? Oh, great.
Then they go
talent.
GT.
The
Okay,
pocket,
so
that's
GT
fair.
gets
Yeah,
played into
that makes a lot
pocket
of
quite a
sense.
bit.
Wait,
Just
so does that
Sounds
mean
very nice.
great way to just
that mean-
blow up pocket or like get him
Yeah,
chunked enough
Cosmetical
so he
being a
can't
great
really
talent.
engage.
So what's funny is that
Makes sense.
if I ever think about good great talent, not good great talent.
You can chase him
great
down
talent
in
who
his,
pop off in
his
Night
cape
Shift,
as
I always
well.
think of Hoot first.
And Warden. Okay, so we do finally see a Warden
Okay,
get
here
whipped
we go.
out.
So Warden coming through. I think this is already looking way better for Abrahams.
I hard agree with DTK. I think this is looking a lot better.
Yeah.
Do they go?
I think
Oh, go ahead.
the Cage Max out of Warden can be very difficult to deal with.
Ivy, yes.
Spell magic is something that you just kind of inherently pick up.
So
You
they
can catch him
buff
without
up their
Dispel
Warden with the
Magic up.
Ivy. You
It
just
does
tether
have
to
a
the
lot of time to
Warden.
guarantee
Warden
kills
ults.
between
He's
turning into,
unkillable
like,
Demon
Silver Fox
King.
on top of you.
5k
I mean, the fact
HP.
you have like Bola as well to maybe force out a Dispel Magic. Pair them with like an Ivy stun. I think there's definitely a lot of kill potential now for sure.
Here's where Loki W goes last to go Mina.
And they
Okay.
also deal with the
Finally.
longevity of these fights by having a pocket to deal with Listic.
So who's gonna be on his GT?
Yeah. I'll go ahead, Kalaris.
a very late Mina pick, which we were kind of talking about as still having a lot of strength, but it feels like the kind of the mouse one characters that you actually want in, especially with Love Bite from Mina, like have kind of fluctuated a little bit in their position as a whole over these last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it does seem so. It is really interesting because Mina is definitely a very good pick. But we saw with Loki W, just the synergy of the roster overall was so good that it like didn't even matter. Like you didn't even notice that something like that was missing. But now they got both great.
So
talent
Hands have a
and
lot
of skill
more
burst, which is gonna be very interesting. But one thing I do like that I want to touch on
Frontline
is,
this game with the
Ivy
Warden.
pick I like from Abrahams because I would have loved to have seen that last game as a counterbalance to the Celeste in terms of the team fight macro sort of play around the urns, because obviously Ivy can
see
move
the
around map a
Bebop
lot, can force
struggling a
somebody
little bit
out to
more this
initiate fights if
game.
necessary, or can like drop someone, pick someone up who has the urn. So like there's a lot more macro options with the Ivy.
But the Mina
which I
GT
think
is
just-
kinda
I think it's
gold.
gonna be a nice answer. So
On a 5.6
Ivy,
too.
Warden, and Pocket are the changes. I think we talked about 3
GG's
heroes not
actually
working out.
like
They picked 3
hilariously good
different
into
ones
Ivy.
and
It's
kept the
like
rest the same.
anti-air.
Yeah, definitely big changes there, Jason. What do you think?
Well, I'm glad.
I think
that
the GG
she's
just
made
has a
an
lot of
appearance on the
value this
show.
game, though.
If she's in the room with you, maybe we can get her on camera.
She's
Oh, I
not
thought I
here.
heard.
It's-
Oh, she's not
it's
here. I thought I
fluid.
heard.
Mina's actually also really strong into Ivy.
Oh, is that
The ult talents and just in general, you can burst Ivy really, really hard.
Great talent though, and Mina. I'm looking at this and like, isn't.
But the Lash
Cosmetical
looked good
Mina
last game, and the
player?
Lash
Does
is
that mean
really
he's
good
gonna be
into
great talent and
flyers.
Someone else is gonna be on Bebop. It's like,
You can just stay in the air and kind of like out DPS the Mina, out DPS the GT.
I don't know. This is again one thing I love about teams that have deep hero pools is the flexibility and not 100% being.
This is a
certain
way
who's on
closer
who,
draft.
and I
This is
think
like
that's-
way closer.
It's so different than any other like MOBA. I don't think you see, Faker playing an AD carry. Well, I mean, he'll probably play. He can play anything. That's maybe a bad example. You don't really see. Like,
I'm still
certain
going Loki
players
W
playing
because I think
heroes
they're gonna
unless
do
they
this
designed
Viper
to be in
Bebop
the
lane
lanes that they
again.
play in, unless the meta's
And I
like
think
kinda
if that
changed
gets
over
more
things
heads,
like
Zergy is
Zergy
just
out,
going to
but
be out of control
this
this
is one thing
game.
I love just about
I don't
how
think they
deep
have a lot of
the
tools
pool is.
to
Like,
deal
I
with
really
Zergy
couldn't
still.
tell you who's on who besides
Like maybe the inflict,
maybe
but
Drake on Celeste and Listic on Victor and Zergy.
Ivy
on
is
Viper.
also a natural slowing hex builder.
And
I agree.
that's always one thing that like.
So that'll have a lot of value
Michaelis
this game now.
Didn't have flexibility, and when who came into the team for Michaelis, that's what he brought to the team. But
I'm still going
cosmetic
Loki
will
W.
have
I think
some
Loki
flexibility
W is
between the
like a
two
better
players
team
and
now too.
overlap
So when a
to be
draft
fair.
is this close,
You know,
I
it
kind of
makes
just
it very hard
lean.
to like pick against them.
Like
Yeah, I was
nameplate's
I agree.
on.
When I was looking kind of through my
I'm gonna
notes
go
as
Loki
well,
W.
I'm also
Nameplate's
having a bit of
off.
a hard time kind of pegging those three.
I like the
heroes
Hams
at
draft a
least
lot
here. Dan, do you have
more
any
than I
thoughts
did their
right now,
last
or-
draft, but
The 3 new picks.
still think Loki W. I think
like
it's a
it lot.
2-0.
I just think that it provides a lot more ability to tempo out. I think one reason
I'm
that
thinking
Warden is so
2-0.
nice and has more priority, I think, over some of the other M1s is that he scales like straight away. Like he's useful straight away. He can do a bit of everything. He can be tanky. He can push objectives. His ult is really nice for the objective fights as well. So I think having that gun carry threat is going to be way more impactful than Mirage, because also was unable to do anything on Mirage. You could see at the end of the game in the stats, his damage was appalling because he was trying to farm up. When he went into the fights, they didn't even have any front line really for him to get the position that you want a Mirage to have to be able to be impactful.
Not the sure mode. I found
He
it.
just couldn't find the value there. So I think the Warden switch up is really nice for Arzo.
It's a big change. Let's see if it can actually work out here. Abraham's currently 1 game down. They've picked up the pocket. They've picked up the pocket. They've picked up the Ivy. Will it make a difference? Jason, I still think that there's a lot of ways to get some interrupts out here. Maybe even some cheeky owls for some interrupts on things like Lash. We'll see. What do you think, mate?
I do like some cheeky owls. That is definitely one thing. But
Superb.
Listic hitting us with the 6-7, of course.
6-7.
I think it's gonna be. I think we saw cosmetical.
Whatever the fuck this means, Marzo.
And Obi Kim actually on the Mina and who on the Bebop once again. So interesting to see eventually how that played out. I wanted to say though, before we fully hop into this game, that we haven't really talked too much about it, but I really want to give a big shout out to Intel and Newegg once again, because when Night Shift started, Intel was there from the get-go, right? They were our first sponsor, and they carried along with us for, I think it was like 10 episodes or like 10 different shows. It was like a 10-week contract. And back once again with Newegg, who has like so many amazing products. I think I bought my first computer monitor on Newegg back in like, I don't know, how old was I? Like 2006.
How have I never heard of Newegg? Like I've literally never heard of this
so happy
before.
to see Intel back once again, bringing along Newegg.
Gonna go Mina GT into Silver Warden.
Yeah,
The Silver
Newegg
Warden lane is really strong.
A company that
GT needs to be
like,
giga careful
so
this
I
game.
always
Even
know
kind of Mina if the
Newegg
bola
is an,
hits.
American
It's just the
company.
bola and the cage combo is really
Also
strong.
seeing,
To go
the American audience.
Fabio Apollo into the
I always
Celeste
saw people, like,
Victor
linking
again,
to
and
Newegg as,
then
like, the best place to get
the
stuff, like,
Viper
back in the old
Bebop lane
days.
will be the same.
I
This
was
time
we
a
have
Lash
our
Pocket
own
into the Lash
places to get
Dynamo.
stuff from in Europe, but I'd always look at look for hardware.
We shall
on
see.
Newegg first to just see the
The only
prices
thing
where I
that
couldn't
flipped this
get.
lane last time was the alt spikes for the Lash Dynamo. So
reason you moved there to get
I
great deals from Newegg.
think it'll be a pretty strong
Exactly.
lane, even stronger lane this game.
But yeah, it's cool. It's always cool to see
Methinks.
brands like that have been in gaming forever, like continuing to support gaming, and that's one of the reasons why it's like always been really nice with Intel, because if you've been around since the beginning is like the year 2000 or even earlier as far as competitive gaming
2000.
goes. I feel like the ecosystem didn't really develop like a proper infrastructure that had stability until Twitch came along in like 2012-ish. But before then, it was completely carried by sponsors. And Intel was the sponsor that put the most money into prize pools and into sponsoring professional teams, so
True,
players
not
could
wrong.
actually do it somewhat professionally. And they did that for like a decade, but without like really anything other than just that. There was like no ecosystem except that. So it's just like really amazing that they did that. So I'll always be
I
grateful for their
remember-
presence.
I think the second event I ever did was the Intel Extreme Masters in Hanover, and
Celeste box running? It's a classic.
by Intel, and it was so great to
Yeah.
see like the investment and the drive to keep pushing esports forward. So yeah, I think Intel deserves a lot of shout outs, lots of love for what they've been able to do for esports as a whole, not only
Intel.
here on the Night Shift. But damn, we're into the game here.
Another early
And
reactive
Sonya
buyer,
will, in fact,
reactive
be
barrier
on the
buy
Apollo
makes
this time, and Saint's
sense of
gonna
the
be on
slate,
Lash.
though.
I think that's one thing we've been seeing Abrahams do over the last weeks, is kind of put Saint on some different heroes, thinking back to him being on Abrams. Now he's going to be on a Lash. I'm enjoying seeing Abrahams give him the flexibility to play some other things. I think he's definitely one of the best players on the team.
Once again, Hoot going on the Bebop too.
Yeah, and it can definitely feel hidden with some of the roles.
You're gonna put
that he might be
cosmetical on the GT.
sometimes,
They've been doing this
being more
recently. I
supportive.
forgot about
Yeah,
that.
It's kind of crazy because you don't often see someone that's
I forgot.
flexing into something that's like extremely high skill ceiling as Mina, but like movement and just timings and also the aiming element to it as well. Like there's just so much about Mina
True.
that is for super highly mechanically gifted
True.
players. So pretty cool. I totally agree.
Yeah. I wonder if we're ever going to start to see consistent bans on Viper for Zuri. I know Clarus mentioned before it was banned out twice against him in the R1 tourney over the weekend. but he's I don't know. I'm actually, the thing is, like, I'm just happy to see Zergy's found other heroes that he has crazy impact on, like he used to with like Wraith and with Seven, because
This is R1 tournament.
really wasn't it for him when he rejoined Low-Key W back in the competitive play. And Vrake, once again, going for a gank. Can they get themselves a kill yet again here on this right-hand side? Trying to keep Empty Dreams under control. I think that's a very smart play. Keep him down on levels. Don't let him max up that affliction early on, so you can have more control in these fights.
EU tournament.
I do wonder, though, if
Loki
Listic
W
will
won.
be able to be more of that wall breaker if Loki W need it, though. With the comp they have, maybe not so much, since he is
Fearless
again,
Furs
pretty
were in
much only
fact in that
front line
tournament.
with him and Hoot.
Floorman played.
Yeah, and I think
Indomitable
comp is going to do
qualifier
wonders
team.
for them. Just like they have a mixture of everything. You know,
Some
they
Frenchmen
have
and
teamfight
a mix of
options,
some
they've got,
others, other
tempo
folks.
options. They've got the ability to play objectives effectively, and they've got good macro as well. They have them. The lineup is overall more balanced, and I think it's going to be easier, a lot easier for Ozzy to have impact, like I mentioned. Empty Dreams on the pocket, that is a problem in of itself. So we'll get to see how that plays out in this game. You know, we're about to hit that first bridge buff moment. And so both side lanes really looking for that lane priority to ensure that they can be the ones that can get to it. And so far,
Yep,
Abraham's on this,
as expected,
right
the
side lanes have
rebuff
the
lane is still
priority
getting
because obviously the jump pad is
push
closer
in
to
this
them too.
lane.
But you can see that
Rough
Loki
thing
W actually
for
get pretty far.
Abrams is
Actually,
they're
in
not
fact,
getting
they're
the
gonna
blue
gain,
push that they got last time
control the jump pad there.
with the Mirage Apollo.
Yeah, maybe see a big skirmish on this buff on the right-hand side. Hoot coming on in to get the uppercut to knock them away. Spawned on in, and Hoot has been able to secure
Looks
the
like just
right-hand one,
insta
and also
dies
getting
to
gun
get
buff
his
for
ult
Cosmetical,
off.
and they get a kill
They get the
on
buff.
Sonya Sniper.
Look at we get both buffs.
Not the start we want to see out of Abraham's here, considering last game they were able to build up an 8K
Movement for the
lead
people
before
probably
the
keeps
first
them
12
alive, yeah.
minutes of game has passed.
Arzo also just died. Randomly on the side.
Kills already in this game. This is the start that they
The poke
want.
with the mini
This is
GT
a
is
start
working
that's gonna
out.
get you ever closer to that money.
Like the extra health buy from Obikim.
They got both bridge buffs last time too. You know,
Just trying to make sure he doesn't get 100 0'd by the combo.
On top of the bridge buff game. And so much damage from the Viper. You got to be very careful about that. Good hook.
So much damage.
Oh,
And here comes the bird. There it goes in the distance. I don't know if it found. Yeah, there we go. It catches Saints.
Plus one
Good
stack.
stuff there from Cosmetical.
And you know what I really want to do is like go to a LAN event and just play that randomly in the speakers and just see if players start to freak out, even if there's no Grey Town in the games. That is one of the most haunting things to hear when you're low on HP.
Is the owl cry.
Dreams, but again, not going to do too much damage as it did hit Zergy and Hoop, but still won't deny the kill that came through.
Same for
before.
Headhunter here. He's
Loaded
gonna
up, I
have
think,
a
the
fuck
3-0
ton of
so far in the first 6
sustain.
minutes.
Well then. Are you liking the chances for Abraham's overall a lot more than the previous game? Like where do you stand there? I don't know if you've already given your prognosis.
I don't know. Honestly, I'm looking at Loki W, and for Empty Dreams to be effective in this game, he's got to be so slippery. And the fact that he played last game kind of has him in that mindset already. But when you have
Intel.
these charged shots coming out of Cosmetical that can hit you when you have negative spirit resist, they do so
Ooh.
much damage. And then I guess the rest of the comp is relatively the same, except with Obikim flexion over to the Mina.
So yeah, the
instead of
Celeste Victor's actually
Haze.
getting pushed this time.
I think Loki W have to be a little bit more careful of the early game power that Obikim gave them before to kind of keep them in the game, and maybe Abrahams can use that to their advantage. But Obikim
Pretty
as well,
crazy.
he's a very
Pretty crazy
talented
to get
player,
pushed.
and Mina still, I think, fits into his
I
style.
mean, it's into an Ivy,
And
so
Loki W
kind of
has
makes sense,
so
but
much damage on their team that it is so
look to
hard
get the
beat
all-in
any
on
of this.
Listic with the
And
Ivy
to be able
ults
to,
does
like,
not
fight
pay
these,
off
like, little
though.
skirmishes
Medical
where Abrahams
or
maybe
Empty Dreams
wanna
with the
fight more
1
teamwork.
HP.
True.
Bebop.
Yeah, one item that I saw.
Viper ended up getting first
on
tower.
Saints on Lash. Second item after headshot booster. Reactive barrier, which makes sense in this lane. This lane is absolutely disgusting, and it might not actually matter because
Absolutely disgusting. Good hook.
Grab Saints. That barrier has been
Nice
somewhere,
bird.
but- oh my god. Who coming? Or rather, it was Cosmetical in with the bird there to finish it
The
off.
Medical doesn't get the stack though.
Man,
No way. No way. He's gonna get another
Or he
kill as
does.
well?
It's plus 20.
looks like it. There we go.
I thought I had to get the
Oh
kill.
my god.
Maybe he got one earlier.
He's having a good start to the game.
That's a little of an
You
understatement.
got Saint
so
earlier.
far. EDK 6.1k. Been a part of was like
I don't know,
3
maybe I just
kills
missed
now?
one.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
That's rough.
HP on Abraham's pretty low across the board. There's a few
Okay,
players that are
Abraham's
on
gonna
Loki
stack on
as
this
well.
blue here, try to get
I guess
a
Sin is
pick
already
after
punched right
they
now.
go for this Guardian push.
These Guardians dealt with. Ooh, just barely
Oh,
escaping
they didn't get it,
grasp, right, but the flog is going to connect.
I don't know who's going back for it. Who got it?
Can Victor survive?
Let's start from Listic there.
No. Found out pretty quickly the answer.
Guardian for a kill though, like you take that,
Yeah,
especially your
that's,
Victor, like it's kind of whatever.
That's painful, man. Mystic, I mean,
Down
him going
7k,
down, how soon they get the
Sonya
kill,
gets stunned but doesn't
certainly
lead to
they already have
anything.
7k is quite huge.
Oh,
as we now
maybe it
already
does lead to
managed, and now
something.
Coming in once again, not going to connect this time
Close,
though.
close on the bird.
Sorry,
Real
preventing
fucking
the plus 10
close.
for Cosmetical this time.
Yeah, how many is he up to now? It feels like it could be even plus 30 right now.
I think 2. I think he's got 2 of them, so I think he's plus 20.
And that's
Fat
still
lead
really
here.
this time of the game.
7k for Loki W. 9 minutes in. It is like Guardian based,
Well,
but not completely
this is
Guardian based.
A great start for Loki W. We'll see if there's a recovery to be had. We do have the bridge buffs coming back up again in 45 seconds.
Should be 2 all
So
buffs
you're
for Loki
starting to
W
think
here
about
too if they get their
making
waves
sure you
out.
get control on those lanes so that you can get more favorable positioning.
Oh,
And if Dreams goes down again.
Dreams got
Loki
dunked
doing
on.
Great work. I mean,
That was just a 1v1 too.
yeah.
This is
that
such a
was a
strong
as
spike,
well.
by the way.
Viper
Wrap
is
arounds,
nasty
close
against
quarters,
Pocket. You think about the
opening-
fact that Pocket
Opening
is,
round, split
very,
shot. Like holy shit, this
what's
Viper
the
does
word?
so much
Vulnerable to
damage
spirit.
already.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, you have to be very careful about your briefcase on Pocket because if you don't have it up, that lethal venom will just kill you.
Yep.
And you really have to depend on using that
Yep.
to survive these fights. But again, like Zergy, I don't know how he's so accurate with a trackball. Necessarily doesn't need that ability, but if he ever gets your briefcase out, you know he's gonna be looking for a kill. But look how aggressive Loki W would be on this left-hand side. They really want to take away this jungle, take away as many camps as possible.
Without a buff
and
for
more importantly, not
Victor,
let Abraham
ours
feel
actually does
comfortable.
end
As we
up
get into the first earn. It's going to be
getting
an
a right
advantage
buff.
earn for Abraham's. Funny enough,
Because Loki W is setting up for pickup
You
here.
have to make sure to not let this one go.
Pretty big inflict.
There we go, Affliction.
Just Slam only hits the Victor. Victor just
well, but he's going to be able to get the shocking
revives.
reanimation in there, so still protecting the urn at this point in time. Has it been picked up already and dropped? Because if not, this could turn back into a neutral end still, right? So you got to be kind of careful not to get
10K?
kills.
I mean, how many
Runs
would
it
you
down,
have
trying to
catch
get
up
it to
on?
neutral.
Yeah, I guess they would yeah.
It should be
Actually,
neutral
it
or
needs to be
earn now, no?
46k, right?
Isn't it 15% the first one? I can't. I
Oh, is
never
it 15%
remember, man.
the first one? I do not remember.
Even earn nice. Completely baited the
But
Ivy.
he managed to pick it up, and it is neutral. And it's looking. So I think you're correct there. As the fight continues to rage on, Abraham, they need to find something here. Sonya does have a tiny low stun, so.
A lot of what we're doing
something
is
needs to
monster
be,
rounds.
Garnered from that.
Basic mag with the
There's
headhunter.
problems though with the ultimate on Celeste.
I feel like Tip Mag's
and
just
he's been
better.
Carried away.
Moskies? Because what? You bought the monster rounds and then you lost your tower anyways. Like you could match their push anyways.
This would be a very nice kill
I feel like
for him.
Ivy, you just get pushed in unless you're fucking Wander and can somehow win lane and just shit on people.
Damage, but get together fairly healthy. Is there any assistance?
Like the Spirit Sap on the Mina of this game.
It's like it's not gonna be too much.
Such a strong item.
And pick back up here now by Loki W.
Underbought a lot.
Another out.
Especially Mina. Like Mina is
for
just so
Cosmetical.
good.
Another
You already
push
win the
down,
large
push
majority
down.
of trades, but you can just toss on this on Apollo and Bro cannot trade with you.
Sonya's gotta be careful because there's also Hoot in the vicinity, and he doesn't even need Hoot.
Whipped his
Takes
ass.
him down. Another kill going the way here for Loki W as they're up 4k. And the urn, I mean, this is going to create another 3k
That's
lead
big
here.
gun spike for
He was
Rick.
denied last time in the first urn.
Just
He
get
was denied this time.
slammed.
And no, he actually doesn't get the punch off. And Hoot
No
gets the
punchy.
dunk right in front of Lash.
No parries come out though.
They're so
Who
close
does
to the
die?
big
Zergy's gonna
2-5.
die.
Crews they convert despite that loss. Abrahams, they will do a good job here together, cleaning up a little bit. And looking for more, still healthy. Also on
Looking
half,
for more.
Mina is going to get caught there as well by Empty Dreams. And that's going to be a conversion for Abrahams into kills. They do lose the urn, but ultimately, I mean, I think they're going to be fairly happy with that. The bird is coming, though. It's been
Headhunter
set
into
out.
rescue beam. He is Ambelam Ivy.
The ballistic missile gutted out, looking for its prey. Is it going to find anybody? I mean, Empty Dreams is the target. He's in the base.
Too far.
And it's going to time out.
Man, here we go. I think it's a replay of a bird, I'm guessing, from Cosmetical. Actually, this is the bird into probably the kill against together, too.
Yeah, this was the very first one, no?
It's a long
That's the
replay.
second one that came
Second
through.
one. Okay, what ridiculousness are we about to witness here?
Oh, no, it was the first one. You're right. It was the very first one. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Barely saw him. Good shit. This is the second bird.
On,
Oh, my God. I was like, are we trying to replay again?
Shit.
yeah, I was going to say, I look like it was a
So
same
yeah,
one.
that's how we got his stacks. Was that first bird? We didn't see the first bird.
66k to 66k. Abrahams have come back on the souls. Empty Dreams really committing into this Guardian. Is he going to be able to stay
Good
up
commit.
there? Looks like he's going to be fine. Just have some assistance from Signing.
Pocket's really strong at taking early
coming on over on the Victor and
early Guardians too with the Cultist Swift Striker, and then just being able to like throw your cape away and just like hard run at it is really strong. Sap on the follow. Follow can play game.
Yeah, Together's been really stable, like really the rock to the team.
Take your 4v4 on this side. They want it.
13K lead plus the kill streak on top of this.
Looks like it's in
The
there.
thing is, like, Abraham's had the lead last game. By
Bird
8K.
coming in now, too.
Al's coming on in. Where's the is he looking for Pocket? Empty Dreams. Oh, you heard the briefcase.
Nice. Dude,
Cosmetical the sniper.
this guy's clean with the bird.
Plus 40. Man.
Plus 40.
Clean with the bird.
Problematic, honestly. Okay, well, they rocket the team together so far for Abrahams. Looking to get another one. He's going to find that.
Hoot does get traded. Obicam died
Looking
too.
down Hoots.
Okay.
Man, it honestly
Lead
feels
gets
like
evened
the
out
first
here.
game's out with
All
these
Guardians fall.
owls, honestly.
Back to neutral game state. Could flip here on the pickup
The
though.
airstrikes.
It's gonna be red side earn.
My God. I mean, that's scary.
Weighted shots.
The amount of spirit power Cosmetical
The
has
silver is
now.
much bigger than last game.
These owls are just going to be disgusting.
He was like
And
somewhat ahead, but this is
yeah,
like
I
a
don't know,
turbo
man.
fed.
He's only at 13K souls,
Silver
but
has slowing hex
once
to
he
chase
gets
people down
boundless,
as well.
How do you survive any of the damage that he does?
Alright, Listic
And
dies.
Listic
Really good for
really
pickup.
caught out here, so Abraham's able to at least turn it into
Together's
a
gonna
kill
get
for
the pickup
themselves. Their
here.
owls coming on out once again at a Cosmetical.
Arzo gets gun buff. That's
Same
really
is
nice.
the target.
Vitality on the GT.
It's like a horror movie.
I didn't know we're playing Dead by Daylight here. I didn't know the killer's an owl.
Oh no.
Ooh.
Okay, well, it's not going to kill. Together, but with plus 40 spirit, that does a lot of damage. Quick chomp.
Sets up
there
the,
from
sets up the
Viking curse,
squad,
throws
though.
some health back, but
The goons have arrived.
Jonah's in a lot of danger right now. Needs some help.
1 HP. Zergy.
Lands the affliction onto Zergy. Some good damage to go
Wait,
a long way
really?
here on the way out for Together. But
Wait, that was the
Xenos
most
gonna
clutch
survive.
melee life strike of all
Going
time?
deep for the frag, and it's going to be horrible.
Get Together is just
backfire. And look at
ginormous.
that. I mean, it's
5 killing
on par
streak.
with Souls here, Jason, but the urn's looking to be turned in by Abrahams.
Do they have the timer now if they want to force? Hoot's gonna try to push this right wave though, cause Medical's TPing over.
Would have killed Together, but
Or
I
Empty
think
Dreams, I mean, sorry.
maybe Zergy isn't maxing. I didn't actually check what he's been going for here, or maybe.
Loki W is in fact set up.
And here we go. Obi Kim trying to go for the silence. A good warpstone use as well.
Really
Same
early
retreat.
warpstone for the
The
Mina. I
catch
kind of
up,
like it
and
this game
another
though.
Bird coming on in plus 50 now for Cosmetical.
Who needs a gun spike? I like this Obicam build though. I like this.
Are there always this many owls?
Again,
There must
another
be
really good
owls.
locket game too.
Alright. I guess we're just following them.
Probably even
pretty
better
religiously
locket
at
game
this
than last
point.
game, honestly.
I feel bad for a replay operator. Or maybe it's a good thing because they're going to be able to just clip out every owl in the game and then that's your replay package.
True. Sidekick of the match, if we had that segment still, would be the owl.
Okay, Hams are just
Okay,
ending up
well,
having to like
Tani-
babysit this urn.
Tani Losan is going to
Sonya
be
has to
coming on
ult
through
out.
for the retreat there. And you can see
Zergy's just gonna run Empty Dreams here. Or just cut this wave.
But the urn's been, it's been given up at
Oh,
this
look at
point.
Zergy here. Macro King, by the way. Just
And
cutting
here,
this
the
wave.
initiation, we talked about this.
He's gonna have direct route to the urn too. Oh, Zergy's actually just winning the game here, by the way. Zergy's actually just winning the game.
Ultimate, not yet pops.
Empty Dreams not
Arzo's
going for the
focus
wave
fire,
cut.
So much spirit damage, he's gonna get taken out.
Ballistic respawn.
And the fight
Arzo's
looks like
already
it's
dead
maybe
though.
better
Arzo's
in
so
control
broke this
of
game
the hands
too.
of Low-key W now.
Saint dies.
Real quick though, Dan, look at Empty Dreams in the mini map. He is basically in between the Walker and the base guardians, cutting the
So
wave
Empty
as
Dreams
much as
end up
possible.
cutting
And Zergy is
waves,
doing
but
something
I don't think it's
similar, but
really gonna
instead
matter here.
He's rotating around, and while
I
this
think
fight's
Hoot's already
happening,
moving, yeah,
Loki
nah,
win
this
the
is
fight, getting 3 kills,
Masterclass
and
macro from
turn
Loki
it.
W.
Maybe they lose a
Masterclass.
Walker, but I think that's a trade they're going to be more than happy with because they can push a Walker themselves.
They're just gonna trade instead, okay?
Yeah, it's definitely problematic.
Ends up being the right decision too, because Silver moved over, so they can just trade. Oh, that was so well played from Zergy. Holy.
After this, you know,
Super big gazillion billion IQ play. Cuts the wave that has
devour the
first
jungle
move
of your
turn.
opponent there and try to just start to get that macro edge.
Too clean,
because-
too clean,
because, you
too
know,
clean.
farming the jungle camps at this point, it feels
Battle
like
Dust for the GT,
there's
probably pretty
not a
good
lot
this game.
left to do
Honestly.
in the 2 minutes
Probably pretty good.
gap between now and the next urn.
Yeah, Yeah, and it's, I mean, a 10K
LOOKW
lead.
also up a Walker now
Cosmetical,
because they
I mean,
did
I
get
hope
the
he's,
trade
like, pushing
off.
for Boundless soon, because
Still up Walker, I
with the
should
extra
say. I
spirit
guess.
power he already has from the Owl, plus Boundless, I can't do the math, but it's a lot. It's a lot of extra spirit power he's gonna be getting from that one.
Doubles
Just
is up
crazy to
right
see for Abraham's
side.
side.
Warden's gonna get
The
him.
thing is, like, I don't think they're necessarily out just yet.
Just look at the
but when
M1
we get
checks
to the
though.
next group
Zergy up
fight, about a
3K
minute
on
of time, I think
Arzo.
that's where the
Also,
game could be
Celeste
almost
is
completely
way
over
more
for
ahead
them.
this
They have a bad
game.
engagement,
Kind of
or
like
if they lose too many
it's gonna
players,
nullify
and
the
on top
silver
of that,
advantage.
because we're at the point, I think, that low-key up, you're gonna have enough damage to just take down mid boss as well.
So look at we actually do opt showing up for the doubles.
that's a
The
great
hoot gets
approach.
insta-died.
Should
Arzo
be
for
able to
hoot
deal
trade
with
though.
a
You're gonna
nice
take every
isolation
day of the
there.
week.
Lose Arzo in the middle of that though. And in the meantime, also, Zergy's going to go
Neptune
beyond the
Dream
base
still
guardians.
has
He's gonna go straight
inflict,
for the shrine, isn't he?
but look at
That
Zergy.
is a problem. It doesn't really have
Look at the
protection
macro
right now.
king.
This is kind of what the Warp Break Victor's all about, but they're doing it with the Viper instead. They're going to
Look
lose
at the macro
a shrine
king
here,
Zergy.
and that's so problematic.
Cosmetical or Empty Dream is the only one that could have moved to him too, and then Ballistic delays him.
Zergy, you good, bro? Oh my god, he's like, he's gonna kill that shrine, like you said. I mean, maybe MGs can stop him. The affliction's gonna
No, it's dead.
Zergy's going to commit to it. Zergy gets
Is
this
dead,
shrine,
is
that's gonna be
dead.
an enormous advantage, and he's so close. Oh my god! One
That's so
more
unlucky.
chance, any bit of damage would have taken it out. And again,
Arzo dying
there's so
quick
many
actually
benefits
saved that shrine.
from getting that shrine down. That would have been catastrophic.
That's gotta hurt. Hopefully for them, that's not something that
Really
bites them in
balanced
butt
for
too,
the-
because Zergy's down for
the
40
Apollo.
seconds, now 30 left.
Little
Abraham's
tank
having to
buster
go make a
action.
big play now with that shrine still on just a sliver of HP.
All right, Hams are gonna try to flip. 4v6 here. Victor ult is up. They do have a bird as well, and Mina ult. Some people could get hard deleted here. They do have Stone Form though.
Looking for damage.
Yeah, it's going to be a really big, an important fight here. Now the affliction is not obviously ready for this one for Abrahams. That was
Good beam from Hood here too. Really good beam. Really good beam. Test 1, 2, 3. They do get 3-0 though. Insta pop though. Warden's gonna die as well.
One left now for Abrahams as they look to try to win.
The beam
this
from
fight.
Hood was
One
really
more
good.
Team wipe, that would be really important. But everybody's healthy here for Loki W, all except Oberkim. So right now, this is very dangerous for Abrahams.
Good advance there. Break gets out though. Hoots with Victor. They're gonna lose a fucking 9v6 here. Oberkim went and backdoored the shrine.
No shock reanimation, but he does survive.
Same win for pickup.
Here's a bomb from his own teammate here. And backs away to safety. The
Again, just really well played from Loki W.
To get turned on the other side of the map, but
Really well played.
Into this one to try to deny as well.
Ends up being a 1-for-1.
Trying to take everything, and I give credit to Abrahams. You had to make a play happen here, but you need to get out of this one clean.
Yeah, that is going to make its way to the deposit spot, and Loki W are going to be racing across. But the problem is right now the macro advantage, having taken down that left side shrine. Those troopers on the left side of the map for Loki W will be extremely powerful. They're going to be
So
constantly.
they lose all
crashing into
three
the base.
Jews,
So that's going to apply.
and it's just a 1-for-1, and they lost their shrine, and now ours was dead. Yeah, Loki W is just gapping them today. These games are not close.
They've completely warded away.
Like soul-wise, these are close, but in terms of like macro, Loki W is like one step ahead of them. Perma. Like Abraham's is constantly just having to react. 3-man bird? Dreams is dead. Ballistic dies though. Doesn't actually end up getting Empty Dreams, but they get Urn. They just bait them into that fight under Walker and just get free Urn. Obegim's gonna live here as well. Yep. Two from the others back up there. That he would have just insta died.
But I did want to take a look at this fight just from this point of view, because Sonya, he eats the owl to stop it from stunning anyone else on the reju if you're allowing them.
But then he isn't ulting Pet.
And I just wanted to point that out because I think that individual play allows them to secure these rejus, though inevitably not the fight.
And I was looking at the game state.
It's probably correct though. Not denying the bird.
Bad, but the macro pictures is pretty bad. Like being down a shrine. Obviously, you still have those base guardians because you're able to skip past it. And I mean, this is like something that
Shrine is just
a lot of people in the community want to get patched out. So
yeah, it's just so hard to play now. You just constantly push on that left side.
Version of that, like a better backdoor protection, for example.
Like the second wave already showed up left side. This is
Right
just...
here under the bridge, right side.
The other
bridge,
gets insta
it's gonna be a
popped.
pick there.
Once again, the silver lead just
shoots hooks.
isn't really translating.
And right now the invade potential.
Arzo caught up a little bit soul curve, but Zergy's still ahead of him by 3k.
They are deep in enemy territory, looking for more picks.
Uh-oh.
This game is going to get stalled because of the Hams able to get the mid boss here, but I feel like they low-key get outscaled. They have the Warden, but the Warden's not accelerated.
It's still being chased down nonetheless. Zergy potentially come off from the side. Got Petrifying Bola up. Be careful though on that repost.
The Lash is also Giga behind Soul Curve.
Riposte.
Thank you.
I knew it was still here. But still, this is tough, man. This is like really tough to deal with here. Zergy's on 28,000 souls. He can, I'd say he can 1v1 anyone. I think even like Obi Kim can potentially 1v1 anyone. And I think the real
should Riposte with Boundless? That was real
17,000 souls. And for him to get
so much
off,
damage,
if
bro.
Dreams couldn't do it in the last game, I don't think he's gonna have a chance to get a big death slam.
Counterspell's already coming in. Slash is gonna be even weaker.
Situation.
Stem Masher for the Tom as
wonder
well.
How Abraham's bring themselves back into this one. I mean, you know, thinking about key afflictions and so on, and there is another round spawning in 30 seconds. So
I see Viper.
Right now, that's what this game is all about. With such a deficit now, like we're getting to that spot where it's starting to become like too much. Abraham's need to equalize.
Oh my god, together just got popped.
There's that affliction. It's going to get 2 players. Is that going to be enough there?
Insta-bird.
Focus down by Apollo, and there come all of the
going for the bird. Made sure he couldn't counterspell though.
Pick,
I think he would have died anyways. But
has to be backing away. So this allows
finally a good find from the Hams. But Sonya gets traded.
Like, even with that initial kill and a big catch on Cosmetical, they still have Zergy to deal with. They have Obikim who teleported
together. Is trying very, very hard to get this pick up. He's going to get jumped though.
Really, I mean, for the comeback mechanics, it's not that bad for Abraham. The problem is you can't fight the other 5
here
players
for zoning
that are still super fed at this point. And with the Urn spawn in, you're giving a lot of control.
Zergy can just run at you, bro.
Lethal Venom coming on through. Tia's trying to create
transfer him up for Silver. She's so weak right now.
Down out of Zergy. And actually,
gets her.
Well, Deathslam had gone off.
Oh, good warp zone actually. I think he still gets her though.
Ballistic's gonna be fine, taking up this walker, and he has the backup.
And they're getting dove under their walker.
Down in quick succession. Abraham's have basically been completely wiped, looking to defend Walker. And Phil Bafataz, last man standing.
Zergy fucking
wrap to that Walker, and now
hit ult. It's ult on the walker.
Safely deposited as well.
Yeah, they can come back.
Not too far away.
Also lost Guardians on this left side because the waves were just the super minions were perma coming.
There's so much value now for Abrahams to get so far ahead.
Yeah.
And now it's super minions plus the quick zip. This wave is just going to be perma pushing in. If the game wasn't so one-sided, I wouldn't actually hate it as much as other games because you could just sit your ward in there and have them perma farm, but they're just too behind. They're down.
And with mid-boss spawning and just
walkers.
time, spend these souls, man. Obikim's on
It's just GG. This no-gun Mina shit's looking pretty strong.
I feel like Celeste has been really good in this game. Like Rakes.
What do you think now? Oh, what do you think? Now gun?
Just impacts.
Now it's time for the gun?
Like from the early game to the late game on Celeste, just all throughout. It's been
I can see this being strong because just later you can just go spiritual overflow and just get your gun spike insta.
Right now for together.
Together gets farmed. Mina. Infliction comes out.
Okay. I mean, 3-minute Infliction's good, but you need follow-up on top of that.
Yeah.
And they don't really seem to care too much.
And he just gets run
down. The damage isn't there because guess what? Arzo's farming the right
Medical dies in the back, but Mina should be doing a lot of damage in response. Yep.
Still 2-1, but I think they're going to lose Sonya.
Yeah, it would have been so perfect if, you know, Affliction leads
I like this Warp Star on the Mina. This is like
into the mid-boss because it was just spawning. It's now up.
Pretty insane. You don't feel as pressured about the E-shift either with the Warp Stone.
Spread out, no one's ready. Right now, just desperation plays.
With the amount of gun too, it seems like a great counter to the Gunlash. With the Spirit Resist and you just get extra movement. I really like it. Sat plus that into the Lash.
It's been 5 straight wins in events for
Giga free.
They went 3-0.
Warden could hold luck for this. He's going to.
We're seeing a mid-boss contest with the last stand.
He ulted, but
Arzo didn't get in time.
yeah, he got in like late. I don't know what the fuck happened there. This game's a mess for Abrahams.
Abraham survives this one.
This game's a mess. Obikim dies, Arzo dies. GG.
The meta, they figured something out, and it's all pretty much been about damage. Like, there's no proper support anymore. They have high burst damage, low HP players on their team. They're running like one quasi tank and like one pick with the bebop, and they can just put out so much damage that you can't really team fight anymore.
I think they figured out
Yeah, nice little
they
shift
just
back
have
and
better
forth.
players
Yeah,
than
that's
Abraham.
what
So
you
if they draft for early tempo, they're just
I
gonna
think
kind of
it's
snowball
a
out of control.
nice, composition. They can go really
They even
fast,
flubbed
they
that
can
first urn
do
fight last game, and
so
it
much
didn't. It
damage
just
output.
didn't matter.
I mean, between Break and Cosmetical in the early game, it was really difficult to basically have the superiority when it comes to the ganking, like the early lane ganking. And that was another area that I don't think we talked too much about.
Holy
but
moly, they can just
they
stay,
have
by the
superiority
way.
there
That's
with
like
this
comes
combo
in now.
also.
This can get Lissik to 1 HP though, so I can
Yeah,
look for an
high
alt.
mobility, high damage heroes seem to be what the meta's
You can just dive pit here, just like
Maybe
this.
with Dortmund, which I guess Dortmund still kind of counts.
Did it a little bit early, but he has refresher. It doesn't really matter.
Stage 2 gonna follow momentarily while they're trying to delay this.
Flash ult finally comes in, but there's a knockdown.
Again,
Flash
realistically,
is
you're not gonna
dead.
pull off kills from this one.
Oh, rescue
and
beam.
LOOKW gonna once again win here in the night shift, proving to be relatively unstoppable when it comes to this meta.
Yeah, this Lucky W team
Yeah,
is
it seems like
pretty
it's gonna be the
fucking
case.
good, man.
LOOKW looking incredible. Strength to
Pretty
strength.
freaking
It's gonna be
good.
the team to study at this point as they take the
2-0
dub
on the day.
here in the night shift once again.
To this day. To this day.
And
I'm
also,
back at
once
100k.
again, low-key W, man. I think, again, guys, you hit it right on the money. And I really do believe with the way they're drafting at the moment, there's just too many threats. And if you shut down one, suddenly, again, like I said with Celeste doing a lot of damage in the previous game, Jason, but now really at the forefront of this game, okay, yeah, you didn't manage to get through all the threats in the previous game to get to the Celeste. Now the Celeste has come
You gotta drop
forward
the
to be able
cube.
to do all this. It has been
It's a must.
really rough here for Abrams to go up against them, I think.
Yeah, I think
No, the memes are
Cosmetical
in.
really set things up well in the early game with those
Yeah.
owls, constantly punishing that right-hand side, allowing, honestly, Zergy to just snowball
Smashed
the
my
game. He got
84-inch
so far ahead
TV in
so quickly
rage.
this match,
Abraham's
largely in
just
part due to Cosmetical coming in with
embarrassing,
the owls
dude.
and focusing on that lane. And the thing was,
In front of my entire family, my two children are in tears, scared of my rage as I pace around the room trembling. I can't take this anymore. Fire Lightbringer immediately, or my kids will not get dinner tomorrow.
Even if you did react, it didn't matter. You're
Lightbringer
2-1
coaches
HP,
Loki W, by
I
the way.
swear, like Cosmetical, some of these owls he hit. The one onto Empty Dreams.
And then the
that's even
classic. I saw the
veil,
classic.
Yeah.
That's not easy to hit.
I was on bird
Show me the
watch
classic.
entire game.
Abraham's is
Yeah, this
fantastic.
was
They just need to
fun
work on
to watch.
communication, map
And they just
awareness,
never stop.
landing, vision
Apparently
controls,
for
yesing,
Abrams, they
poking,
never stop. So
landing
I
skill
appreciate
check,
that.
objective control, early game, mid game, late game, ganking, and getting kills.
Were, you know, much exaggerated.
Oh,
So
it's a
I figured that
classic. It's a classic meme.
It's very much
Let's see
so.
it again. Wait, is this the same one or is this no? This is a different kill.
the second one.
Okay, so does he get a? I guess he gets a stack
And
for
then he
that.
pulls together here too. Like to not only hit the owl, but then to like parry together and then hit him with the spirit snare. And then to just like finish him off, like Cosmetical really put on
Took a
a
little
clinic
bit,
in this
though.
game.
But
In
yeah.
the early game. I would say almost kind of similar to the way Obi Kim did his haze in the last game. He had that like it was one player put on that really good early game pressure.
Abraham
I said
closed the
this time
really
was that
early
Abraham didn't
lead,
have
but
a
then they
lead
started
to-
getting
to
rinsed, man.
Build off of it was just Loki W winning the entire match.
Like they
And
won
the thing is
this,
that
like this
they
was
are
going
one league, they have
well.
3 bans per game. I feel like you
But then they
need
just got
even
outplayed
more
by
than that with
Zergy,
what
honestly.
LOOKW did
Zergy's
with
macro
Valve
scheme was
here,
really
right?
clean.
You can ban out whatever you want or whatever, and then they just pivot to things like the Grey Talon and all of this kind of
Like
stuff.
a
down.
Zergy
I
team.
think that what LOOKW is bringing right now, other teams, especially here in Europe, are gonna have to dig deeper if they want to try and rival what is being put out by them.
Yeah, they have unlocked the Viper.
And I agree with you.
Zergy's
And I
Viper
think-
looked a lot better this
The
week
thing
too
is,
than
I
last
don't
week.
know, and this isn't any shade to Abraham.
Last couple weeks,
I don't
honestly.
know if they have the players who could pull off a comp like this. I think, I mean, not to like again, not to like throw shade on them, but I just don't necessarily see the individual players who could all pop off in these games. I mean, yeah, we've seen
All
Together
pop
do it
off.
when it comes to Shiv, but Shiv's gonna be a little bit different in the style of what we're seeing. Loki W bring.
Ends up going a 0 gun on the Mina build.
EU who could
Mr.
play
Obi
the
Kim.
style successfully and have it work.
Yeah, I mean, in the mid game here as well, I saw Abrams
Okay.
coming back a little bit into it there as LOOKW kind of started off extremely strong. And Vrake once again will do the top damage, 12 kills,
Boundless.
1 death for him. And again, this was
The spirit in this game, but I guess
Do we have
if
Dan
just
back
snowballing
with
like this, like boundless.
I'm hello. Hi.
Yeah, okay.
I feel like that's like with the Battle of Us too. Battle of Us is like a tempo buy.
Play Apollo because it was constantly taken away and was like, you know, I'll play the
Indomitable,
Celeste. Both games, you just played a bit of
Mr.
a
Vrake.
Yeah, Celeste is really good because I mean for so many reasons. The mobility is one of them. It's just this core macro advantage that you can have around objective play as well as the ganking.
Not what to say about that game.
It's just so,
Loki W
so
just like
impactful,
flat out
and
outplayed
Vrake
them.
Played it so very well. And it's so hard.
Kind of surprised with that
to
draft,
ban
but as soon as
against
the
this
Warden got
team.
behind, like
I
this
think,
Warden
you know, if you got rid
Silverwing
of the
went
Celeste,
horribly.
Would Drake have played something else really
I don't really
well?
know why.
Yeah, probably. But Celeste is a nasty threat, and we got to see it really play out in that early game, in this game in particular. I think as I mentioned earlier, the combo between Drake and Cosmetical of the early lane to mid-game impact was really, really powerful. And that kind of put Abraham's a bit too far behind, maybe further behind than they would have wanted to be.
Yeah, Cosmotical's
Like,
looking clean on the
Abraham's
GT. He
other
had
side
really
of
good
things,
birds.
Jason as well, though, didn't have their moments, right? I think you caught very clearly.
Who went
right?
knockdown
Just
again this game?
an
I don't know if
attempt at
knockdown was
denial on
as
an
good this
owl
game.
when it's kind of come into that kind of mid-boss fight and stuff like that. So
It's
there's
still
moments
probably
where you
good
think to
though.
yourself, "Damn,
Ivy,
they're playing
Lash,
really good
even
right
into
now, but
Warden,
it's
like
just not
just
all lining
being
up
able to
against
kill
this
all of
one."
Warden's
Yeah, I think it's like
momentum when he's
Solid did a
ulting.
great job of the owl you're talking about that Cosmetical tried to throw
Even
into
into
mid
pocket,
to
like,
deny the,
what's
Reach
uses all
being
cooldowns.
taken.
The gold graph
Good
tells
for
the story
Assault,
though.
but
Got
I guess you
ahead,
can't really hate on
little bit of a
Abraham so much
flub, and then
going for
just
that
took
play either,
off.
because that was like their opportunity to kind of get back in the game.
Yeah.
A little bit too slow, maybe. Maybe, you know, looking back on it now, because obviously we can do that, is maybe you make the mid boss scream and then you go fight them instead. Maybe you just go rush Cosmetical down in that staircase. Maybe you, instead of trying to go for the rejuve, you get the kills and then you go back to rejuve, because yeah, they got
Hollow
all,
point
I
on the
think they got all
Warden.
three of them, but
Really
they
early
lost them
Colossus
extremely
buy.
quickly, and then they lost the fight after that. So I don't know. It's
I don't think you want to
some
get
of
the
those decisions
Colossus
are really
till
hard to make in the
later,
moment,
right?
and obviously, I have the luxury of looking back on it to kind of criticize it.
If I like
But I'm
this
not
Warden build.
criticizing the decision being made by them. I think they
Like weighted
still are
shots
very smart against the
and
macro, they're very smart
Berserk
on
and
making the
Hollow
calls
Point.
and making players, or making
I don't know
the
if I
plays
like
when they
it.
need to, but I don't know. This
I feel like
meta that
Merc Meg on
Rocket
Warden
is
is
bringing
just
to
so
the table
insane.
is just proving to be really tough, really tough.
Yeah, absolutely,
up.
absolutely. There's a reason that, as you say, they've won so many
Hold
against them in the past week, past couple of days, etc. With how all of these games have gone, and again, a lot of the drafts have looked very similar across those games for LOOKW, and they've been able to flex when needed. But anyway, let's take a look at who.
That's
the
when full
MVP is
AoE King
going
didn't
to
have a
be.
lot of
Dan,
not
who-
like
who- who
lockdown
do you think
though.
they've got?
It's probably.
I don't really like
it's,
Elkfire unless you have like a
it's
ton of
probably
lockdown.
Kisagi here with the trackball. I mean, it was
King Zergy.
impressive. You know, we saw Viper play really, really well on, or Zergy playing really, really
Colossus.
well on Viper throughout
just-
both matches. And I think, you know, it's showing that Viper can be played in a different style. And we have.
I don't know if I like this build, man.
This. I think
This is-
you
I don't
remarked
know.
upon this,
I don't know
Jason.
what we're doing with this.
But it was Zergy that has made it look really, really good. And perhaps it's some of the composition enabling it.
The Lash looked
and maybe
like
it's also
that's
just the
probably the
fact
most
that
useless
whole
I've seen the
team
Lash
kind of
look.
can kind of tempo around the Viper, creating the opportunities for Viper that
Couldn't
you
really
wanna
get to his
see.
shit, though.
And it is a kind of a very
Warp Stone and
spirity
Counterspell.
meta, so that's
Early
also gonna help
cooldown.
Viper as well with how much burst spirit that Viper can do as well.
Together had a pretty good server game against him, but he just got shut down later.
I think for me, one of the best NA Vipers that we've seen is Gibbs. Thinking back to when we had them playing.
Interesting superior duration
a while
buy.
ago. But I want to see how NA
Mr. Who?
and EU plays Viper maybe differently, because we definitely have like differences when it comes to like Billy, for instance, was played quite different between regions. Shiv back in the day was played very different between the regions.
Weakening is gonna go
And I'm
crippling
curious
at some
to see, like, what
point.
Gibbs and the likes of the NA.
Here's his
crew could
Util
actually pull
King.
off with
Slowing,
Viper, because what
curse,
he's doing-
knockdown.
I don't think it's necessarily groundbreaking. I think it's just a good knowledge of like what his team's doing. I think
Curse
the
is just so good on
composition
Bebop. I'm surprised more people don't build the
facilitates
curse.
it,
It's
because
because
Lethal Venom,
so many people invest
from
heavy in the
time to
gun
have
now,
the team, anyone, like, he can lethal
and they don't
venom
want to like
anyone.
cut their damage. But
And not
dude,
really
late in the
use the
game,
waves
if you
where
hook
you're
someone
able
and
to
curse them,
close
they're
that
just
team to a
fucking
kill.
dead, bro.
And of course, like the plays he's making with the backdoor on the shrine, it's really hard to stop that. The mobility he has with superior stamina, maxing his slither.
What if the non-bull was a
It's-
meme? I can't really
it's
see.
really cool, and I think that's one of the things I love about EU and NA.
I guess
and
like Ivy
one thing I
ult
hope to
or
see
like
when we
Ivy
get to
Stone
these lands
form,
is, like,
Lash
the
ult, I
different
guess.
styles of playing these heroes and how they clash against each other.
Flask, I
Saving the
guess.
bowler for the right time. You saw it there again in the pit when you're trying to deal with the dynamo, and again, it's not only like
Oh, it's like
hitting for
anti-knockdown
constant
actually. Oh, I
damage
just thought
there,
about
Dan,
that.
it's also
They didn't end up
followed
buying a
with
knockdown because they were so
two
poor,
huge
but it's like
kills
an
off the back of that as
anti-knockdown.
well, 'cause if there's anybody there other than the singularity, they're also being hit by this, causing huge problems.
Did I just hear a
Yeah,
bonk
yeah,
sound
I mean,
effect?
I think that the power of the is it called the bowler? Petrifying
Petrifying
bowler.
bowler.
Fresher.
Because we have a Silver's bowler and okay.
Shockfire. I don't hate the Outfire because like you were just mid-boss king
Had originally before
with your
Viper was
ult plus
actually
Outfire.
that good, whereas like okay, we can like steal mid-boss.
Greater
and so on,
expansion.
but now as like a part of the kit, it's like
This is the most interesting, though.
It's be powerful disruption tool because you can just instantly
Zero
stop
gun Mina.
stuff like the death slam or really
Makes sense, though. I love the sap this game.
abilities. You have something that can just
Reactive's
insta
pretty
stop
good
it,
this game.
that has a decent cooldown that can be available a lot of the time, and you can set up kills with it really effectively too. So I can definitely see why
Reactive's like a
Viper
good-
has a huge amount of potential in the current meta.
Like
Yeah, absolutely.
Option
And of
into
course,
Bola
Jason,
as
unfortunately
well.
for me, I guess. No haste for
In
the
that
last game,
lane?
but they didn't need it. They didn't need any of that stuff. It was still
Full
good
of
stuff in
word,
from
so you should get
LOKW
one shot by
overall.
the
Thing is,
full
I'm
claw combo.
happy to see players flex to other heroes, but also it's like if it,
And
if
the
it
warp
works for
stone.
you,
Like
then
I just
why do you
really
need to
like.
change it? And I kinda like when
I do
teams
not
can
see
sit on
people
that
change up
one
their
hero
Mina build a lot, and
time
this is like a
again
really
and
good Mina
win
ball
and win with
build
it.
until
If
like
you-
what is showing.
Sorry, there's a giant bug in my room. I mean, oh my god. It means you don't need to show what you're kind of maybe hiding or kind of workshopping for yourself in the team.
Work shopping.
No, definitely. Is that the new Deadlock here? Is that the new skin you're working on? That bug? Is that what's coming on in?
It was a very big moth, and it's behind me somewhere, and I'm scared.
Moth Ivy skin.
Mothman hero confirmed. All right. I'm excited for it. All right,
What's
gentlemen.
Ivy hero? It
That
looks so
has been
pretty.
a very short EU. Any final words, Dan, before we go to the break?
No.
Yeah,
I
just
think,
fucking
I think NA is super competitive.
barely
As
over 2 hours.
Jason already said it's going to have a
The
different
T2
flavor. I'm really curious
two-team
now
region
because we've
just
seen
gets
EU move
ran.
on even further with their meta
It's looking even
developments.
more like a
Even
fucking
though
one-team
EU
region.
has said
What
it's
is
a week or
this?
two behind,
Plus
I wanna know
10?
what
Oh,
they're
this
gonna
is
play
so
today,
fucking
we're gonna find
funny.
out. It's gonna be fun.
Hold on, I need to add
any
this to
final
my
words,
chat. This
Jason?
is so
Don't
fucking
get
funny.
This moth is attacking me. You see it behind me.
This is the best part of the show. Thank you everybody much for your subscriptions, guys. Thank you for all the donations that have been coming in. Obviously, those contribute to the prize pool. Keep those rolling because we are not finishing your things anytime here soon because we've got North America coming up after this break. And during the break, we've got Elizabeth with an interview with AVG as well. So thank you very much, guys, for having me once again. That's been me, Calaris. That's been DDK. That's been Jason Kaplan. We'll see you in a little bit for North America for the night shift.
Hey, Deadlock Night Shift, it's Elizabeth. How you doing, baby? Look good as always. That new haircut? Make sure you're drinking enough water? Yeah, that's good. Today's interview is with a
Okay, I watched the first 30
This
minutes
is
of this, so I'm
probably
gonna go get my
interview,
coffee and
not to
stuff.
get, like, real
That's a good interview, though.
But probably reaffirmed why I do.
I'll be back for the end of it. I'll be right back.
Period. Oh, I hate being genuine. But regardless, grab your tea, grab your coffee. I'm at
Open the door to hidden Mediterranean gems. Nice travels.
Of course, yeah.
I was stalking you, and you made a tweet when you got your MVP recently, and you said, I've been reading off the top of my head, it was nice to reaffirm your skill. And it made me think, and something I wanted to ask you was kind of the like actual like ego confidence aspect of that. When you are fighting for so long to reach the top, beat the streak, whatever it may be. That sounds like we're talking about like The Undertaker in WWE. But for me, like, it's like, I'm a very results oriented woman. And so if I genuinely struggle when things like don't go my way, or I don't get like the broadcast I want, or whatever it may be, I'm like, oh snap, like my confidence breaks, right? So I am curious how you keep up the mental fortitude just to keep going. Because what I'm reading with that tweet is that, like, and please correct me if I'm wrong, there was a little bit of doubt on your end that you had the skill?
Yeah. I always doubt my skill. And to some people, that's a weakness because they feel better when they're confident. For me, when I begin to feel confident is when I know the real danger is coming. Because when I doubt myself, there's a sense of fear and caution. And I think people generally go into like tournaments or scrims or whatever feeling like they can win, you know? And my best performances have always come from when I feel like I don't know. I don't know whether we're going to win or lose. And all I know is that I just need to play. I just need to like do what I can do and prove to myself once again that I am, you know, who I think I am basically in this context. I've always been that way, like about everything in my life, where it's like I'm always trying to prove to myself that I'm this type of person or that type of person. And that's why for me, I doubt myself every week. I doubt myself every day. I pull up to the scrims, I'm like, damn, am I gonna be able to, you know, execute what I need to execute? And like some people think, you know, that's like a nervous thing and it's an anxious thing, but to me, that's who I am. That's my identity, and I'm happy with that. In my opinion, this game is very team dependent. There's 6 players at the end of the day. If anything, the game is more team dependent than any game. So I will say, like, you know, just throw a little like background in there. I was Radiant in Valorant, and I played for like, I mean, it doesn't mean much.
That's what I'm talking about! Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I didn't, it doesn't mean much, but like, you know, I played.
It means everything to me. It means everything to me, AG.
Yeah. and then I was also challenger in league, and I played. Yeah, I have like maybe like 5,000 hours on Rust, and maybe like
Oh,
like 8
shoot.
to 10,000 on World of Warcraft. It's like super different genres, and like
Yeah.
I guess I've just been playing like my whole life since I was like literally I was playing like World of Warcraft was the game that I played when I was like 7 years old. Like every day I would just like play, and my dad bought me a subscription, and it was awesome. I was like,
Shout
yeah,
out
this
dad.
is so sick.
Shout
Yeah,
out
I was like, this is so sick. And it's crazy because I come from a Middle Eastern family, so I actually wanted to go pro when I was a kid in league when I was like decent, and my parents like totally shut me down. They're like not even like actively shut me down, but they made it's like a subconscious made me believe that it's just not even real. Like that's not a job, you know? Like you can't even consider it as an option. And so I guess like really like it's like about proving to myself now that I'm like in the position financially as well as like I'm actually an adult. I can make that decision for myself. It's like when Deadlock came out, so to speak, like I was like, you know, this is it. Like this is my last chance probably before, you know, because I'm actually doing my master's degree right now in family therapy, and I'm gonna have my license in like a year. Yeah, and I've been putting it off for like the past 2 years basically.
Snoozer
like
region
this whole
over.
time I've been doing that against my parents' will, and I'm just like, if there's ever a shot to do something, do the thing that I wanted to do, which is play competitively, this is it. It's now. So I'm playing really to prove to the kid back then that I can do it. You know, like that's the whole point for me.
W.
'Cause I don't even care whether like it ends up going anywhere or not. So to like kind of center back on what we were talking, like what you initially asked. Yeah, when I pull up to the tournament, like previously and we were losing, obviously every week I asked myself, wow, am I actually shit? And I would like, I'm quite objective about like my own gameplay. So I would watch my gameplay and watch other people's gameplay. And I would be like, okay, well, it doesn't really look like I'm mechanically like skill gapped. In fact, I feel like I'm really getting better. Like I feel like I'm improving, but it's just not enough. Which is why I realize more than anything that the game is team dependent. Like it's not a coincidence that like when your teammates are making space for you to play the way you want to, your gameplay is better. Like if you look at my like, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Like recently, I've been dropping nukes basically.
Yes,
like,
you have.
In scrims, like
Nuking.
in tournaments, like in general. Like I feel like I've been playing like really decently, and that
Really
to me,
decent.
it has nothing to do with me. I think I've just
He's
been moving on a
literally
steady
pro.
line forward, and I'm just like I'm just you know that's the thing is my name on the broadcast is AVG, but the reality is the name it's just short for average, which is how I viewed myself this whole that it's I mean whatever, I don't want to be cringe, but the whole time like I'm just like a guy. I just want to play, and to me that's what it's all about. I'm trying everything in my power to get better and win, and my teammates are setting it up for me now. They understand what it takes to be a good team. And I think that is probably the one thing that I can really take credit for is like I really am building like a team with these players. Like I'm happy with them, and like they're happy with me, I think, right? And so they help me play good. They help me go, you know, like have a positive KD. Like my teammates die for me in the game, which is that's ideal. I'm down to die for them, and they just need to die for me. And it's like, you know, you can't play well if your team sucks. That's it. Like, it doesn't matter if you are literally like Thanos. Like, you could be full aimbot, spinbot hacking, and you're just gonna feed if your team sucks. Like, that's reality, you know?
Absolutely. I think...
I mean, this game more than any game, like, there's not even a solo lane in this game. You're literally paired with someone right off the bat. If your lane partner sucks, you're gonna lose.
Remember when we had a solo lane? That was crazy.
Yeah, no, dude. I was the king of the solo lane. I love that shit. I literally used to practice solo lane with my teammate, like Poshy back then.
Mhm.
We used to literally practice solo lane for like 2 hours before the tournament, and we're like, if we want to win, we need to take out Lefa and DMB. Like that was like the goal, like because this is solo lane matchups. We
Lefa and DMB were the solo lane kings.
It was really awesome back then.
Infernus
I like the
kings.
solo lane, but I can see why they took it away, and like I mean, it makes sense for the context of the game. But it was really awesome. Like I literally loved. Like
It was fun. It was a fun time. It was hard, but it was fun.
Yeah.
I don't know if you caught yourself. You said something very interesting. This is where like the true Liz interview happened. You said, I've been dropping nukes, you know, and then you immediately corrected yourself. You went, I've been playing really decently. Which I thought was very interesting, and I wrote it down. I thought it was so interesting. That's why you saw me leaning over, because I was like, I can't forget this. Because you have, because to have that confidence to be like, wait, I need to rein it back in, right? I think a lot of people can relate to that and like kind of see like, you know, especially when you're like kind of like public facing and like people are going to see this, especially online, people just kind of like take anything you say and they're like, it's like the pancakes and waffles tweet, or it's like you say anything like, oh, you hate waffles, right? Like, I think you know, if I were to say like, oh, I think I feel really pretty today. Oh, so you think other people are ugly, you know, things like that. But you know, that's just being online. So cool. We love it here. But I think that's really interesting that you corrected yourself in that. And is that something you do a lot?
I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty good. Like that's good. That was good. Especially like because like what can I say? Like since I'm like kind of towards like the therapy psychology kind of thing, I really enjoyed that. Like that was a really good like that like I could like tickled my brain, I guess. I don't know. But the reason that I do that is because of the thing that I said earlier. I'm very, very like spiteful towards myself anytime that I really have an ego. And so whenever it happens, I don't like it. Like right there, I said I'm dropping nukes. And the reason I took it back, or like I said that I'm playing decently, because the reality is I am just playing decently. I'm just doing my job. You know, it just ends up looking like a nuke because I'm hard getting carried, basically. That's what's happening. At the end of the day, I'm just running in the jungle and like fighting a guy. And then whether I win against that guy or lose against that guy, I need to get out. And if my teammates are not there, I'm just dead every time. It looks like I'm feeding. Like
True.
That's really what it is. Like I play really well one game and I just feed, and then like next week, you know, like my team plays around me or whatever, and I play like the average schmuck, and I'm just like 20-0, and it's just like it just has nothing to do with like I can't say I'm dropping nukes because I'm not really doing anything. I don't think this game is like Valorant where you just like take the like you were just Thanos, like you just peek and you just like one tap 3 guys and you're like, wow, I'm him. I don't think it's really like that. I think it's a lot
it's
more
not
like
shooter.
systemic, so
I
you
mean,
can't
true.
really say stuff like that, I think, without it sounding or without it just being incorrect, really. At the end of the day, what I mean by playing decently is I'm just doing my job. I'm part of the system. I'm just a guy within like the 6 guys. And if I do my job and
He's
everyone else
just
does their job,
the
then
average
everyone will
guy.
succeed, and otherwise we won't, and that's it.
There's still 5 minutes. We're gonna watch the end of that interview. It's like here.
Thing that you wanted to do, basically.
Yeah. I think, yeah, I mean, we could talk about that for literally hours. My God. How much?
Quite happy with who I am as a human being more than anything. And I would gladly, like, you know, if I so happen.
You know, if I were to say like, oh, I think I feel really pretty today. Oh, so you think other.
Like this whole time, I've been doing that against my parents' will. And I'm just like, that I'm this type of person or that type of person. On my team, like, I do most of like the thinking at this point.
Oh, they cut it up differently. Fuck. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. More mythos.
Because this is going to be somebody who's gone through all the proper cycles, recognizing when AI first came on the scene that it had a huge amount of gaps and it's largely not that useful. And now today, it's improved and there's actually like some good utility that can be drawn from it. And
AI
since
working.
curl is approximately 178,000 lines of C, I mean, Mythos must have a heyday in it. Well, I've read the article and I have a lot to yap about. I mean, there's some juice in here, people. But of course, before we get started, the bag. Hey, is that HTTP? Get that out of here. That's not how we order coffee.
The bag. Terminal coffee.
All right, so Mythos finds a curl vulnerability. Yes, a singular one. That might be a little disappointing to some of you. I think right away your hearts probably dropped a little bit. Back in April 2026, Anthropic caused a lot of media noise when they concluded that their new AI model Mythos is too dangerously good at finding security flaws in source code. Apparently, Mythos was so good at this that Anthropic would not release this model to the public yet, but instead trickle it out to a select few companies for a while to allow a few good ones to get a head start and fix most of the pressing problems first, before the general populace would get their hands on it. By the way, I do agree with Daniel's little question mark here. I'm not really sure why just a few people, you know, like the few good ones. Like, I don't know what that says about a lot of these companies. A lot of companies just out there just completely vulnerable because Anthropic won't share. Okay, kind of, I mean, cool, I guess. So as part of Project Glasswing, which is Anthropic's reach out with Mythos saying, hey, these certain companies and these certain open source projects get early access. So as part of the Glasswing outreach, Curl was contacted and Daniel had the offer, hey, would you like to use Mythos to go through your curl library? Of course, he was excited about it, but then, some weeks went by and nobody reached out again. And then eventually someone reached out and just said, hey, we're not going to give it to you, but we will analyze curl for you. Do you want us to do that? To me, the distinction isn't that important. It's not that I would have a lot of time to explore lots of different prompts and doing deep dive adventures anyways. Getting the tool to generate the first proper scan and analysis would be great, whoever did it. I happily accepted this offer. Honestly, kind of the best of both worlds, right? You got the person that's been using this model a whole bunch to be able to go and do the scan for you on your code base. You don't have to do a bunch of the learning. You don't have to set up a bunch of harnesses. Ideally, they probably have things that are more advanced than, say, I would have to begin with, right? Before we kind of proceed, there's a little bit of a backstory you have to understand about curl. Curl's been around for a very, very long time, and so they have a fairly extensive suite of tests. They also just have a whole bunch of other tools that they run, and this is kind of the screenshot that Daniel provides, which means that they have code style, they have banned functions. There's certain functions in C which you can just shoot your foot a lot easier than others. I'm thinking of stir copy versus stir end copy. Obviously, human review, bot reviews, no binary blobs, no git force push, a bunch of other stuff in here that's actually pretty important. And putting that all together, it has led curl down a route in which has had very few vulnerabilities kind of disclosed. And when I say few, I mean they've had a couple hundred CVEs total. So you can imagine that on May 6th, 2026, when they received the Mythos report, they were probably pretty excited. Because what are the chances that 176,000 lines of C code doesn't have quite a few bugs lurking around in it? They've had 573 separate individuals commit to curl over its lifetime, which means that it's not even just one person's thought process, but just a huge amount of people that have committed over a long period of time. All right, so we're almost done with this story, and then we'll get to the yapping. The report concluded it found 5 confirmed security vulnerabilities. Now, this is a pretty classic AI-ism. Whenever AI has confidence, it's going to tell you. Like, there's something amazingly magical about the fact that even if something is wrong, the AI is so dang confident in being incorrect. It's honestly a skill I could learn a lot from. So after a couple hours of investigation, this is what Daniel says. We had trimmed the list down and were left with 1 confirmed vulnerability. The other 4 were 3 false positives, and the 4th we deemed just a bug. The single confirmed vulnerability is going to end up as a severity low CVE planned to get published in sync with our pending next curl release in 8.21.0 in late June. The flaw is not going to make anyone gasp for breath. So in other words, it's nothing that's like super important enough for them to do some sort of out-of-band release. They're just like, hey, next time we release, hey, sometime in the future, don't even worry about it. That's how much we're concerned about it. So at some point, we will go out and we will fix it in public. No one rush in. Hey, no need to rush in. A side effect of the Mythos report is that it found about 20 bugs that were described nicely with very low false positive rates. And so that actually is something that just generally was a pretty good deal for Daniel. Curl is certainly getting better thanks to this report, but counted by the volume of issues found, all the previous AI tools we have used have resulted in larger bug fix amounts. Now, this is where things kind of get funny. The reality is that curl has been using AI now to kind of do a lot of analysis on its code, and it's able to find more and more bugs. Even though in the beginning, Daniel was very, very, very hesitant about AI, they have since changed their tune as AI has improved. And since then, they've been able to find a large amount of bugs, which means that when Mythos ran, it actually found very few bugs. Now, I want you to think about that for a second. What does that mean to you? Before I give my conclusion, let's read Daniel's conclusion first. My personal conclusion can, however, not end up with anything else than that the big hype around this model so far was primarily marketing. I see no evidence that this setup finds issues to any particular higher or more advanced degree than other tools have done before Mythos.
Whoa, new caster. Fucker must be out of town. Oh, because he's probably going to DreamHack.
Face, but
he's probably working DreamHack.
Thank you so much to the team for allowing me on to jab about Deadlock with the lovely Jake and ZP here for these matches today. Of course, we got the best of 1 to start things off, and then a best of 3. I know Europe was a little bit shorter, but don't worry. Hopefully, there's going to be a lot of Deadlock to come. So,
DreamHack is still for Friday, but he's probably traveling.
How are you doing? I don't think I've ever worked with you. So, how's life?
Yeah. I think this is our first time on a show together, but welcome. You know, we're always trying to bring on folks that we think are grinding in the Deadlock space and get a chance here on the night shift. So thank you for coming in here and making the time. I'm excited to get to the action. I know, yeah, EU cut a little bit short with some roster mania. NA, we've got the full set, full ready for everybody to get into it. Also, ZP, you know, you were in town for your birthday in LA, so we were just hanging out just a couple of days ago, but it's fun to be back on the shift with you.
Nice.
It was a good time. You know, always good to catch up with people.
Blocking zombie. I never know where to go anymore.
Like it was like 7 years. Or
I'm just
so.
accepting the left person's going to be blocked. I'm sorry.
Era, and yeah, you know,
I hate moving my webcam.
By there, some people wondering today what happened in EU, and honestly, EU does not handle bigger tournaments well. The R1 tournament came, it was a $10,000 tournament, and as is tradition, anytime you have a big tournament in EU, all the EU teams just self-implode.
How did I not hear about this tournament? I guess because it was EU only?
Leviathan will be back next week, but you know, we tried to get Leviathan in, they weren't good to go. Fearless Furies, their new incarnation just straight up died, and yeah, you know, EU just has this like cooldown period after a large tournament.
Dude, why can't you make more teams? I don't understand. I actually just don't understand.
Point of discussion for the meta we talk about here today once we get into Melee Creeps versus FPS Lounge. But I actually want to talk about something else first. I was watching the VODs last week, and apparently y'all May birthdays. We're all cool. Is that correct? May 5th.
Yep.
So just saying,
oh,
May is indeed the coolest birthday month. But anyway,
false.
So yeah, we're going to be getting into
I don't care
Melee
about
Creeps
birthdays.
versus FPS Lounge. For those unfamiliar with the night shift, you can take a look actually at the format and give a kind of overview as to what we're going to be getting into.
Bird
so we
the clock.
Have a qualifier match that happens
Another 2-0.
sometimes on stream. I guess CP's around. We can catch a
They even played the challenger match last week. Did not look good.
A 2-0.
The roster changes are not going well.
To the NA challenger match. That's what we're getting into right now. This is going to be a best of one.
Turns out Aiden quit though. He didn't get cut. And then I think Cheese was kind of just like, yeah, I'm good. Once Aiden left.
Actually back-to-back defending
champions. He got bored of playing M1.
Very well, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, I really think this top 3 in NA is so incredibly competitive. I feel bad for Bird with Clock because it is rough to try to qualify into these 3 squads, right? Any of these 3 have shown incredible competition, and it feels like with so many teams at that top level here in NA, they're able to kind of keep pushing the level.
And now there's chubby bunnies that have been doing incredibly well in scrims.
That one step stronger. So I think this is.
I think they'll
the
be
most exciting region right
in the qualifier match next
for
week.
A long time it was EU, but
I do believe
NA is kind of taking the crown. So I'm really excited to be on this half of the show, guys.
Play whoever loses this match.
Talk about a bit of the curse that's going on with Melee Creeps. They've not been able to come back and win in a little while. So what are you feeling about today?
Yeah, I mean, for Melee Creeps have just been struggling to, you know, get their identity back, where, you know, I think honestly it's one part the other teams in NA have really stepped up their game. I mean, FPS Lounge came into the scene, you know, quite strong, really good coaching staff and support behind them. Floormen, you know, they pick off D-Mov, they patch some of the holes in their roster, they start playing really well. And, you know, Melee Creeps, look, they were the team to beat for a very, very long period of time. And, you know, when suddenly the competition gets stronger and, you know, patches change at the same moment, things get a little bit tough.
Ranger subbing in for Do again?
Adapt. Now, they may be a little bit more adapting today than they would have liked, because as you look at the roster here, we got Ranger, who's normally their coach, coming in as a sub because EU was over so quickly today that Saya's not off work for another hour. So, you know, for Melee Creeps are going to be going in a little bit different roster-wise.
Bro, you know, MLC can't get a full roster, man. What's going on?
Too. Melee Creeps, they've been struggling a little bit, but Saya was actually, you know, one of the I suppose, the draws. I mean, this is actually the second week they're going to be coming in with a substitute, right?
So here's the bigger thing. If they win, because Rangers are pretty good. Rangers have been playing a long time.
On Abrams,
if they win, does Saya get to sub in for the BO3?
This sub coming in and filling
question mark?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. However, I do think of all the subs to come in, Ranger, you know, is a player with a lot of experience
Ranger's good,
himself, and also in this moment in the meta where, you know, the true
Ranger's literally bro.
Seeing much play. You know, Asai is a strong player. I don't think he's at all.
And ironically, he was actually a pro for a while.
But if you know, if you had to pick a meta to be forced to swap out one of your players, then this one doesn't feel too bad, right? Because there's a lot of fighting. Every character, I think, needs to pull their weight, needs to be able to influence not only the laning phase, but some of those early to mid game team fights, and be able to output their own damage and be a threat in their own right. So I think for Ranger to come in, I'm not too worried about him as a player. I think he's had experience on the night shift, has been a solid competitor. So I don't think this is going to be a huge loss. That being said, it is still Saya, right? It's kind of the heart and soul of this team.
True.
There's a lot of comms for the squad. You know, a lot of the
Saya is,
strategy can
I
come
would
from him.
say,
so
IGN.
going to be pressure on the rest of Melee Creeps to kind of step up and fill that gap potentially.
That is really such a neat little, I don't know, thing that we got going on here. You know, the captain coming in, the person making the calls coming in, and how that's actually going to slot in roster-wise, as opposed to maybe, you know, more typical just kind of sub waiting on the bench maybe a little bit more. We got our next team up, though, to show you guys the roster. FPS Lounge. They have been making some waves for sure, but they actually were absent last week, so we're bringing them back on. And we can see their lineup
Big
here.
change. Erebus out. Poppers in.
Erebus is gone. Of course, that was a pretty public breakup where they mentioned they're making the roster change. Poppers is in. And
yeah.
Poppers has actually been in around the scene for a very, very long time.
Yes.
Going back to like
Poppers was like
way into the fight night
top 10 on the. I think he was even number 1 on the ladder.
In general, a way more versatile
in
Forlan.
Forlan.
It was a roster change made primarily because of hero pool concerns.
He plays a lot of shit.
Results on the Scrimbuck Express. FPS Lounge has been beating everyone. They were beating Floorman in scrims. They were beating melee creeps in scrims. Although the interesting part about that, when you look at the drafts and how all this went down, is that every single time they were playing Victor. Like FPS Lounge was getting Victor uncontested in all of these games. And, you know, there's reasons for that in the draft at the moment. But, you know, I kind of look back at this as like, okay, FPS Lounge is playing really good. Okay. But they also have the hero that doesn't seem to lose right now. I mean, even going to the EU today, Victor was.
So yeah, Erebus apparently was cut due to roster.
Honestly, FPS Lounge coming in with a lot of momentum today.
Balance and like hero pool stuff. As someone who watches a lot of their scrims, I think there was some like internal stuff too. Erebus would get tilted in scrims a lot and kind of just like stop calming, stop trying. And I think the team got a little tired of that.
I think we're just gonna get right into the draft. By the way,
hero pool thing was also a thing, even though he was very, very good at his heroes.
That's the most important thing in the world, I suppose.
What is not fun is the source replay system. For anyone who's deeply familiar with it, it's you know, often leaves a little bit to be desired. So sometimes we unfortunately lose our 1v1 replay. Yeah, Melee Creeps versus FPS Lounge. I think you'd have to call FPS Lounge the heavy favorite right now with the last second roster swap. And on top of that, FPS Lounge, to your point, winning a lot in scrims. But Melee Creeps, despite being first pick, are still going to ban that doorman away. And it's an interesting choice. They could have potentially threatened to take it for themselves with it kind of feeling like a top meta pick right now.
Yeah, definitely a top meta pick. I mean, I think a lot of the discussion was
bot ban. I think bot ban makes a lot of sense.
Potentially Bebop, and then yes, I think we're also going to have to talk about Victor because that seems like a
well, Melee Creeps go silver, Shiv.
First, ZP hasn't been first, but it seems like it's always slotted in there.
Yeah, I mean, I personally think Victor should be rising priority, but you would expect Shiv here based on the scrim data.
They go Mirage, okay.
They go Mirage.
Mirage first pick.
In the scrims leading up to this,
it's really not always, the worst first pick because it denies like a Mirage plus something.
Or Shiv, and then pick the one that isn't picked.
I just personally think right now picking second just feels really, really good.
Probably Apollo, as Apollo never went.
Unless you're like, there's a hero you want to grab with first pick. I think picking second feels really good right now with the current balance.
Shiv would make the most
sense. They go Apollo.
But I actually think
Apollo Silver.
FPS Lounge is playing Victor. I think you
probably not. FPS don't really like Silver as much.
The worst penalty from getting Victor at this point, although you do wonder why not go.
They were a Venator team. Don't think they're gonna throw Venator this side. They go Shiv. Yeah, okay. Shiv Apollo. I like this pairing a lot more than Silver Shiv as well.
Victor, because I think this is one of the better carry matchups.
So Melee Creeps is going to want to grab a frontliner here now too. Melee Creeps is one of the few teams that still plays A-Bums. They like the blue man, so they could go frontline later. So they do end up grabbing a Pocket. Pocket just great into Shiv, pretty good into Apollo as well.
Not a hero that can come in and out of the fight, and
as we've seen, his prowess climbed a lot.
You pretty much just go all in and full send it when you commit.
Super curious what they do third here, especially because Saya's not here. They would typically pick Saya in the top 3 here with like a Kelvin or something, but they go to Silver. Okay.
Into these players, you know, I think Melee Creeps.
This also opens up them to do Silver Victor or Silver Abrams. I think it's a good pick. FPS Lounge also has shown they love doing like the triple front line plus like a Warden or something. So and you see right here that they're going to opt into a Victor.
And Victor does come through. So we're going to see if Jake's right. Maybe they've planned around this, or if Victor just ends up being too good regardless. CP.
I mean,
super curious what bans are going to be here. Melee Creeps may want to ban the Kelvin, honestly. Kelvin is really strong with those. What's showing? Good Viper ban. Finally, Viper pulling bans. It was pulling bans like second games last week, but I think people are finally just seeing this character is really strong early, scales well. It's just a great pick.
Other heroes that otherwise have really
and then Haze, yes, the pick Haze.
But Melee Creep's gonna come in with the Haze ban. Also Viper bans. Not only is Viper becoming a little bit more in the meta, but you're up against melee creeps. People are just like, oh.
So FPSL Lounge can pick a lot of stuff here. I haven't been able to. I was on vacay, so I couldn't watch their stream this week. But the thing with Bobbers is he has a very wide pool. So yeah, they do exactly what I was saying. They go triple frontline plus the Warden.
Options a little bit more limited, especially now that like Venator has seen a big decrease in value relative to. No one saw anything. He's seen a bit of a decrease in value relative to the past.
I do think this Warden is a nice matchup.
Celeste comes in.
Silver, like that heavy.
Here's everything can go their next frontliner here. They can kind of wait till 6 now though, because the FPS Lounge needs to pick other things.
I think the Sound's going to be especially valuable.
They still need their support. They're probably going to go a pick hero.
Bringing together, like I get that FPS Lounge are getting what they want.
You can think about they go Abrams here anyways. Okay, yeah. So
like if you go late,
I am not the biggest Abrams hater. I think especially when you pair it with stuff like Silver, I think it's a lot stronger.
Get to that point, I think.
I think it buys Silver a lot of time to get our transforms off, and also has CC in setup for when her farm's going crazy style. Also, two of the beefier frontliners for the Mirage to hit backline. Then Mo and Krill, so they are just going full beef on the side of FPS Lounge, full beef.
They are going to look to put a ton of pressure on melee creeps in this game, and there's going to be a lot of burden on, especially I think Do and John.
This is a crazy Spirit Burn game for Pocket, by the way. Crazy Spirit Burn game. And then Lash for the gun.
A lot in the matches and the drafts that we've seen, but they were appearing a lot in FPS Lounge's matches.
So this is a beefy comp, bro. Beefy comp.
Yeah, and the reason for that is it's Hydration's favorite hero, perhaps at this point. Where even in metas where Mo and Krill was entirely absent, Team's Hydration was on, and back in the day it'd be. Things like the old version of Floorman.
I'm gonna go Ivy. Okay.
Etc.
I think it's good.
Like Hydration would just go, yeah, I'm gonna play the
compare with the Mirage. It's one of Ranger's better characters too, so it just makes sense to put him on that.
People don't necessarily pick support heroes quite as often. You'll still see Hydration prioritize the Mo or.
So and then, like we've seen the last couple weeks, they're putting Scout more into the support role, but with Ranger stepping in, Scout's gonna be on probably Abrams.
You didn't actually see Ivy.
I would assume Abrams or Silver or something.
So melee creeps are making some changes here, although part of it may also just be the fact that you got Ranger subbing in over Saya, so I'm sure that had some impact on the hero pool calculation here too.
Yeah, I always think when if you're gonna have any kind of sub or roster situation, you want your sub to be as comfortable as possible, right? Like it's already gonna be a challenge to be playing in a team environment where you're not used to that exact player, where the role tends to be shaped to the specific player on the team. There's going to be some discomfort there, so at least they should be able to be on a hero that they're rock solid on. There's no question about their ability to execute confidently.
The Ivy's just great for the cancel too.
I also don't mind the Ivy this game. I mean, the stomp can be pretty powerful to shut down Mo. You can cancel things like the Warden ulti or dodge the reanimation stun from Victor. But on top of that, just a really solid save. When people are being jumped or ganked by this FPS Launch squad, they're probably going to be looked at doing, from like minute 5 on.
I really like Mo into Celeste Ivy.
A nice, reliable way.
Even though Ivy can cancel you, like the fact that you can snag Ivy.
What's interesting is
before
that
he gets a shut off.
Abrams, which I know has been kind of in flux.
It's really good to pocket too.
Right now, ZP. We actually talked about that last week, in fact. But it was Saya who kind of came on, said, "Hey, maybe this character isn't so bad." But Saya, not being here, so they just actually really believe as a team in Abrams, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to be fish cake on it, but look, I think some of the Abrams downplay has been a little bit much. I feel like Abrams is in his Shiv 2 week arc at the moment across the scene where people's like, oh, I don't know, like, is this hero actually good right now? And then people's like, wait a second, he still has like one of the most reliable displacements, crowd control.
I don't know how they really deal with the Victor.
Charge. There's so many ways to set it up. Yeah, this hero is still good in the way that, like, Shiv every now and then will take like a small nerf.
But this is I don't want Pocket. I know we're doing Pocket, and I think they can find the inflict angles.
But wait, he's not dead. He's not dead. Like first pick.
Like Ranger is not that. Like, he's a big step down from Saya, but like he's still pretty good,
I've never been a believer that Abrams is dead. I think it's like perfectly fine. Arguably, maybe look at this a few.
They just have natural knockdown bars with the Mo for the Celeste, though. I'll go FPS Lounge, I think.
Is any thoughts on the drafts overall here, Jake? Do you have a preference as to who might be coming out a little ahead here in the drafting phase?
I do start to, I think as more and more time goes on in Deadlock, I more and more favor these like tempo drafts that trying to like dominate early and snowball over the draft with like better late game, because in the end, if you give up the laning phase and you accept that you're going to fall behind early and you play for the comeback, you are kind of hoping that the enemy team makes a mistake. You just need like one big comeback fight, to get towards a late game, some big team fight with pockets. Less like it's absolutely doable. However, I'd rather be FPS Lounge and just kind of be in control of the game from the early phase onward.
Yep.
We'll have to see if that actually
They're better lands.
I think if Pocket has a crazy game, I mean, it's really just combo to deal with Pocket, and I think with
I don't know if they
Indomitable
pair
in
with the
game
Warden.
now,
Apollo?
it's a little bit scarier to go to that ultra late phase against Pocket. Like,
I'm assuming they're gonna go like
typically
Mo
the ultra
Lash or
late
like
Mr.
Mo
just does
Victor.
not die unless he gets hard caught and like full bursted by a stun, which
I don't know though.
should be, you know, Mo and Krill's absolute wheelhouse.
I don't know.
But Mo has always been a hero that has struggled to scale and has fallen off into the late game, and that problem could be acute here. So I you know, it's very like melee creeps, I think, to draft themselves the better late game and to try to weather the storm. But in recent times, it hasn't been working for them. It's been teams playing faster like FPS Lounge that have been getting the wins.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up exactly. You know, it seems like the conversation starts with, hey, melee creeps, great drafts, a lot of potential here. And then either, you know, yeah, they did give up that laning phase, you know, maybe knowingly hoping to bring it back, or just frankly, they didn't do well in that laning phase and were never able to actually bring it back. So that's kind of been a, you know, dangerous point for them, I guess, is staying even, or of course getting ahead in the early game and then actually delivering as time goes on. ZP, any thoughts? Any preference for you?
Yeah, I mean, as I look at this draft, I do think like the laning phase for FPS Lounge is pretty good. I think also their like first few earn fights are probably just straight up better in terms of team comp v team comp. And it's not that melee creeps don't have win conditions with other two. It's like always a little bit weird where you have Pocket. You always have the ability to just rip off a team fight with, you know, 3 or 4 man affliction, especially before divine barriers come on in. But the reality is that you look at FPS Lounge, you have one lane that's
Mo can also go DB.
auto advantage by virtue of just
thought about
having
that.
Apollo. You have Victor, who's basically
I feel like you
played
could go
as a
DB on
huge
Victor,
macro
though.
advantage and
Low
being able
key,
to shove
I feel like you
walkers,
could if you
pretty
really wanted to.
efficiently early into the game. And yeah, for melee creeps, you do have Celeste who can fit somewhat of the same role, and I think, you know, maybe at some level has been somewhat undervalued. But overall, like, I think FPS Lounge not only have like better options for early and mid game team fighting with their composition, but also they're going to have a
Let's
bit of
get
better
in. Let's
lane
get in.
phase. You know, melee creeps still possible to come out okay, but the deck is definitely stacked against them. And even when you go into the late game, I don't know if their late game advantage is all that massive. Like, yeah, heroes like Mo and Krill do tail off towards the end, but Warden is still really deadly in the late game. Victor is still Victor, even if he's in a gun build sort of situation. Like, you know, the advantages that melee creeps get into the end game, it's, you know, maybe more like 55, you know, 45, and they're more up against like you know, 60-40 advantage against them in the early mid game. So there is a path to victory, but it's a lot more narrow for melee creeps on the draft.
I see. And Jake, you brought up Indomitable, which is an interesting point because, you know, this has been a conversation amongst the community since it has been released, right? Like the initial reactions were probably 50-50 of it's amazing or it's going to suck. And it feels like maybe community-wise there hasn't really been a decision, but maybe amongst the pros, it's not as great as it would have seemed.
I think it's not a particularly good item, I will say. Like, it's not an item you're going to rush by any means, but it's more of an item that you'll probably grab on like Pocket or Mirage against Mo at, you know, like 45 minutes. It's really just like gives you a more powerful endgame win condition where, you know, effectively characters like Mo, essentially he's just a combo in the late game, right? Like that's realistically the only thing you do. In like the ultra late game, that's your whole contribution. And so that can be a problem, right? In that there is an item that potentially hard counters it. If we even get to that point in the game, though, I will say I feel like melee creeps may have already kind of won.
Oh my god, what is with melee creeps and loading in, bro? It just takes them so long. I just like I don't understand. I don't understand why it takes melee creeps so long to load in the games, bro. I don't understand.
Sometime before we get to that point.
I need Ranger to get on this. He's even in the game this time.
Maybe as for FPS Launch, you just say like, look, we don't care. You're not gonna get to the point in the game where those items are coming online. We're gonna tempo you out. We're gonna force team fights early. They have a ton of spirit damage. Like if you put Warden and Victor in the side lanes, as I think is pretty likely. You know, Lash, Mo, Shiv, and Apollo has an incredible amount of spirit damage. You got Mo for the combos. They're going to be looking pretty scary to challenge anywhere around mid-map in the jungles. On the other side, for melee creeps, it's a lot of stuns, right? Silver, Abrams, and Ivy. There's a crazy stun chain there. So, you know, if you catch anybody alone, they are going to be in massive trouble, right? Hit with the entangling bola, shoulder charge, into the stone form from Ivy. Like pretty much anything is going to die in the mid game to that. So I actually think both teams have interesting drafts. I like that melee creeps got very much player preference comfort heroes.
Consequence for tomorrow too.
John's Mirage and Dew's Pocket. But FPS Launch recent history, you got to consider them the favorite.
Well, FPS Lounge has been looking very good. They won the qualifier to get here to face melee creeps in this best of one to hopefully go into the finals, but melee creeps looking to redeem themselves after a string of defeats. Guys, take it away for game one of melee creeps versus FPS Lounge.
Thank you, ZG. And, you know, Jake, as I'm looking at this setup here too, John's going to be playing Try to Survive, I think, for half of this game, because as you get into the later game, the uptime for Mirage DPS-wise can actually be pretty heavily contested if you're going to have a Victor running at you, if you have to space in such a way you don't get hit by combo, and the fact that you still all the while look into the skies because of Lash being a threat. Like, I look at John's objective survival into the late game, and there's a
Abrams
lot of
Mirage
pressure on
into
him,
Apollo Warden,
especially
so they do
with him
opt
being
into
likely
Apollo
position
Warden.
one and, you know,
Ivy
being focused on
Celeste
getting
into
most farm on
Ivy
the team.
into Mo and
Definitely.
Lash,
I mean, I think Mirage,
and then Victor
you know, I think
Shiv.
he's-
Okay,
What I like about
into
Mirage as a carry is that he's also
Pocket
a
Silver.
pretty strong laner, right? Like he's no slouch, especially, you know, you get that level 2, right? You get your Jin's mark online, and you just become really annoying to lane against. That being said, on Apollo, the other side, one of the best Spirit Nukers early, Abrams is going to have his work cut out for him trying to frontline through this, especially with a player like Rokane on the ward, and you can just, the accuracy he has with this primary is so significant, makes it very difficult for Abrams to really ever challenge in the mid game.
I think when I look at win conditions here for melee creeps, a lot of it to me is just staying even until earned fight, and then honestly a lot of eyes on Ido, where you know Ido at the very least getting the go-to is, you know, once and former bread and butter, where it's just like Ido on pocket, don't let Ido get pocket. Kind of a bit removed from that era where we'd see Ido on pocket super often, and yet when you think about what melee creeps needs to win some of these team fights, you kind of are hoping for consistent 2-3 man afflictions to kind of counterbalance, you know, the otherwise team fight advantage FPS Lounge probably has early on.
Gonna be a little fight here over the small camp. Something that Apollo always wants, right? No one wants to damage the creeps because Apollo has the burst. Mirage gonna step over to the other side, grab the opposite camp. Maybe look to get a trade that way. Apollo's just a little bit too scary to fight. Looks like Rokane, though, knows it happened. He's gonna try and get a punish, but with a missed flask. Probably not gonna happen under that one.
Probably not gonna happen. This Mirage getting rolled.
Tornado is leveled, and I actually believe John had to take Tornado instead of
Well, man
Jin's
got
mark
hurt on
there, so
hard.
that's not gonna feel great on the lane, actually.
So
I mean, he
they
lives
do
that
put
time, but it,
Scout
you know,
on the
price is exacted
Abrams
the
and then
FPS
Fish Kick on the
Lounge mid lane.
Silver.
Yeah,
As expected, Ranger playing
especially
support.
with lane tempo, where you might go, oh, you know, it's not the biggest amount of damage. Just like even a little bit of poke has
nice
big
slam.
knockoff effects.
That's a good amount of damage right there.
Charge in there. I mean, that's taking a good HP tax off of poppers, where it means a lot. You're down half HP. You're not going to be as aggressive on the dive. Still looking for John, 300 HP. Warden right on top of him, but you got the cover in from Scout. Should be able to just get back to tower.
Still, Rokane's the healthiest player on this lane. It's going to be a problem. Hydration also getting incredibly low in the side lane. Dude does run it down on Celeste, and actually, now that I say, I just realized it is actually Ido on the pocket. You're right. I didn't even suspect it because it's always Do on the pocket for this team, but interestingly enough, he's going to be on Celeste this time.
I think Dude's
Ido
the better
back to
Celeste
last.
player, so I think it makes sense to me.
Well, in this case,
They're pretty
yeah,
even on
actually gonna be
Paga.
two movement heroes at once, and you know, the interesting thing for melee creeps, if they were to win this, is
Hey,
they
Moskies.
didn't get a lot of scrim time this week, Jake. Like, Dude
True.
was on vacation, so their scrims were pretty heavily limited. Relative to the FPS Lounge, who was just, you know, bopping everyone all week per the scrim bop
Bopping
hotline.
everyone.
So, yeah, a lot to be said for melee.
They
creeps
just
if they're
bopping
able
it.
to turn this one in their favor, because you know everything leading into this is kind of indicating FPS Lounge.
Definitely would be the expectation. Low main onto the Shiv, though. It's going to be an exciting player
Expectation.
to watch. I mean, I think for me personally, low main, probably my favorite player to watch here on this FPS Lounge squad. Just always playing these flashy playmakers, permanent fights. Always expect big things out of him in the lane.
Big things.
Taking a trade
Bad
pocket.
mans.
A lot of damage in, but Shiv is completely out of gas into this one.
Out of gas, gas,
So it's a
gas.
nice nukes from Ido. Not much Shiv can do, and Shiv has gone the greedy damage build, so he just doesn't have the sustain to stick around much in this lane, and wants to maybe grab a heal creep off the back of this one, but Shiv's a hero that really struggles when he gets this low on the lane. When you just die to one nuke combo from pocket, you really can't take any risks.
It's interesting to bring that up too, because usually Shivs don't go the super greedy build unless you're backed up by something like a Rem that can, you know, give you healing and kind of offset you going full greed. See how it pans out. But back over in the middle, Scout coming within, you know, a breadth of dying there.
A breath.
Dealing against the Apollo, not always the easiest thing. Although you look at the HP, John's actually been having pretty effective poke the other way. So for dealing with the Apollo lane, I actually think melee creeps have done quite well in middle so far, and also able to secure at least one of the buffs.
Yeah, Scout's been low since the beginning, but he hasn't died, right? He's just
He's
staying
been
alive,
low,
being
low,
a thorn in the
low,
side. Ooh,
low.
quad stack here for Pocket. It's going to be a big threat on that lane. On the other side of the map,
Ooh,
Celeste with a
Leva
shiny
dies.
Wonder.
Left on the
Finds a
fucking
kill on the left, hydration. trying to trade it back.
Flash, I
That's
just
less
realized.
we're talking about the chase down by Mo. Doesn't
Snakes
seem
on
like it.
Victor.
He just has to burrow, head back to the tower.
Okay.
You just look at do air strafing for dear life, but yeah, gets out cleanly.
For dear life.
Also, Snake's in kind of a bit of danger here. Like looking at overall HP across the map, as Victor, you're just like, okay, it's fine, you know. Gonna get shocking.
Full main option in the Radiant region this game. I think makes sense.
3.6k.
Yeah, it looks like they had to both take resets to get their HP back up, and I know staying in this lane means he has Affliction online.
Hey, no.
Snake's healthy enough as he comes back into this lane to where you don't necessarily want to dive with Victor being pretty close on the ultimate, right? Looks like maybe just one wave for him to grab, a couple boxes, and he should have it online. Another fight breaking out in the side lane. Though, grabbed by the ult and
grab into combo.
Up, but a beautiful save
But
from Ranger gets him out of
Ranger
trouble.
flies him out.
Ultimate's essentially thrown in for nothing. Now Celeste goes for the re-engage despite low on HP. Still wants to fight
Oh,
more.
left is so low.
By his side is a real
Well, nice
threat
off from
here.
Ranger.
Sub for melee creeps already looking strong.
Also on the map, double affliction goes down. Snake's nearly dead. Low main shaking off, and
She's getting
looks
shoved
like
out.
Snakes was able to get out of danger. Also, not much guardian damage done in turn.
Not gonna use his quick
I'm
step.
a little bit surprised there wasn't more of a chase down, but
I do want to
in
get
this
back
case,
for the
Snake's going
waves
back
or
to
get
base
his
for the
ult,
second
but
time
you
in the
never know.
last, 3 minutes.
Might already use him. Oh.
Melee creeps, they might not have had much scrim time, but the players on this squad, all individually, some of the strongest here in NA. So definitely don't expect them to go down easy, especially in the laning phase where mechanics tend to be king.
Pew, 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 pew.
I think so far, given what we know of the
see
laning
Ibums.
phase and both teams' win conditions, you're pretty happy for
Rounds.
being where you are now for melee creeps. It's just can you take the small little edge you've started to build up here and turn that into a win on first turn? I think first turn is going to be so formative to this game as Scout caught out a little bit, ends up falling. Warden taking some damage in turn, but John actually got in.
will
John
not
thinks he's
yield.
vulnerable.
They get a chance to put some harassment down.
Yeah.
With the Tyler Son ready in the
Tyler
spike online
Son.
poppers, thinking about getting aggressive, but this is a Mirage we're talking about. It's a very scary hero to take these extended trades against, and
True.
he is going to back off, but
True.
losing Scout, honestly, not the end of the world, right? John gets some, solo creeps, put some counter harassment down, and Rokane has to go back to base, take a reset. So there's not going to be much more pressure here on the mid lane.
Once more.
Good.
Taking a look at
Snakes
the
has ult now, just sending it.
forward. Shocking reanimation proc here on the Snakes.
Got the slow, but not the damage.
Rest of the fight though, bouncing out a little bit, not turning into a deep dive here. No, actually take that back. Lightning Curse popped, a little bit more damage on the Shiv, but neither side full committing.
The state of Victor right now is so interesting because normally you'd look at that shocking reanimation and say, oh, that, pretty bad, essentially wasted, not much value had from it. But honestly, having that spirit damage per bullet online is a pretty big deal with all the camp sub increasing all of your farm rate. So low main continues to put the pressure on, does get kind of grabbed under the tower and has to use that execute just to get out of trouble. So well played by Fishcake, but he's going to be low enough to where even he might have to consider a reset.
Oh.
Meanwhile, looking at middle, a little bit back and forth. Affliction though on this lane coming out, hits 2. And this time around Snake, no shocking reanimation, getting burned down in a hurry.
Little man can't really play.
Looking for the finish. Cloak out.
Really nice,
cut off,
really nice cloak.
Snake is going to go down here at 1 HP, and yet
Got the healing creep though.
Break some ankles.
Got the healing creep. Snakes lives.
Well played by Snakes, evading that.
Poppers is here now as well.
Did get down to just a sliver of HP. The heals were enough. Tyler San now out onto the Silver. Does get low, but Riposte wasted.
Riposte does
No damage
nothing.
on that one. Silver's continuing to fight this one even without the ultimate, just in human form. And Ido with the melee.
Got a good
Grabs the
skill.
finish onto Poppers. Nice
Okay, good start from melee creep so far.
Silver has enough HP to hold on to this one.
Holy, what the fucking animation is happening?
With the save ensures Celeste
What
stays
interaction?
Stays active, and she's right back to pressuring.
And Hydration hasn't found any value with the ult yet.
I think
she had 0 stacks on it.
Hidden hero of this lane too. We've been seeing Dude just kind of pushing.
Really good Ranger ult so far to match.
I think it's just been Ranger just backing things up, early supportive build. And yeah, I mean, Dude's been having one heck of a game. And you kind of see from melee creeps, especially you watch some of the scrims, is like, yeah, getting Dude back, pretty impactful as it turns out.
Victor now over to the mid lane, puts that spirit damage to work to grab that mid T1. A big rotation actually of players here from
Mid
FPSL.
T1.
See if there's any
You got
kills to be
hyperline?
extracted.
Or do you get parried?
Looks like a parry onto Scout that was
Scout
insta
insta
dies.
dies.
Brutally outplayed there. Thought he
Snakes
could get that
dies
easy
to
finish
John
on the
though.
Snakes, but Hydration, rather John does get the job
The
done.
creep should be able to get this right buff. Fishkick already got the boom buff left side.
No real chance to counter pressure. It does feel a little bit
I feel like
scary
Dude should
for
just
FPS line.
look here, but I guess you can't just dive this guy, right?
Going in, a bit more dive hydration in the crosshairs. Celeste right behind, just needs a few more hits. And
okay, Celeste celesting.
Also, meanwhile, as this is happening, there's still been a casting buff up for grabs for quite a while. Lycan Curse popped, this time low main, looking for the escape. Enough to stop Silver from moving in.
All right, Rokane gets his blue wave in.
All these slows starting to stack up. Yeah, I don't think Silver's gonna
Only Ranger here. Fishcake does die.
But now Snake's kind of racking up a lot of impact across the map.
Solid damage from Rokane there. Forces the urn drop too. Gets a little stall. Dude does eventually pick up the casting.
Goes late. I mean, this guy could scale pretty effectively. Not doing too well just yet, but give him the chance. He might be able to farm back up. I mean, Victor actually has a pretty good recovery path as a hero.
This is really interesting. You got urn control for melee creeps, and FPS Lounge, they're not in the best state to contest. Like, ideally, you would love to have Flash have Death Slam up. It's not up now, so you don't really have the huge threat to stop from going for a dunk. I mean, the biggest thing is, okay, hydration is near the turn-in, but if you're melee creeps, you have a wonderful opportunity right now. Push, but okay, Doom may have gotten themselves a bit of trouble. And Doom running for his life on the FPS Lounge, able to walk forward and pick up two, so not able to set up for the dunk the way they would like. That leads into a quick pause.
Hydration crashed.
Yeah, it seems like this fight's already over. FPS Lounge.
You did. Ranger has to keep babysitting Urn here.
Off the back of the combo.
Hydration finally finds a good pick.
It's a rough one, right? Because those are two players that so far were having a pretty good game. I felt like Do was kind of untouchable, was getting saved out of every kind of team fight. Fishcake was doing really well on the opposite side of the map. These side lanes were really strong moments for them. But now that advantage for melee creeps pretty much fully deteriorated. Since Ivy does hold the urn, though, I don't expect it to really go in either team's hands now with FPS Lounge and map control.
Also, can we get a look at John here? Because I think John John's about to kill Leffa, which this could be a massive, massive boon for John. Because think about it, if John gets a solo kill on the Leffa and then potentially gets Walker, at least a good amount of Walker damage.
Barely lives Scarabs.
It's the dream.
Barely, but yeah, John will get the Guardian for that. Good pressure.
Yeah, I mean, if Leffa survives, he's going to be able to
heal. So they're going to get something at least. Oh, does Pumpers actually kill Ido? Holy shit, that was close.
Barely escapes.
Yeah, you don't want to dive with Apollo here. It's too risky. And Ivy's going to be here to put a defense
Ranger
on. A lot of
kind of went too deep.
Maybe want to continue this fight with a riposte away. Apollo should be good for the moment. But a lot of presence being shown here by melee creeps. Ido's healing up. Going to be back to this fight soon.
Another itty bitty chunk for FPS Lounge on a Walker.
They're so aware of this threat from FPS Lounge, right? With Warden and
dude, Leffa is so poor. Holy shit.
Tower, you get a strong stance to siege. He's gonna go down fast.
He's gonna get some comeback souls though.
So for melee creeps, you have just an insane advantage.
You're going Torment Pulse this game makes sense to me.
Leffa can really contest John that effectively. And at some point, you're gonna have to pull someone.
So they did have to full drop Urn.
And otherwise, melee creeps are still getting.
John's gonna go for the re-pickup.
Other lanes.
Reanimation out from Snakes. Doesn't seem like there's going to be much more follow-up than that. Apollo trying to run down Celeste, but even Apollo can't quite match the Dancer's incredible mobility as Do slips away back to the jungle, grabs some creeps for his trouble.
Back to the jungle.
This mid lane, though, continues to be a site of aggression. A lot of attempt to challenge and fight, but I will say these Resto Lockets are a nice way to punish Apollo. Definitely something for folks at home to pick up if they're struggling into this Mahiro matchup.
Yeah, FPS Lounge can also go them for the silver.
Apollo and Geist. Anyone that's sitting out here just spamming abilities, it's in your favor. I mean, it's not even just Apollo in this case, too. Just Shiv knife spam gets pretty intense.
Yeah, a lot of tiers for it. Finally, the mid Guardian is going to go down. Took enough tries.
Insta pulls him out. I like it.
I think it's a wise pull from Ranger. There's no chance they're actually killing Apollo with full skills online. And as they bring numbers over to the right side engagement,
should we be looking Urn, guys? Urn.
Maybe there's gonna be more to find. He's going deep on
okay, they just full send it and lose Urn.
Scout, though, is healing massively off this curse book. Still has the ultimate online if he wants to try to get out of trouble.
Might have the seismic slam here to get out. Immediately pops it.
Stinks does die though.
Gives enough clearance. Now while this is going on,
Dude gets traded though.
And so does Do. So it's a 1-for-1 trade while we're seeing this chase down on the Scout.
Scout's gonna die.
Dream still fire from the back, desperately trying to get to the jump pad, which has a little bit of natural cover. Decides
I'll get King.
I'm gonna get interrupted. I'm gonna take the other way around. A little bit of extra mobility.
The Fishcake probably dies for it. Oh my god, he lives too.
Crazy like 3-minute team fight here.
Okay, well they actually get a lot of exits. The only one who dies is Do, but they do lose Urn.
He's saying now's the time to go, right?
With how delayed that was though, the next one spawning in 40 seconds.
I'm curious, like, did he go for
Usually they're gonna have setup for this.
Might have gotten. Yeah, he did. Wow. Okay, that's unconventional. pretty much everyone maxes.
Rocane John doing a good job staying farmed. Rocane a little more active though.
Going in is really committing to this kind of early game pressure strategy.
I mean, if nothing else, I think it's definitely targeted more towards Idol. Extra silence versus pocket early is invaluable. Also, while we're in the middle of that fight, it's worth knowing that Earn does go over the FPS lounge, and yet, you know, Melee Creeps has done enough in terms of skirmishing and otherwise that it's still about a perfectly even game thus far.
It is even. In theory, from what we were saying in the draft, is good for the Melee Crepes, but vibe check on this game definitely feels like FPS Lounge have a bit more map control, showing a bit more presence. Silver now in the sights. Doesn't have much damage down to proc that ultimate. But does have the Hunter's Aura online, which is always going to be a really nice find for her. It really makes getting those solo kills a lot easier, especially when you get into that Lycan form. And with Earn control in the hands of Scout, Left was going to, poke and prod here, but I doubt he's going to make a serious attempt to grab this Earn. And you see Scout completely disrespecting it, just going to path straight through the lanes.
Straight through. Out here on Earn control, I think if you're Melee Creeps, you're not necessarily looking to dunk. Like, look at the rotation here. You're going to have Mirage go off to the opposite lane.
Torment
and you have
improved
Earn, and you're
spirit.
pulling in people from FPS Lounge. I think
Okay.
Earn is not even what you really want here. What you want is to give John the ability to go off and push. Now, what John doesn't know is that you got a Lash hiding in reserve here, specifically.
Here's your Rangers
punch
I build.
John.
Imagine he'll just go
This is interesting
standard,
because
but
you'd assume Lash would be on the left side, but John now getting caught
Melee
on the
Creeps
right.
re-pick up.
See if they're able to finish him off. It's a dive from both. And I think John got free.
Nice return fire here. Makes Shiv
There's
struggle,
Aura.
but good juke. Dodges the dash completely. That's a max dash, so not going to get any of that cooldown reduction for low main.
Turn does
Fishkick
get
gonna
dropped
get a chance to clear the way.
again.
With Pocket coming in, I think we might see a fight
These
here on the
delays
left
though,
lane.
FPS have 6
Ido,
ults up now.
13K. Let's see what
So
we
they're
can do with
looking
the
for just
affliction.
the insta drop
An
in.
airdrop on this Abrams is going to try to maybe pull him into the Earn, but it's going kind of painfully slow. There's maybe going to be a chance to grab the melee, and they even do grab that combo onto one.
Oh, look at this movement though. Oh, he still gets hit though.
But the Earn does slip out of his hands. Here comes the lash hold from above, pulls 3 players up, slams it
Oh,
back
big
down.
slam out though. Holy shit, nice.
Warden ultimate, but somehow Melee Creeps.
Snakes does die.
Yeah, it went way better than expected, despite the opening being a little bit
Fish
awkward trying to
cake
force the dunk.
does.
Fish
Ult
Cake
comes
ends up falling.
in.
Hydration. Able to finish off. Slam down in from Scout. Into the heavy
Oh, this
melee.
is so
Earn is still
messy.
up for grabs. John
Rocane
able to
did
get
die though.
Rocane. He's
Scout
TP'd
dies.
over into the fight. Was in the right lane. Uses the Traveler to come on in. Lowman and Poppers though. Able to
Snake's
fight
finally
Shield back.
dead.
Dew and John
Lowman
last
dies.
remaining. Ido dancing around. It is
Ido's
a
literally
bloodbath
one.
for both
Ido
sides.
dies.
But John
2v3 right
is
now.
still really healthy here.
And John, he's got max.
But it's a
Jin Mark. These
17k
long
Mirage.
fights
This is
really
enough. The
starting to
buffs are
favor
actually doing work, especially this Vitality buff on Dew right now. This is doing work.
Himself thinking about running the Earn, drops it instead and tries to turn and look for the kill onto Poppers, who's on just slivers of HP. Players respawning back into this fight.
Fish
More
Cake coming
numbers
in
gonna
now.
continue to be thrown into this one as
John
finds
shits on
another
Poppers.
3 streak for him on the fight.
Gets the
Even
pickup.
picks up the Earn to threaten it.
Has movement buff here, so he'll be able to shift jump in if he wants.
It won't be easy for the Melee Creeps.
Victor's here, Shift's here. Everyone's here now though. Abrams can make space though. Nice dunk from John. Look at all those buffs for John. Oh, super well played fight from John.
So that you don't get the interrupt, you lose the kill and the
Active
Mirage
reloads
picks up
on the
all
Victor.
buffs from
Interesting.
the Earn. That is a huge get from Melee Creeps.
And what a
Victor
heal
spawns,
from
comes in,
Ranger,
just
too.
insta
Like,
dies.
Just after John tornadoes out, he gets healed for I think 1,000 just from Ranger's Link, and it must have been a healing Nova as well. So really well played fight from John. Live to tell the tale. Him and Dew, right? I talked about them. They're the 2 carries of this team, right? The 2 players with generally the most.
I feel like
farm
Nova's just
priority,
so
and
good on Ivy,
here
no?
they're really showing up and delivering.
When I saw the
a
rescue beam
meaningful
last
team
day,
fight on the
like
back of it.
it seems fun, but
And even though the aggregate right now, 89k
I don't know,
to
man.
86k, I look at
I don't know,
who's getting
man.
the farm, and Mirage getting farmed huge. Although on the same note here, Jake, even with some of these fights going the other way, I mean, FPS Lounge may be like, yeah, it's fine. Look, have you seen Rocane?
Yeah,
Rocane
Rocane
still
is
a really good spot.
doing well.
so,
But that fight got John
despite some of the heroics on that last
caught up
fight,
to him
FPS
too. They're
Lounge is
even
in a
net
great
now.
spot still.
And then now Celeste
I feel
is
like
kind of
that's
jumping
worries
ahead
me
of
a
the
little bit. It's
pack.
Like, yeah, Victor doesn't need as much farm as he's needed historically.
The
but
buffs
13K
did
Victor
work
does
there
feel
that
a
fight.
little
The buffs
bit
were
on the
really
poor
good
side.
for them.
Yeah, Victor, maybe you don't, quote unquote need the farm, but we saw in that fight, like, you can get through 2 Victor lives. It's not that big of a deal, especially for Mirage, who really doesn't mind taking a long extended fight, poking the Victor down. This is not like a Warden who has like this one big hit as a carry and, wants to kind of decisively end the fight. John's more than happy to sit and poke and prod away. And you know, we talked about the scaling issues on this team. I do think we're not yet in the realm of really being worried for FPS Lounge, but I think Melee Creeps winning that fight really does set the tone for the rest of the match.
Ching.
Once more, into the middle. Boss of Dance on the scout, who's shrugging off most of it. Shoulder
Sounds
charge
Wave's game
in
too.
response,
It's a good
and now
Sounds Wave
chase
game.
down. In on the poppers, half HP. Melee Creeps all around, and even for Apollo, it's a sticky situation to get out of. Low HP down.
You see, Ranger's even going tip mag. Ranger knows the tip mag tech.
Clean pick off here onto Apollo.
Smaller out shit is not it.
What's going on FPS Lounge? They're pressuring the left, and they
Mode
should be
Warden.
getting Walker off this. So macro-wise, if you're Melee Creeps, you
Getting
need
the
to
Walker
right
left side.
to make that worthwhile.
Good flip there.
Ivy gonna grab the silver and power and they're thinking about trying to pressure Lomane. Lomane's doing a great job though, just clears the minions.
Double
off
stomp, by the
way.
way? Did anyone see that?
Might just kill this Walker push.
Or was it a bait stomp?
Why do you just take a Walker stomp? He's on 1 HP. That is, I don't know how he got that low otherwise. And now here comes the turnaround. Lomane coming back into the fight, has max
Lomane
dash.
looking deep.
Very
Good
low
dash
speed on
there.
this.
Oh, really
Gotta
well
be
played from
very careful
Lomane.
sticking around
Holy
too
shit.
long with players coming back in. And
This
yeah,
guy's literally pro.
does
Mo
go
ends
down,
up
so
getting
it
Urn
really
here.
finds Walker dive.
Dude's
Totally
pressuring
executed
left
from Melee
Walker,
Creeps.
1v1 with
FPS
John and Victor on the right side. Everything's happening all at once.
Does pop his reanimation.
It's going to be a huge dub for FPS Lounge, though. They get the Walker plus the Urn here.
Played mid game by FPS Lounge.
Spirit Duration, Enjoyer, Hydration.
The TP into the opposite side of the map should be a Walker for Melee Creeps,
John.
but overall, I mean,
Dude gonna get this. The Apollo is here. Does not matter, though.
Walker for Urn.
But now you're seeing the pressure on the right side here. Also getting Blue Prio. Good Blue Prio grab here from FPS Lounge. Makes them be able to rotate over here this right side faster. They want to go for it, but they're just going to back up anyways. I was getting all in. Snakes didn't have ult.
Get rid of
Just gets deleted.
the wall breaker himself. Break his wall.
Okay, good match from Melee Creeps there.
Look at that. I'm wondering, okay,
This is a very tight game.
We need the affliction there. Looking at the minimap, maybe they thought other people are coming, and that's why you go for that. It's like, I don't know. I feel like it's not the richest.
John is so big. I like the early week go by this game.
Okay,
Just with how fights are going to go.
Chase down. Onto Lomane, low HP.
Lomane's got a lot of scarabs on him, bro.
You
He might die to blood dive.
Literally one.
It's so close. Okay, no, the heals are just good enough.
Just with the just with this like
That's
beef,
a massive
like
problem. Because now these
death
big
ball
fights for
comp.
FPS Lounge, they wanna
I
step
really
up,
like
they wanna
the
move
Rico
first,
buy
but
on the
without
Mirage.
Spirit, they're all gonna be
It's not as strong as it
taking
used to be, but
don't
also an insane inhib game. Well, it double stomped. It double stomped. Yoshi, please fix.
He did live, but oh my god, production actually.
Yeah,
with the
W grab
sprays
from the
on
production. That
high,
was
though,
hilarious.
I mean,
Great grab.
it's a rare mistake. It hasn't been playing so much pocket these days.
Tank Buster comes in.
That's unbelievable. That was the most cold-blooded thing I think I've seen our production ever do. The scout.
I don't know how they didn't notice
a
the
little
double
bit
stomp.
of,
Jake and Zippy
launch
didn't bring it
damage
up.
there. Still though, like 22 minutes in, and that is even as
Rokane's still holding the soul advantage though. He's up on John, despite John getting that Walker and doing a lot on the map.
Into bloodletting.
They kind of swapped places. Rokane was doing a lot early game, and now John's doing more on the map in the mid game. Silver's fine.
Proc the Lycan Curse just to stay alive.
Has log up.
Holds off for now. Wants to save it for potentially.
But Soul Lead is
bigger
just
value in a future
dipping
team
back
fight.
and
His
forth.
pick is gone for
Really,
quite
really
a
close
tanky
game.
build, so just holding some frontline, making space. In the end, if Ido hits an affliction and John is ticking you out with Jin's marks, like honestly, those are the only two things that I think Melee Creeps need to win a fight.
Yeah, I think the win conditions for Melee Creeps have gotten
Torment Pulse
considerably
here.
better.
Don't overlove
and
the
even for
Torment
PS Lounge,
Pulse.
is getting
Don't
a little bit worried
overlove
with
it.
them potentially committing to a mid
The
push.
follow,
We
at
really
least.
can't commit to a push.
Like, I feel like you just go boundless over there, over Torment Pulse, right?
Mid boss being a threat.
Surely?
Next team to get 2 or 3 uncontested picks easily goes mid boss, and suddenly we
Or
go
some
from even
shred?
game to heavily advantage.
Like
But
Mystic Vulnerability?
hydration gets the blink over.
Probably goes crazy for your team this game, no?
Stone form. Death slam up.
Slam on the
over. Oh, this for just
Ivy.
an
Ivy gets caught.
And it's good enough to take
Good
down
find from
Ranger.
Leffa.
What opportunities is it going to open up here, Jake, though, is the question.
John and Rokane 1v1 on the side.
John's holding his
I
own
think
with the
Rokane
Walker
just
here.
kind of
Has to
wins
deal
this,
with
especially with
Rokane,
the
so
all
can't really
popped.
afford to back out. The fight continues
John's
to
kiting
progress
him really
here.
well, though.
Lomane,
John's not taking any
Silver looks to
damage.
step up and maybe put some damage down herself, but
Fight's breaking
challenging
out.
into Lomane's
John's
shiv
going
is
in
maybe
now.
not what you wanna
That
go for.
Rokane
Affliction on the
ults.
3, though, it's big. It does connect to the
Out.
shiv. The frontliners for FPS Lounge ticking down.
6
John
ult.
looks like he's
Lomaine
winning that fight
dies.
against Rokane.
Snake's
The
ult
side
should do.
lane's
Rokane does
incredibly close.
die.
Actually, both
They actually
kill each other.
trade.
So
Holy
carries
shit.
off the map. more players continuing to fight.
Kind of sucks for melee creeps though, because John could have TP'd in after if he won.
I think that's going to be just enough for melee creeps to overwhelm. They're starting to swarm.
They are running everyone down.
Snakes,
They win the fight.
no chance
Nice.
on the retreat. We got to get a replay. John and Rokane.
Yeah, they were just dueling. I don't even know how John died at the end. Because Rokane's ult was already gone. Everything. Maybe he got clawed in the afterlife. I don't know. No ults. No nothing. This should be a free mid boss. It's not really healthy too, so I don't think they can really fight. Silence Wave comes in. No repost now for the Apollo. Hydration does have ult now. It's so hard. It's just 3-0.
In on this one, and they don't. All three rejuves, the way of melee creeps, potentially about to lead to their first advantage of the game.
They can get double buff plus pickup here.
It's just, yeah, that's.
They do end up dropping a couple waves here, but they get mid boss.
More time. John has Ricochet online.
Fight for the pickup. No time for replays. No time. No time. So they actually full centered on the right side. FPS Lounge get the pickup. Really, really good. They need to get out though. I think they're fine. Poppers has ult. Yeah, they should get out. One thing you'll always do with FPS Lounge is they really care about the mid prow.
From Snakes.
I think it's the proper way to play.
No fear here, despite being down.
Snakes just gets the push here. He's gonna get sent on by Do here though. He shouldn't be standing there after he gets the push. He should just full dip.
In terms of stats, you do have to look for a contest here. If you do get a pick on someone,
Look at the waves, right? Like the wave is coming late now because Snakes got prio.
The average reju fight, where often the team that has no reju is down 20k.
Snakes is pretty poor though, but
to be the main target, brought down the half, and
he's kind of getting melted. Oh, big. Stomp Kelvin. Oh, the ball's doing fucking work though. Look at the vitality and the Ranger heal. Rangers are so good at Ivy, bro. Crazy dude lives there. No rejuves lost. They had to drop Urn to protect Walker, and then Fisher gets pickup.
Realistic prize to be achieving at this point in the game. Mo though setting up for a gank. They want a +1.
Snakes doesn't have ult now. He's gotta chill, bro. You gotta chill. Snakes. You gotta chill. Snakes is just dead. He's about to get jumped. Snakes overcooked.
Nice little catch from Scout. Not gonna lead.
Snakes is overcooking. I don't know what Snakes is doing right now.
Off shoulder charge where you can get a nice little clip onto the mid sign.
Lomain's defending Walker defense. Maybe Snakes is just making space here, but the fly's coming in. Lomain has to hard leave. I think Lomain might die here.
Much of a contest this time. Just rejuve too much to go after in this moment. Instead, FPS Lounge
Snakes still ends up dying.
Right hand Walker, if we can get it. And while this is going on, Dude is able to get
Hydration also dies. They're not going to be able to get this.
They don't get the Walker, but they are getting
Oh, damn. Good shit from Rokane, though, to trade.
Dies for the kill, but is more than happy to get a rejuve out that way, right? So much value.
They're going to lose 2 Walkers here, though. I think it's the break point.
Worth his weight in gold.
John's going to take the soul lead here, too. The Celeste is huge, also. The Celeste stayed ahead. Compared to, like, the Lash, up like 7k on the Lash.
So we're definitely going to see
there's nobody close for
I feel like he might as well
second soul slot on FPS Lounge.
Maybe got 10k souls on Dewey. Might try to spend some of that out before they really commit to the next team fight, but huge advantage melee creeps.
Yep.
I mean, here you are hoping to get both.
So this is forever ago, but I'm glad we're seeing this.
The fight of destiny.
Yeah, it was Claw to kill him in the afterlife. That's so funny.
Right to the limit there, Jake.
Yeah, the
2 dudes just ready to brawl.
And the only reason Warden can still shoot is because he's
Ranger flies over.
The Jids mark early with the
just confirm. Really good take by Dew here, by the way. Dew just cracks base, so they get quick zip on the blue wave. That's really nice for them. Good shit from Dew.
I also just enjoy the source physics where, for whatever reason, you just see John's body like. Just
all right, great reju for melee creeps. They get a lot from this. 2 Walkers plus base crack, and an Urn.
Yeah, he's safe. We know he's safe looking at the map, but there's some high intensity.
Lemon's just so poor this game. It's so hard for him.
They're 200 HP. No fear in the world.
Never stop gambling. That's what we always
Poppers
say.
Eventually goes boundless after.
Snakes
Stick
trying to grab some extra farm out of this
for
Lomain. Does feel like he's kind of met his match this game, CP. I don't know what you think about it, but I really feel like he's in the middle of the fight as he kind of needs to be. But I mean, he's just tanking an affliction.
He's just poor, man. He's so poor this game.
Like that alone almost deals with the first life.
26k at 29 minutes.
More than happy sitting in the back. He's got Rico in him, the classic Mirage build.
Yep.
Late game status debuff. It's incredible.
It's just so insane this game. And he has toxic bullets. Like he's just debuff king. And again, with how the fights go with this comp, like they're just constantly gonna be grouped up.
Teams had a lot of time to prep.
Trying to follow up on the Mo. So
with the victor this week. I mean, again, if you looked at the Scrimbuck hotline, FPS Lounge was
Bucks,
ruining
Spellslinger
all
for
of North
Do.
America this week, and
Curious
a lot
what
of it
6K is
was
gonna go here.
higher priority on Victor, but if you get punched and beaten by the same method so many times
Silence
in a
Wave
row,
2 from
you know, maybe it's match day where you
Ranger,
finally
I
put
think
all
it's
together
good.
and say, okay, here's how we're going to approach this, and we actually have the answer
What's
this
next?
time around. So I think it feels a
Racing
little bit bad
Center,
for
okay.
FPS Lounge if they're not able to turn around this game. You know, it's kind of one of those scenarios, Jake, where you
Indomitable for Edo.
Indom, it's online. Uh-oh. See if this affliction is going to
Kind of interesting to me. He doesn't want Spirit Burn this game.
Big opportunity for the Deathsland.
But I could see the Indomitable with the Mo, right? The only way he dies is getting mowed. Huge influx comes in though. Or Dude's already dead. 3-man Apollo ult. Snake's respawning. Oh, goes out. Scout goes out. Really?
More fight continuing. There's 3 players out of the fight with that affliction on them.
Jake,
Snakes
Ido
is
is
dead.
fighting affliction more effectively than a cruise ship from what we're seeing here so far. It's unreal. Last few fights.
6 about a lot of time though.
4 afflictions. This was
Ido
one
and Do end up
condition we
dying.
talked about at the beginning of the day of you know, what are you gonna need off your pocket? Well, you need what
Got
we
ran
can
down by the
see
Silver.
here As Rocane just gets run down by Silver. Towards
Yeah,
the
they all
end.
die
It's not
anyways.
over yet.
Yeah, maybe more to find.
Double buffs plus Earn. Gonna go those side of melee creeps too.
Fishcake,
Should be
but
GG.
John has more than
Should
enough
be
damage. Double
GG.
trading around him. Hydration kind of steps back in, tries to get a counter kill, but can't quite find it. Lash is going straight down the lane.
I should have known the Ranger Abbey would be too clean. I should have known.
I don't see how he actually gets out with this.
I should have known.
Yeah, he knows he can't even really pick it up. Not much point to do so.
It's just so good into the Mo, man.
Schemes forward. He's got his true target.
Like
in the
Mo
sights.
can
These
find
shrines,
angles on
if
the
they
Ivy,
get a double
but
shrine right now, that'll be backbreaking.
if it's
FPS
someone who's clean on the
they've
Ivy
got a
like this,
strong
it is
team by
really
God,
hard.
but I don't really see how they challenge with double shrines pushing against them.
See the movement, Ranger. Come on, show me the movement.
At the same time.
Look at this
So
burger.
this
Look at this.
advantage
Look at
is
this
only
burger
limiting
movement.
now from melee creeps. They might get their
This
first
guy's
chance to
literally
rematch
pro,
in
by
quite
the
some
way.
time,
You
and
couldn't see it
it's
because
a
I was
week
in the
with
way,
the
but.
sub.
Yeah, that's the most ridiculous part is that they're doing it without Saya, who many people consider to be the most important piece on melee creep. Sometimes Coach just has to come in and show you how it's done, Jake. Because, of course, Ranger coach of the team.
He's had an impact game. Like, he is not getting picked off at all in this Ivy. He's had a ton of big saves that have, like, meaningfully kept John alive in the fight. Think about the early game. Do was pulled out of a terrible situation, like, 4 or 5 times from Ivy. In the end, it is only 1 shrine that goes down, so, you know, melee creep's going to be a little bit conservative. Don't want to risk, you know, throwing away this advantage with mid-boss spawning. Probably the wiser choice. See how they choose to force this. Now they have that macro advantage. Middle and left lane are constantly going to be pushing against FPS Lounge. Who's going to be dealing with that?
Okay, just gotta post our match time.
All right. Melee creeps nursing a considerable lead here at the moment. 34K. We've seen bigger leads be thrown.
7:30 my time.
But now certainly it is their game to lose. And, you know, for FPS Lounge, you think about ways to get back in the game, you kind of have to be looking towards hydration. Like, what sort of sneaky things can you set up with Mo and Krill to get a kill and go from there? I mean, because if you don't start one of these fights with a man advantage, and ideally, you know, picking off someone like Ido before Affliction comes out, your path to victory is pretty limited.
It's so hard, though. You have to both break Indom and then, like, combo him before he can react. And this is one of the more experienced pocket players in the world. I'm a little scared about that. I think you kind of have to. I think it comes down to not letting him get a crazy affliction. It feels like every
I love
single
these
fight,
sentence
Ido has
with
found
the
the
Abrams.
perfect affliction, which, you know, Walker
3-man silence.
That's what counts on pocket.
Ranger controlled his golem, but I don't even think it matters.
So trapped after the Dispel Magic, he could be in trouble. But so
Is he in trouble?
Instead, he just
Oh, he does die actually. Wait, they griefed. Hold on. Hold on.
Potential opportunity for FPS Lounge.
Hold on, they're griefing.
Still pretty good in this fight. Melee creep's not really a spot where they can dive in.
Okay, can kind of go. Dude, Snake's just gotta stop running in like this.
Oh, that damage onto Victor.
He's trying to make space, but he's just dying too fast.
Follow-up is there, but they're struggling to actually
Good
finish off
E-ship
this
though.
game. It's Popper's assigned to the job. And
Okay, this time actually worked out.
Because Ido's coming to assist, kind of threatening to bail this one
Ido
out.
can't find the inflict angle either.
Available.
Dude can just carry this fight though, by the way, with the vitality buff. Oh, John got caught. Oh, John trolled. Oh, John griefed. 5-man inflict though, by the way. Dude can clean this up. Dude can clean this up, by the way. Dude can clean this up. Dude can just kill literally everyone.
But Ido is doing it all. The affliction burns them to the ground.
That is absurd.
Poppers gets out with one. Loman gets out with one. Yeah, dude just carries this. Look at the Spellslinger stacks. Holy fuck, this guy.
Don't give pocket to Ido. Man went
Super
on
clean.
a revenge mission this week here, Jake, after, you know, what happened last week. Somewhat of an unfortunate game on Mina. Ido came in today with the bloodlust.
Get about a mid-boss flip here. Would be an interesting move. I will say, Do is incredibly strong. I don't think these three players on FPS Lounge can actually fight Do here with the support of his teammates. So I don't mind this flip. Scout's going to be back to potentially secure these rejuve dugs. And FPS Lounge, I think they're going to be forced to challenge here with one shrine already down. Low main is on the other side of the map. You see he instantly gets off the wave. They did not quite expect this one to be so quick. We'll see if Shiv can make it here in time.
All right, FPS Lounge.
They just bugged.
The danger combo going to come on out.
Oh, no,
Nice speed
stage
stop
3
I heard the noise.
3-man inflict, GG.
Go the way melee
GG.
creeps and
Smells dead.
3-man affliction, Jake.
I mean, this one is almost a gimme. Ido more than happy to collect this. I mean, honestly, what is his average, like, afflicted targets per ult cast?
Still the refresher. He's not feeling the refresher or the spirit burn.
Is crazy. I don't think he's missed one that I've
I feel like
seen.
spirit burn would just go so buck this game,
seems
but
like he's had more than his
the Dominal I actually really like though, because literally the only way he dies is getting lash ulted, getting stun. Like all the ults on their team can kind of fuck with the pocket, except for like Shiv. But it's still a good ult.
Like that is the ghost.
I think this is a good find for the Indomitable. I wouldn't think about Indomitable this game, except I might think about it with the Mo, but
this just looks like game. I mean, Warden's alive and quite a strong threat when it comes to the defense, but defending this shrine is going to be too much to ask for.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, the difference between two teams stat-wise has gotten to be tremendous. You still got 2 rejuves in the bank. First stage Patron is just going to get carved down. And I gotta say, from Melee Creeps, you know, I think they came into this with a tougher draft, Jake, but the execution was absolutely there.
They're going to play this one nice and slow. I actually like this. I think they can just force a fight out on the map. An Affliction does get thrown in, but I think that's more of a retreating Affliction, ensuring that Rokin and Lefa can't even really consider a chase. There's a ton of farm on the map right now, and you do still have like the majority of this rejuve to expand the lead and go for some greedy farm. Like even if somebody does get caught, the rejuve means more than likely support can come in. So honestly, props to Melee Creeps. They've been out of the championship match for a long time, but
yeah, they're looking clean this game, even with the Ranger in.
Like FPS Lounge, you cannot give them any chances to come back in a game.
No, if there's one team that would make a comeback here, it's FPS Lounge. But I think the problem is, Jake, you know, the way the meta has gone with some of the comps that are getting favored is that, you know, FPS Lounge is not really running a composition that has great comeback ability. They're running a composition that kind of crushes you if they get ahead.
True.
The flip side of that is that it's not.
Melee Creeps could still drill though. You saw in that one fight, like
at winning when you're down.
If one guy just gets popped and then Hydration finds like a grab on John or like Ido or something, but Ido is the Indomitable. But
you have more of a reasonable chance of getting a pick and starting the miracle. And in this case, what they would need to win, again, they would kind of need to get an early pick off on the Ido, not get hit by an Affliction, and then ideally give a lot of space and uptime to Rokain. But at this point, Jake, it's second stage Patron, Melee Creeps. They got time to rejuve.
Does eventually get the Spirit Burn here. Also got grabbed an E-Shift.
Could be a chance here. The Silence Wave breaks the Indom, but an
Big
Affliction,
ult.
it's on to 4. Should be more than good enough. A combo has been thrown out on the Scout, but still with rejuves available, there's a fight to be had.
Spirit Burn's about to
Finds a
pop.
big connection with the Death Slam. It's followed up by
They're all
Tello
dead.
San onto
They're all
3,
fucking
but
dead.
still John continuing inexorably, pumping in damage with this Ricochet. Now you've got to come into the pit. You've got to defend this Snakes. That's his second life. He's out of the fight, out of the game.
Poppers
And Melee
dies.
Creeps cleaning house. FPS Lounge, they've been in that money match
This
too
up
many
reduce,
times.
that's
Melee
fine.
Creeps
Scout's still not
taking back
dying.
their chance here. Rokain
Yeah,
has to step
Abrams
up,
here
but
looking
even he
kinda
gets
good,
knocked
bro.
down, and FPS
Looking
Lounge
kinda
down
good.
here for this
This
challenger
is
match.
this is the worst frontliner in the game.
Finally
What are we
get
gonna
it
talk
done
about?
here,
Just
30
frontliners are just kind of OP. When are we gonna talk about that? GG. G fucking
Absolutely
G.
phenomenal, and wow.
All right,
I did
like
not
you're expecting
expect
the
this
challenger
all.
match.
And neither did the chat, by the way. I think
And I
it was
think
like
Sonic did
80% odds on the FPS Lounge from channel points because everyone
True.
saw what went on this week. FPS Lounge.
I went with
they
them.
got a team to beat.
First loss of the day.
They did it without Saya. Ranger just comes in
2-1
off the
today.
bench and says, "Yeah, you know,
Ranger
I'm
King.
coached for a reason." That's what
Ranger
we
IB
do on
too
Ice,
clean.
Jake, and-
Too fucking clean.
Actually, he can flex that for the rest of his time as a coach. He's like, all right, you guys, you cause some problems. I'll sub in again. Maybe I'll get this done myself. All right, team.
We got to bring back in ZG, and that was a game.
That was a crazy game. That was such a fun game. That was an even.
That was a really close game.
Up
I like
to
that.
a point, obviously. But crazy even on souls. We're going back and forth and who might be coming ahead in terms of that drafting. And then we just had some pop-off plays by multiple players on melee creeps. First, the chat was going crazy about LeJon James. And then, of course, we had
LeJon James.
affliction after affliction after affliction. Absolutely redeemed himself for last week's unfortunate Mina game, playing his OG character Pocket. Excellent stuff from melee creeps. A lot of people happy to see them back in the money match.
Yes.
They were there previously, but with FPS,
It's all good.
Lounge
FPS on
just being on such
first
a
week with
roll,
the
and
new
that
squad.
Victor card, you know, supposing to be the ace up the sleeve. That just actually wasn't the case this time, Jake.
Wouldn't be surprised if Ido did most damage that game. He's popping the fuck off.
Pocket, showing that he's still got it. I mean, we were clowning on him for
I think
getting
the
Walker
least-
stomped, which I'm gonna say I think is
Did
fair.
he even-
I think is fair.
I think
he's
there was
got
at least
that
3 or
one.
more with all his
But then,
inflicts
I
too.
mean, the recovery, right, to come back in and basically every single team fight, he finds the best possible affliction, dominates the game, and they're able to bring it back into control from a mid game that was honestly terrifying, right? FPS Launch were running
Terrifying.
over at you know, like this first 15 minutes. It was rough. Gotta also give some props to players like Fishcake and Scout, because they were the ones really on that front line, right? Forced to stand tall and challenge against the threat of Shiv, of Warden, Victor, you know, Mo Krill combo, like so many big problems for them. And I feel like they actually acquitted themselves really nicely in this match, just staying alive.
Look at the bag dude drop there. Holy
I mean,
crap.
everyone got
That was
highlighted
spooky.
too. You guys were even highlighting, you know, the Celeste and Ivy, Ranger and Do working well together, and Do even with that really great, you know, big heal on Mirage and one of those burns happened. It was also a pivotal moment in the game. It's just like all the players really did show up. But ZP, you know, we were talking
We
about
have
Victor
you
even
now.
before the cast, right? Saying that was going to be really important to look at. First loss, by the way, in a while for game picking Victor. But what do you think this is? Was it melee creeps and they're drafting to counter Victor, or was there some execution that went wrong?
I mean, overall, I do wonder a little bit. Like when I was watching some of those FPS Lounge games, I think it was usually low main that was on the Victor. I don't know if there was a difference in comfortability between low main and Snakes playing Victor in this instance. Also, I do think there's a lot to be said for melee creeps just playing let's get people on the comfortable heroes. I mean, not that Ido has a bad Mina or anything, but I do think Ido had like a tough last few weeks, and there's no better way to bust, a slump competitively than just going back to
Okay,
the thing you know better than any other hero in the
Relax.
game. And I think per the hours, Ido still probably has a majority of game time on Pocket, and some of these things you don't lose. And oh my word, 78,000 damage.
I had a feeling that was gonna
As if the
happen.
eye
he
test
was
wasn't
hitting his
enough.
influx.
Yeah, notably all of the little highlight bars right there, Jake going to melee creeps. They just, again,
Probably
all
delayed the
of
Spirit
them
Burn a
played
little too
crucial
late,
part
but
in that game.
I don't mind the Indomitable. I think, like I was saying,
I think
the only way to
happens
lose the
when
game
you
is if
successfully
what
get
happened in
away
that
with
one
this
team
sort of,
fight.
like we've got the better late game and then we execute it, is like by the time we get to that late game, you kind of already know the game is over. FPS Lounge, it's like
Love did
they
more
had their
damage than I thought he
chance to
did.
win, and it's just
Merkmag, okay.
once they can't execute after, I would say like the 30-minute mark, things start to feel really rough. You think about Rokane, right? He went for that max trap before max flask build, so a slower farming speed. But
Tradition
incredible
struggled
fighting
early
power,
to get
much
value
more
on his
than the
ult,
other team
so he fell
expected.
out. He like
And you kind of need that
a lack
to
of
be
scaling kind of hit him
not just,
faster.
like, winning fights, but you need that to
Snakes
be
had a
kind of
really
global
rough
in the
game.
moment. You need to be dunking urns, you need to be
Frenzy.
taking walkers with that kind of a strat. And Melee Creeps, they held
Yeah, I
the
don't know.
line.
I think
incredibly
Snakes
well.
is learning
It wasn't
Victor.
for
I don't
FPS
think he's
Lounge
got it
not
locked
trying
down
to
yet.
They were constantly looking for those openings. Melee Creeps just didn't give them any.
Yep, yeah. And who do we think is going to be the player of the match here? I feel like, again, everyone had their highlight moment, but then just so much of the end was indeed Ido.
Look at this
So
game though.
hopefully
This is
Soccer
like
ZP.
gold graph wise. That was
Yeah,
such a close
yeah,
game. That was
Ido,
a
especially
sick game.
given all the grief that Ido got at the
35
end
minutes
of
Spear
last
Burn.
week into the performance.
Don't
here.
love.
I
Don't
mean,
love
if
this.
Ido didn't just chain together multiple afflictions one after the other, I'd probably say give it the Ranger for the last moment sub that actually led to a victory, but you can't take it away from someone that
I'd
had
probably
the
go
most
with
damage
here,
in the game
I
by
think.
far, and just repeated domination with affliction. We haven't seen play like this for a Pocket in quite a while, and
Duration kind of worked though
FPS Lounge a bit
with
off
the
guard.
extended fights.
Yeah, so easy to read, by the way, in the UA. Well done, you guys, to see that. Yeah, 5-man afflictions. Yeah, you just you feel like you don't see that, and you see it from Ido's point of view, and you see the beautiful, like, all 5 people just going lower and lower in their health. It's such a good feeling. It's such a good look. Pocket absolutely instrumental in this game. You got to figure that looking forward to the best of 3 finals match, Jake. They are not going to let Ido have Pocket.
Yeah, you probably don't want to give it away.
Wait, do we not have
but
this Pistons
they did
game? Hold
grab
on.
it second, which honestly is a lot earlier than many other teams have been drafting this hero. And
So the game
I
might be
don't
live.
like it.
It
I
should be
think
live,
Rocket
no?
looks fantastic in competitive play right
Oh, it starts
now.
at
with a
6.
player like Ido executing on it. It might be something you have to consider threatening with the ban. But remember, there's also Doorman, right? There's other problems in the meta too that you can't just fully focus on Ido. So we'll have to see. I mean, I'm curious what Floorman's approach is. I think Floorman probably also would have expected FPS Lounge to be their opponent in this money match. So even they're going to have to maybe put their heads together and try to figure out how do they take on a resurgent melee creep.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I feel we've gotten some like rapid fire meta shifts, right? Because we were talking about Victor coming into this week with the other tournament showing us the power. Then suddenly, hey, the people who are also showing the power of Victor, they just got taken down. Victor did not have an impact. So what is?
I wonder if Shadow Weave is low-key just better on Mo now than Veilwalker.
Here now that hey, surprise!
You get more HP with the Veilwalker.
Foreman, sorry.
Or would I ponder into the orb, I wonder?
Last week, as you can see the bracket here for just a second. There it is, Floorman versus Melee Creeps. That was the match of last week, and that ended in Floorman's favor.
Look at King Ranger.
Creeps.
Grab the DB.
Surprise win, perhaps a surprise win against FPS Lounge. Maybe they're just on that roll. Maybe they're going to finally break the curse, CP, and actually even win the money.
33k healing on my Abrams, by the way.
Funny because the way Melee Creeps was
Downwell Witch Mail.
They were calling it the
Unkillable
Shopify
King.
Curse, where we get a fantastic sponsor.
Yeah, good silver game too.
Coming in the last
everyone just played good. That was a good MLC game.
A single week.
Good execution too. Like they weren't fucking.
So Melee Creeps comes in and wins today. It actually would just be
didn't like flounder in the mid game. I thought that there was risk of that happening.
That's going to keep on rolling as a story.
With Ranger playing.
Clear, would love you back, Shopify. Please, thank you. But maybe Melee Creeps. They just needed the ball rolling a little bit in their favor, and maybe they found it after their win here. Guys, going to go to a really quick break. When we come back, it is the best of 3 money match between Floorman and Melee Creeps. The rematch from last week as well. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, just let Tucson hook up. It's going to be on Tucson 1. Okay. GG. All right, Floorman MLC rematch. More Primogen.
Maybe this model is a little bit better, but even if it is not better to a degree that seems to make a significant dent in code analyzing. Any prefaces with the following: this is just one source code repository, and maybe it is much better on other things. I can only tell and comment on what it found here. All the AI tools that they have already been testing out, all the security researchers that have helped make curl a better product, all the stuff that came before it, effectively did most of the cleaning to where when Mythos was unleashed on this product, there wasn't the same kind of like just, headline making.
Every like MLC game now, there's just like people in the chat just getting like so ass mad. I feel like there's literally people just coming to rage bait MLC fans. It's kind of funny.
Outcome instead, it's just like, oh yeah, that was a bug.
Bucket
oh yeah,
OP.
it's not like all that severe. Yeah, they found some extra additional stuff. And he further concludes with this: these were absolutely not the last bugs to find or report. Just while I was writing the drafts for this blog post, we have received more reports from security researchers about suspected problems. The AI tools will improve further, and researchers can find new and different ways to prompt the existing AIs to make them find more. We have not reached the end of this yet.
Time.
In other words, even after Mythos, there's still just people maybe empowered with security tools or not finding more vulnerabilities. So is this the end? Can we definitively say the 0 days are numbered? Defenders finally have a chance to win decisively?
Oh,
no.
0 days mean bugs you find before you launch a product, by the way.
I don't think we can say those things. Do I think that the field of security is going to be complicated? Sure. It's going to be pretty dang complicated, and I think as these tools get more and more advanced and we're able to run faster, not only does it allow the defenders to, effectively have a better castle, if you will, it also allows the offenders to come at it in a much more aggressive way. So is this the end? No. Are we like spiraling towards a security doomsday situation? No, I don't think we are. And for me, this is kind of the cold water that needed to be poured on the hype because it's really difficult to understand. Because it's one thing that if someone, there's all these Twitter users like, oh my gosh, because you probably remember this back in the day when Jippity 3.5 came out and so many people were like, dude, your jobs are over, software engineers. Jippity 3.5 is amazing. And you use it and you're like, dude, what the hell are you even talking about? Like, yeah, that's cool, but what? And so the nice part is that because I could use it, I could actually see the effects. But with Mythos, it's kind of like the monster.
You sent the group photo to me. I look like I'm like directly in the middle, but it's just my head. I look like photoshopped in. I look really hilarious. Good meme. Good meme.
Don't get to see. They're like, dude, just trust me, bro. What's behind that door is insane. It's so insane. And then you got Mozilla like, dude, defenders have a chance at winning. Definitively. Like, those are crazy claims. Those are claims that just feel pretty outlandish. I have a particularly hard time believing any of it. So when I read this stuff, I just realize like, yeah, okay, sure. It could very well be better. And I assume it's better. It's significantly larger, right? It's all the latest and greatest stuff. And it's a harness that's been designed to do security stuff. So one would hope that it's actually pretty good. But it's not something incredibly special, something that has never been seen before. It's just an iteration on the things we already have. And yeah, maybe the harness is a bit better. Maybe how they have the thing set up can go a little bit longer, a little bit deeper with all the different projects. Therefore, you'll get better results. But it's not something that's completely out of reach of other tools. I love that conclusion because it goes in the face of Mozilla's just ridiculous statement of the 0 days are numbered. Like, that is an absurd statement to make. Like, there's just no more security problems. You don't even have to worry about security problems when you got Mythos, baby. Like, when you get like, what are we doing here, Mozilla? Absolutely absurd. But more so, it just shows that there's still a lot of human ingenuity and creativity that is needed to be able to control and drive these things to be able to find new bugs. It's not just simply like, hey, just fire and forget. It still requires people to be actively in the loop because even Mythos reported 5 critical vulnerabilities and it ended with 1 actual vulnerability. So again, I feel like I've been saying this a whole lot lately. There is still so much room for expertise in our field, and I just feel...
We're back.
You have our final match, of course, of the night, a best of 3 between Melee Creeps, who just won, against Floorman, who defeated them 2-0 last week. So, Jake, starting off with you, what are your expectations for this best of 3?
Well, my expectations have kind of already been subverted, that it's Melee Creeps coming in here not only with a sub, which I wonder if Saya gets home, like, surely they'll bring him into this match, but I'm curious to see how that goes, and also, how Floormen do in this matchup. I do think Floormen are still an incredibly strong squad, but maybe even their confidence is shaken, as you mentioned, ZP, with
bro, if they lose now, people are going to be so annoying about Saya
on the
being late.
train
That's
this
going to be
week.
so
It feels
annoying.
like anybody's game here today.
Yeah, ZP, I mean, you brought it up, so go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, I think it's interesting. Melee Creeps are able to get past FPS Lounge, but in terms of like what NA teams were preparing for, FPS Lounge was kind of public enemy #1 because everyone thought they're going to be, the team to take it all today. Whereas overall, between these two teams, Floorman has definitely looked better between the two in recent times. The fact that Floorman, one of the biggest stories of intrigue recently has been, will Ido die? Or not Ido, but will Demov die? Like, Demov had a streak of not dying for like 3 maps straight, which is unheard of.
True.
And it was still, even last week, was like, okay, is Demov
Unkillable Demon King.
The answer was no. He's not on a deathless streak, but still didn't die a lot. And it's just been an incredibly solid roster from the Floormen, but we'll see. For me, if I'm Floormen planning strategy, I'm saying maybe you take away the pocket a little bit more preemptively and be like, no, we don't need to deal with Resurgent Ido today.
Yeah, but then, Jake, you brought up a great point. Doorman, just to be... anyway, Doorman has been also like one of the first bans. There's things that you have to worry about. So was Ido's pocket that big of a threat? Do Floormen just like shift whatever their expectations were and say, hey, yeah, definitely get that pocket out of here?
Yeah, I also would think Mirage could be another great one to target. I think John had huge influence on this game as well, and got to play, you know, what I think looks like the best of the late game carries right now. Mirage just feels amazing on this patch. You know,
I think that game in particular, because you can rush the Rico, Mirage
seems
seems
in the mid game, right? You know, those beetles
better than usual.
Introduction can get super annoying and super problematic to deal with. So I'm very curious to see how the draft goes. I feel like still we're in a pretty new meta, right? Things are still shifting. I think there's far from like a solid consensus about what's the best way to play Deadlock right now. So I don't even know if these teams really can have a handle on the way the draft goes until they get into it.
Yeah, most people know Deadlock. It could change, tomorrow. Quite literally, it has changed tomorrow on Thursday.
It's doing pretty good.
Night shifts and in incredible, huge ways, and then we'll call it a small.
Whoa!
But what's really
10
cool
bomb.
is that it does feel like we get this little microscopic meta shift change in the last week, thanks to all these tournaments that have happened, the explosion of Europe, and then Melee Crews able to bring it back and kind of show a way to respond to possibly.
Did I tell my shorts for the video? I didn't. Fuck, I'm a noob.
And then getting that confirmation, I believe.
I don't think I could actually.
Chat, the producers talking to us. I think Saya is back. They did make a joke in the live chat saying like, "Hey, maybe I'll just go back and get some extra hours at work," because yeah, Ranger did a fantastic job. But ZP, I'm thinking most people will be happy to see Saya.
Look at the little W for me.
Melee Creep's performance. You were ask anyone, okay, what's the one
that gets a little for me.
Cannot lose. It's Saya. So the fact that they were able to get through the challenger match without Saya is both a credit to Ranger for coming in short notice, but also the rest of the team for being able to step up. Because Saya, you think about his role on the team, he's usually the guy that's shot calling. The reason why he shifted from playing main support into more pick heroes, or you know, last week on the Abrams, is that Saya wanted to be more active in leading the action, and you can do that on heroes that are more pick based than from the support role. So they had the deal without all of his like otherwise really good comms in the last match and still won. Now they get to come in here at peak strength. So for Melee Creeps, you got to be feeling a little bullish.
They're fucking peaking.
And as I brought up earlier, Jake, last week I also had an amazing performance on Abrams, even though they did unfortunately lose to Foreman. Do you think we're going to see Saya back in that role, since apparently the entire team agrees, hey, Abrams is still a good pick?
I do think you have more flexibility with Saya in the draft.
Right? Why are we doing this so early? Wait, wait, I need to see the draft, bro. Please.
You know,
please.
Not top meta pick right now, but you're bringing a sub in, like, let's just make their life easy. And it did pay dividends. He did like feel really strong this game with all the saves and the impact he was able to bring. Like, we really felt his influence on the match, but there's no question in my mind that Saya as a player gives you way more options when it comes to the draft. And that right now is super valuable, right? Because honestly, like, maybe a team could think, hey, Rangers, we're just gonna like ban Ivy, right? It's like a totally crazy ban, but then your sort of sub player who's typically coaching the team, who's rusty, has to play a hero they're not quite as comfortable on, right? Like, things could get a little scary, I think, with
I think Ranger being able to lay Ivy was pretty peak for them.
Saya's going to be historically one of the least vulnerable players to fans, right? He seems to have like one of the wider pools, can play like all the supports, a lot of the initiators, a lot of these like early momentum characters. So I think definitely this gives them better chances, but it's always been made that they're hard to pin down. It's hard to predict exactly the way they approach the game.
Yeah, and they're having a lot of great drafts, but again, unable to really deliver, as they did go down to Floorman earlier on. So there's something about Floorman that seem to kind of be able to get into whatever Melee Creeps, you know, all the flexibility that they do have, and still figure out a way to counter them. So as we get into the draft here for game number 1, I am very curious to see how this pans out, because we've had already a couple of shifts, you know, and not to mention we haven't seen some other popular choices. For instance, we haven't seen like a Dynamo Sinclair, you know, give and take that we've been seeing in some other drafts.
Great. She's tapped in.
The picture there brought up
Kelvin. She knows her shit.
See Kelvin either. So what are your expectations?
Melee Creeps getting pushed on the first pick. Floormen are
repeat the same draft, and they
same believer as me. That second pick is just OP right now.
Play Doorman. The reason why they probably banned Doorman before is that they want to get.
They're going to ban it again.
And Ido otherwise has to play Doorman. So you don't want Floorman to call your bluff and not ban Doorman, and therefore force you to pick it with first pick.
So
it's a helpful thing as to why
Saya's back in here. You're going to see Scale back onto support. So what they've been doing the last couple of weeks.
Always second. Floorman, by comparison here, the standard
Bebop ban.
like Bebop or Shiv,
Super. This is just kind of like the trade that's happening right now.
Likely a
with this
Shiv
week.
if Melee Creeps first picks Mirage, which frankly they should. I don't think
John
they
popped
have any
off.
reason to change their draft strategy.
I don't mind Mirage first pick at all. I think I like it way more than Silver.
I think it's a fair point. I'd be shocked if it's anything but Mirage with the way John performed. You just want to give him this solid, threatening.
All
that can
right.
give you that inevitability.
Foreman are a Shiv team, so I expect a Shiv to come
As
in.
far as this is the
Shiv
moment for
something.
Foreman, I think, to potentially kind of go on the attack here.
They could go Shiv
I wouldn't
Apollo.
mind them
Shiv
grabbing
Apollo
the
is pretty
pocket for
strong.
themselves. I think it's a really powerful hero in the meta right now. And I think it might be one that, you know, based on
They
that
go
matchup,
pocket, so
don't
they
wanna give
take the
away.
pocket from Ido.
I agree. They're gonna just
I think
snipe it right
pocket
back. So
pocket
now,
Shiv's a great
okay,
start.
we go to the late game. I do think pocket is one of the best late game heroes.
Look at that
right now
pocket
with
pro
max
just
deflection,
climbing
you know,
climbing
completely
over the last
blocking,
3 weeks.
healing, right? Like if you get,
He's
it
gonna
just
get
feels
beat
like
picker
if
banned
you get
every
3 or
game this
4
week.
mana affliction, almost nothing else matters. You will win the team fight. Like we saw a fight
Yep.
in which they were
So
down
they go
2
Apollo over the Shiv.
at the start of
I
the
personally
fight,
like
but a
Shiv more,
5-man
but
affliction,
Apollo's
it's
good.
just it's more valuable than 2 entire heroes on your team. Which
The thing with
I think
Apollo
says
is
a
he kind of
lot
just
about
wins you
the
lanes.
threat that pocket has in the lane.
There's very few lanes that beat Apollo,
Possible
and you can pair with pretty much
priority for
anything.
Going to be pocket. It's gone now, ZP. So where do you think they're headed?
Get melee
I
creeps.
think one part
Just so
Shiv,
they take the
one
Shiv,
part,
okay.
Silver, and okay, there's the Shiv, and Silver.
They could go
probably
Shiv
one to come
Silver.
in
I don't like
after,
Shiv Silver as
again, you just
much.
think about the general top pick priorities. So, Florman are eating a pretty big cost for the early pocket deny. And
Super
that
curious what they go
normally
here.
You'd probably rather have Shiv there by power. Instead, you saw what happened.
They do
last
go
game.
Silver.
No, we don't want to deal with it.
I don't
But
love
yeah, it's
this.
gonna be Shiv Silver. So, in terms of meta power,
Don't love it, I don't
if you
love
were
it.
Coming in here without any other
Former and all our
knowledge, you would
team
say melee
are
creeps
very
got
similar
away
to
with the
FPS
heist
Lounge, where they've
at
kind
the
of leaned
beginning.
into this like 3 frontliners plus warden thing now. So it could be a good pick just into Floorman, but in general, I typically don't like it. And then they grab the pick
That's
Haze.
pretty early, isn't it?
I do quite like the Haze right now. I think Obakim really blazed a trail in the meta, and this Haze like ulti maxing build is pretty insane. Like it's makes your ulti on like I think it's about a 70-second cooldown when you get that max point.
Yeah, you go pick
And
into ult
essentially,
build.
when you get that
It's a really
online,
interesting
like,
build.
10 minutes into the game, you
Celeste
basically just
band, really
spend
smart
the
band
rest
from
of the game
Floorman here.
finding people
They need like a
individually, sleeping
Flex
them
Spirit
solo,
hero. The
taking
pocket's
out
already
friends,
off the table.
It's a powerful
Celeste
recipe
gives
for
them more
success.
scaling with the
It
Mirage
does even
too.
scale pretty
I think
decently
it's a
in
good
the late
band.
game, you know, once you get, you know, some an unstop or something like that, like hey, like this is a meaningful
They banned the Victor.
contribution
Okay,
to
so
team
Victor
fights at
finally
any
pulling
stage of the game. So
bans.
execution can be awkward with Haze, but I think
So now
it's
Floormen are
certainly
pinched
shown to
here.
be
They're
one
gonna
of the
be. They have very few options for the front line.
historically for Haze.
They're stuck with like
it looks
an
like a
Abrams or a
legit top
Billy.
pick.
Celeste banned by Floorman, and then Victor banned by
Which Victor I would say is
Melee
just ahead
Creeps,
of
and
both of them, and then they take Mina, so they're gonna
chosen
hard pinch
by
Ido's pool here.
Floorman. What are your thoughts here, ZP?
Pocket
I think they're trying
gone.
to hit,
Thorman
Ido's here.
banned.
Even though Ido can play silver, like Ido actually could just play silver in this.
Yeah, that's
instance.
probably what they're
Also,
gonna end up
I
doing.
think the thing that makes the Haze pick a little bit interesting is that it comes at the cost.
Curious if they're gonna go
Victor.
Abrams.
Victor was played across all of NA with
They grabbed the Viscous. Okay, so Viscous. The whole idea is it's really good into the pick Haze. It's also good into the Mina. Choosing someone who's getting Mina ulted is one of the easiest ways to save someone who's like a fish out of water.
Like didn't really have in their pools. So
Also, very low health pools here, so Viscous lane is very strong when you can poke people. Similar thought process with the GG. GG is also just kind of strong into Mina. But a lot of low health pools here. Raytown's good into pocket, good into Mina. And a lot of poke here, right? Mirage also has a lot of poke, Shiv knives. So these characters could struggle on lane, depending what the pairings are. Like a Viscous Mirage lane, I think is really strong with the amount of poke. Foreman still opt into the Warden. I think it's good because they don't have a lot of frontline here too, so I think the extra HP on Warden helps them a lot.
Getting assassinated by the GT bird, right? They're just low HP pool heroes that don't do well against huge spirit nukes. I think
They could go the Abrams last if they want more frontline. They could go support, but they take the Lash instead. Getting the Lash on 6 is pretty clutch. Again, Lash good into, he's like an anti-flyer with this gun build too, so pretty good into the GT.
Because I think it's going to be an insane game for Cube. Like I want to see it.
Yeah, that's a good. Jake's right. This is a really good Cube game. Now there's a Claw to be blocked. There's a Lash ult to be blocked, and then they go Sinclair. Okay.
This comp from Floorman is all in tons of single target burst kills.
I don't love the Sinclair as much. I personally would really like to Kelvin this game. I think you have the Shiv, you have the Silver. Even Viscous Ball, like just trapping people in with these two when they're so low HP, I would like a little bit more. Like Mina Haze.
Possibly Lash ult, right? So Lash coming in for Floorman last, Sinclair last for Melee Creeps. ZP, your thoughts on the overall picks and bans?
I don't love the ending here for Melee Creeps. Like I get the logic for Sinclair, but again, you look at the actual. Like,
I would like a true support here more. That's the thing about Viscous. You build a full Spirit, you can pair other supports with it.
Unless you get really ahead of the game and it's just John with 8 million farm.
Even Ivy.
Game, like some of the way these late game team fights are going to go down. they don't seemingly feel great. I mean, between the Sinclair and the GT, you effectively have heroes that aren't going to be anywhere near the front.
Yeah, it should be Scout, Viscous, and then Scion, Sinclair, I think.
Silver, and less things
Ido,
to
GT.
actually play interference with Mirage. Like, melee creeps to me as it gets later into the game.
I'm assuming Do on Shiv. Do could play GT, I guess, too.
Way more well-rounded about being able to get into fights and survive in fights and go from there. So, I don't know. I mean, for melee creeps, I kind of feel like they need to get a lead out of mid game, or if you get into late game, they may just get run over. Like, I don't love the ability to.
I really like the GT pick. The Sinclair pick is they're right about though.
Actually, I think I'd take melee creeps in this one.
I agree with Jake.
I think the Viscous save is going to mitigate.
They have so much poke, man. Sinclair, GT, Viscous into low health targets.
Skills and heroes on the side of Floorman.
Like, I think this Pog is gonna have a really hard time like being healthy to get his inflicts off.
And, constantly be initiating on these squishy heroes, and when you try to turn around and punish the front line, they're getting cubed. I think that's going to be enough of a front line to make space for Mirage and GT to just lay down huge damage. The key question for Floorman is basically, can they kind of short circuit that? Can they get on the back line first? And
that's a great fucking emote.
Mina and Hayes, Apollo,
that's a great emote.
5 very, very good heroes at like getting past the front line and just ignoring them, killing the GT first. That's the kind of a team fight that I think is going to be pretty problematic for melee creep. So whoever's on GT has to keep their head on a swivel. It's going to be very much like a movement, like runaway kind of a game for Great Talon. But Viscous with the rescue beam or the cube could, further augment that as well. And so I kind of like this melee creep draft. I think they've got the playmaking. I think they've got the late game potential. It's going to be potentially scary to execute, but so too is the Floorman's draft. Floorman, their frontliner is like they don't have any real frontliner. They're just all mobility heroes that are going to play to not get caught, which sounds great until you get like Bola'd into a Great Talon bird and you're just gone.
Well, we do love hearing, when casters disagree, a little bit, seeing the positives and negatives of both sides. But yeah, ZP, I mean, melee creeps, you liked a lot of their drafts last week, and it's still not quite executing the way that they were hoping. So, I mean, this is a kind of a departure from a lot of the drafts that they did last week. What do you think about that aspect, that they are having to change it up, or that they are willing to change it up like this?
I think in Deadlock, you have to kind of reevaluate things week to week. Like, even without major balance changes.
ZP got that leg. Got that leg jumping right now. I'm doing the same thing.
1 week to the next.
Make his whole setup jump. I'm in that same mindset right now.
It's not entirely figured out. And some things, like, come up out of nowhere. I mean, arguably, so, like, Victor
I just don't like Sinclair.
And prioritized weeks ago. And people just realized, oh, wait, the hero
The ideas with the Sinclair, though?
I think the thing for me.
Being able to bunny the Hazel.
They're going to have to work to actually mitigate.
You can steal Mean Ult. You can steal Lash Ult.
The ability to form and just dive is that, what amount
even
of
Warden
uptime
ult's
is
like
John
pretty
John
strong in the
going
low
to get on
HP
the Mirage
targets.
if he doesn't have a big lead, or the GT in this case, which may actually be getting played by Ido. We'll see.
Honestly, it really depends if they land their
multiple
poke.
heroes that Ido
Like, if this
could be
pocket can get in and land the inflict, the fights will be kind of hard. But
they do have absolutely
I just would have liked the true support here over the Sinclair. I think.
Should come in. Like, it's the benefit you get anytime
Me thinks.
you run a Sinclair. You
like,
also
even
have
the Kelvin
Owl,
into a pocket, like, I don't think it's unplayable.
From Viscous, like, melee creeps have enough of an edge in their comp that if you're
you're
probably not going to look to do mid boss unless you have at least 2 down. Like, even just having 1 down could make a mid slam like kind of risky.
You guys have been saying, they've been saying, everyone's been saying, it's laning meta right now, Jake. And in that regard, who do you think won out?
I think Floormen have crazy lanes.
It takes so long to load the games, bro.
Tons of high mobility heroes that are all going to be potentially scary to lane against. But I'm just worried because I'm like, well, it's just such an unconventional comp, right? Like,
so much longer, bro.
I mean, Warden is
like,
sort of
just load in, man.
Talk about Apollo. I'm like stretching it so thin to call Apollo a frontliner. Like,
I'm getting an NBA game on my side monitor.
Using for pocket, right? They can kind of
get
info on the enemy heroes, but as far as who's gonna like,
it's a big game for Detroit
and like melee the rejuve in the mid boss pit, I guess it's Warden, but like, that's sort of a little bit of a scary spot for even him to be. So, I'm really curious to see how this plays out. I think if Floormen win with this draft, if it looks really good, it could also continue to maybe warp the meta because it's a style that, I mean, we've seen all these heroes on Floormen individually, I think, look amazing. So I'm not criticizing that. I'm just, to see them all together in one draft, it's like 5 heroes that are all going to play the mobility and nuking game. How does that play out? Is that just sort of like untouchable and they've got enough damage? And
untouchable.
Or do you kind of struggle to really get in and pressure towers?
Yeah, I mean, what do you think they could have slotted in and instead of who, I suppose? So Abrams apparently still liked by some people.
Should be out now.
We saw Billy last week as well, to throw that in there. But then who would they replace? The Lash? Was it the last pick that was the oddity, I suppose?
Well,
I mean,
I think
I don't even like it.
Center Six got DQ'd.
Maybe the Abrams or Billy probably are like the
They don't have enough players.
straightforward
07.
And I don't know if those heroes necessarily would have been good here. So maybe this is sort of like the way that the draft naturally went for them. Maybe a Yamato, actually, I would kind of like here. I think Yamato is a really good
God, it takes
response to GT,
so long.
to like get all
Like,
the way
what are
into the
they
back
doing?
line
That's
and
what I
just,
want to know.
double
Like,
power
what
slash
are they
coming
doing
down and,
before these
you know,
load-ins?
get him out of the fight pretty
That's all I
early,
want to know, man.
and also be able to maybe stand a little bit taller on the front line. But
Hey, we're top 4 again.
these players are much better than me. So if they're picking this, they
Top 4 in
obviously
DSL
believe
again.
This is like
Just center 6
a style that
DQ'd.
can absolutely win if they can execute it the way that they're imagining in their heads.
Yeah, and ZP, considering Floorman's history in the night shift.
I really want to play
I mean,
Nebraska
you gotta
Esports.
just
These guys
kinda
apparently are
give it
really
to them
good.
and believe that they
Like
can
they stream against like
execute their ideas for this draft.
lower end tier 1 teams,
Yeah,
like
I mean,
no
I
earnings
think
and stuff.
draft-wise,
Apparently,
the biggest flashpoint for me
Apparently they're
was
pretty
the
fucking
H pick
good.
over Victor. Like if you have Victor, then it's just like
New
okay,
State Decays maybe.
now you can
Nice
run
with the
down
two.
a
Somehow
little
there was a
more, but
tie.
It's super interesting.
Burger
because
King and
normally
State Decay
I would
tied
look at
somehow.
Florida and be like, wow, you
I
know,
don't really
where's
know how that
Frontline?
happened.
But I feel like for melee creeps, even though you have Shiv Silver, that's counterbalanced by the fact that like
We're playing 40
so
dudes.
much
40
of,
dudes
like,
apparently
the
get
rest of your
too.
team is actually like kind of weak to getting
Apparently.
done that it sort of balances out a little bit, because I don't know if like Silver Shiv are gonna be able to make enough space that you still don't have like GT running for his life. Sinclair,
That's the other thing, bro.
yes,
Silver
you have
Shiv,
incredible mobility
they
to get
like
away, but you're
run
also,
people
like,
down.
stuck getting
And I don't
Zodiac
think you want to
fights
do
and
that
this
with
and that,
Mirage.
and, you know, while all this is going on, who's gonna be protecting John? So it's like it's gonna be a very interesting match in that
You
it's
want
a
them
bit
to. You want like
unconventional
someone
on
who's
both
like
sides, like,
initiating
how
on your
they've,
front line
drafted
if you're gonna play
here, where,
Mirage.
you know, in melee creep side, you know, the Sinclair makes him a little bit more squishy for.
And even like Victor kind of like Victor doesn't have any CC outside of his ult, but he kind of does that, right? Like he like glues to someone, and then like a Shiv can follow up with that. Silver can follow up on that.
Make for a very interesting combination.
While we have some time, we are of
Like,
course
Shiv just-
holding up the lobby.
he's trying to,
talk
like,
about stuff.
Dip and dive in
Yeah,
and
I
out of the
just wanted to
fight.
bring up,
So.
you know, there's been kind of a discussion.
Oh my God! They're even making fun of
I knew it all along. They were always lying. It was never the players.
It's shipped. It's going to be used for every single esports production at this point. But no, I do want to bring up something that seems to be a little bit of a hot topic, which is a silver pick. You know, we're kind of coming in here for weeks now being like silver. And, you know, maybe it was first for a little bit at some point. Now it's like, well, it's definitely going to come in very quickly. But then there's been a conversation about how the win rate might be still very, very high, ZP. But actually the win rate isn't that great. I mean, what are your feelings on silver coming in here just to have a discussion roll?
Balloting issue.
I think win rate is kind of one of the interesting things in comp, because it's like, how do you separate win rate from the teams that are playing it? I think
Big
in
true.
some cases are outliers.
CP
where
spitting.
I think
Big
you
fucking
probably
true.
could, for example, look at Sinclair. Like,
Oop, I really have to mute
low
that.
win rate going, okay, maybe this is being overvalued. But there's so
Mubby.
many different reasons as to why, like, the
Mubby.
win rate may not be entirely representative. Like, I think there's been times where heroes have had low win rate purely because they've been overvalued in the draft, right? Where it's like, no, the hero is actually one of the best 12 heroes you could have in the lobby, just not picking it at second or third overall. And you know, where silver lands in the midst of it, I'm not entirely sure, but I do think, like, overall historically our win rate's been like on the higher side. I think it's just people, you know, even with a bunch of exposure, don't always play around here the best.
Yeah, all right, fair enough. And that did a wonderful job buying time for us to actually get into this match. So Jake, if you want to give your opinions on silver, you're gonna have to wait till we're in the actual cast. Guys, it is Floorman versus Melee Creeps, map 1 of a best of 3 for this
Okay, Sinclair Mirage into Mina Lash. There's a fuck ton of poke there with the Mirage Sinclair. Then we got GT Silver into Pocket Haze. I can see the GT struggling in that lane. And then Shiv Viscous into Apollo Warden. Similar idea with the Shiv Viscous. You just have so much fucking poke.
Yeah, I know, for them,
But they are going to be playing into the Apollo, so one of the few ways to actually counteract Apollo early game, though, is with poke. Just making sure his riposte can't get as much value.
It's been 5 weeks since last.
Not his riposte, his advance, his fence. I don't know what the ability's called. I should probably know, but
also, we were kind of
I'm a
wondering
fucking
who's gonna be
noob, I
playing
guess.
What here, Jake? And it's gonna be Ido on the GT Fish Cake on the silvers, so
Yeah.
we got a little bit of clarity on the hero.
AVG back to average.
Depov, meanwhile,
Bro changes every week.
EU being like, yeah,
Bro can't make up his mind.
Just as good as Obikin. It's not a problem. Also played it well last week.
Yeah, D-Mov and the Haze, I'm going to be curious to see how that plays out. It's not going to be, you know, there's a lot of picks in this draft that would have been, you know, really conventional choices for D-Mov, right? The Pocket, the Apollo, you know, really solid, really consistent plays for him. But the Hazes, I don't know that I've seen him on it before. So curious to see how this goes. I mean, it's D-Mov after all, so I'm not going to doubt him.
Alrighty, things getting a little bit bloody on the left. More so
Okay, Duke gets poked out.
Minute 50, but this is
They do end up putting Scout on the Viscous and then Psy on the
Regen is the item
Sinclair.
of the Everybody has his item. Everybody, like,
okay.
I think there might be like 8 of them in the lobby right now.
So I have good explanation for this from multiple sources, and it just comes down to the fact that people realized, why would you buy something like Rejuvenating Shot, which only works when you're in lane, versus getting something that gives you permanent uptime, including when you do your box runs. Like, it's not even just about regen and lane.
And a ton of characters can then spend 800 more and get Healing Booster, which is just a really strong item right now.
Because lane still has like a lot of downtime at the moment if you're doing things like boxes.
Yeah, I just
dude, this is a squishy fucking comp, man.
HP, I think, you know, pretty nicely.
I think the poke's gonna shine this game.
Was that +1
methinks
out of combat regen that took the item to the next level, right? It was always that 3, you know, just regular 3 HP regen stat.
Out of combat's really nice for running boxes.
It's pretty meaningful, right? It's a 33% improvement in what the item offers, at least.
Curious if they're gonna buff out of combat regen on boots again to try to kind of balance it out.
To be quote unquote out of combat in Deadlock, as long as you just avoid taking damage for a little bit.
Flawless advance. Flawless advance.
Like a 15-second timer. It's just like, oh, you stopped attacking someone for a moment. Yeah, you're out of combat. Like, it is remarkably quick. It's just, you know, don't actively be taking damage or dealing combat.
Yeah, look at that. You just saw it there. It just randomly ticked.
He needs this Resto Locket in this lane. I mean, the pressure is pretty immense on them. And Viscous Shiv is not the lane it once was, right? Still threatening, but definitely
just Apollo, man. Apollo just in your face. Gives the Warden space to get his flash off, get his shots off.
Plus anything pretty much gives their laning mate free space.
You'll see it around
against this disengaging sigil.
And then like second or third buys, you could see a little bit of a swap here. Mina moves over to steal camp.
I mean, Apollo's one is just one more brutal things in the game to go against, because there's not a ton of counterplay aside from like, don't be close to Apollo at all. Easier said than done. And I mean, this lane in particular, you're getting high poke damage out of the Apollo. You're getting significant damage onto the Guardian from Warden, where Warden himself applies quite a bit of damage in the laning phase too. So this is just,
lock it.
It's a tough lane to keep your head above water on.
He does get his Mystic Burst. Okay.
One of the best early tower pressure heroes. That gun is just so nice in terms of the damage per magazine. Getting some trades in, but you're getting absolutely burned down on Viscous, and is also going to get trapped here as well. This should be an easy kill.
Really big parry though.
Parry comes in.
Oh, they turn it around. Do's the goat.
What a clutch to keep this Viscous online.
Best Duno player at the moment, pulling out the reverse card, and what should have been a clean kill. And
is Mina gonna die now too?
He's out of control.
How's the bounce? He's chilling.
Quick sanguine retreat, wanting none of the rest to do here, but okay. Love bites.
Kazrake.
Back up. Available.
Do you want this? I mean, Viscous is gonna have splatter in a second, right? You can't really stick around and take this trade. It's a
bro. It went from Scout just turbo trolling. Oh, good punch too.
By the way, what the hell?
It went from Scout turbo trolling to a triple kill, bro. Holy fuck! The burger was nuts. All right, buff time.
I'll send you on your way.
Bro's like, oh, we didn't throw him off the bridge. Okay. Movement buff for Lash. You can maybe chase down the Sinclair now.
They use that mobility here for
good assistant by Sion.
But perhaps another time.
Quicksilver burst early.
With the casting, could be pretty nice. He's quite close to having that owl online. It's definitely always going to be a big moment for GT.
I think this lane's going to start flipping now here for the Shiv.
Lot of pressure,
Viscous with those kills.
In the mid lane. Saya doing some boxes.
Dude can make a lot of space now.
Taking their chance with Lash Mina to put the counter pressure on.
Looking here.
I think Scout should really think about sap in this lane too, by the way.
Cage gonna connect. Bit of extra damage here onto the Shiv.
Duke can build it too, but I think it's actually just better on Viscous.
Riposte attempt out. Infinite Apollo gonna be a quick retreat thereafter as it's not hit. And Duke still reasonably.
This is really good this game too.
So far, not what you love to see from
even outside of lane.
If you're the foreman.
He's sending it on Scout. Scout gets fucking leaded. Okay, Scout has not been looking gompy in lane with the Viscous so far.
Into the soul count here, and Mina comes in for an additional gank. Comes in, rips the ult from range. Might
completely whiffed bats.
Maybe already juked away with that dash.
Dude's out, nice.
To get out. Yes, he has got that slide chain rolling.
We thought Dude was just gonna hard peel the tower, but he actually got out.
And Verdue doesn't even go back for the full heal. Says, no, Viscous is back. And
Clears
so
the wave.
Last stand coming on out. This is
Gordon
pure
will be
Guardian
ulting here,
pressure
though.
in for DB. They get the Guardian,
Doom might have
and
trolled.
HP-wise, Dew really cannot stand and fight here. You
Yes,
made the
Dude,
great
he's
escape
fine.
one time before, and once more you find yourself low. The Owl.
Good
Far
peel
the
out
the
as
Q
well.
Just in time, along with the Owl to buy a little bit of time. So you get the Owl to get people off you, the Cube to make sure the last bit of damage doesn't come in, and you know, Ido and Scout save
Yeah,
you do.
Brandon Clark died.
Rome still does get punished. A little bit of
That was
Guardian
crazy to
pressure
read.
online, but so I can't quite get the catch with that stolen Death Slam. Now Lash getting some counter pressure on himself. Does get that full ground strike in.
I don't
and
know where, man. Dude was 30.
quite low,
Holy
still
fuck.
trying to stick around and posture as aggressively as he can. Doesn't want
Kinda worried to figure out what the reason is, honestly.
But Rocker really putting the screws to him.
Mid lane, melee creeps just looking to deal with Foreman, who walk on up.
Rush deeping
Some fish
in.
cake. Walk down a little bit and average. Rotate back.
Mina's
over the
best
mid.
though doesn't really matter.
Nothing
People are
huge
liking this
for
extra health
30
on Mina.
seconds
I think it's
till
good.
Next Sinner spawn.
Oh, I think it's good.
Yeah, the Mina's definitely been a bit of a calling card in recent days for average, right? We see him has some pretty strong success on the character. Went for a lot of ganks already onto the side lane, and they haven't been the most successful. So, end result of that is that Viscous comes, rotates back into this, picks up the mid
Opening
lane Guardian.
rounds for the
That's
Mirage.
gonna leave Johnson
Okay.
with a very stable position from which to farm, but as one Guardian goes
Bonk.
down, so
Psychic
too,
sleeted.
the rest will soon follow. Deep
Opening
Armor
rounds on the haze. Everyone builds the item. Everyone.
Just eat Saya for breakfast.
Can we see this other side? Can't. Should be a dead warden.
Off and left behind the enemy Guardian.
Oh,
Thanks
good
for
movement
going
from
out here,
Do.
Jude.
Oh, really
Behind
clean
enemy
from Do.
lines. Goo Ball gonna come on out, and a Q
Kite
on
from
the Dude,
average.
Still pretty low. We'll see how deep the chase down is. Of course, for Shiv.
I don't like the average. I think AVG's is a better name. I'm Oskies.
Do appears to have done just that.
Oh, nice slam.
Fish cake though, who's super low. Lycan Curse about to fade. Not
He
much gas
did.
left in the
No
tank,
tower.
Mina in off the Sanguine should
Oh.
be able to get the rest of the damage
With
done.
the rake,
To
but
help
still
the
got
Rocker.
him. Scouts here now.
A lot of trades coming off in this early
More so
game.
just a
It's been
hover, though.
Quite aggressive. Take a look at the soul count. It's a slight
Yeah, they
lead
can't
for
get
the
those
Foreman.
centers or anything.
They're going to be feeling pretty comfortable. So far, we haven't seen too much as
Scout
far
looking,
as
though.
the global presence from Great
The
Talent.
splatter.
Now that he's defending this mid lane, though, I expect to see more pressure come his way. We were talking about this in the draft.
All right,
how
good start from
there's gonna
Floorman.
be A lot of attacks just kind of swarming in on this Great Talent.
Again, it
side.
is
They're
more a Guardian diff
something
more than
rather
anything. They're up a
from
Guardian,
dealing that
but
consistent damage. And with mid lane Guardian to defend, it's a crucial moment to see whether that holds true in this one.
the GT team loves having the blue Guardian up.
Until
It's
next
really
Sinner
nice for
buffs
GT.
and earn and you know just a little
Just to
bit
sit
of
on it.
poking onto the enemy Sinners. In here from Fishcake.
Stalker,
Not going for
opening
full
round,
command,
slowing
especially
bolts.
with
Okay.
Lash waiting in the
Okay.
wings. Instead, though, may turn this into a roam on to the left. Not quite. Also, while we have a moment here, I'm curious, can we get a look at the damage done off the laning phase? Always interesting to see that post lane.
Yeah, a lot from Viscous, actually. Okay.
Yep. Still gets the
Scout
smoke up.
having a pretty strong early game. And it looks like they're going to get a catch on this Mina. See if she can
Nice
pick away, but
fucking
not
bird.
quite. Ido is going to grab that first stack of the
Last
game.
stand, baby.
It's always a big one to pick up. As even
Last
gone for the
stand.
Spirit Sap this game. So it's going to be draining away a lot of this Spirit damage from this nuker-heavy comp. Opportunity now to potentially
Nice
punish.
knives.
And I think with the third knife in him, is it going to be enough to take out this Apollo? It's going to be close.
Oh.
Not quite. Okay.
I think the Rapace
He's gonna
buffer
maybe slip
time
away from
saved
this
them.
one, but does force him completely out of the fight and opens up the opportunity to take a quick tower.
Dude
Not
gets
only that,
ulted, but
gives up earn
lives.
priority to the melee creeps. So for melee creeps, you're kind of happy with this exchange.
Vitality
You're able
buff
to
for
get one of the two
Saya,
buffs.
gun for
You're
League.
able to get earn prio, and all the while, Xeno still has to fight.
Alright, they get the pickup.
It was a long escape
Get your
route.
Mill so far.
So I'm thinking here, you know,
Despite
how earn
being
fights are
down.
going to shake out. It's kind of interesting. There's multiple ways it could be good for either team. Biggest X factor for me is
Our thing's
Walker
gonna be
there,
pushing out
is
this
Death
right side
Slam
here.
up, and
Still have
Walker certainly
Guardian
can
up.
get there, and Death Slam is up.
Egg.
So we'll see if melee creeps how they handle this, because you don't want to get caught in the trap where you're just holding on the urn forever and you're paying the babysitter tax without actually.
Okay,
being
Arcade
able
Surge
to
is
do
a
burn.
nice little spike
I will say,
for
I
Mr.
feel
Scout.
like Shiv
He
is
could just go
starting to feel really
extra
scary.
spirit here too,
It
just
feels
get a
like they can't
spike
really
once
lock
he
him
gets his
down. They don't have
arcane.
quite
We
the
shall see.
tools to do so. And he's
You can also go Mystic
into
Expansion. You can
these
do a lot of shit.
relatively squishy heroes on floor, man. Now Shiv and Silver both walking up with the help of Viscous, right? Threatening, posturing for this urn. You gotta come
Nice
up
bola.
and step up to fight for this ground.
Forces the solo inflict.
Affliction onto Fishcake's Silver.
Fishcake.
Death Slam onto just Saya as
That's
well.
really
So not the
clutch
best
from
ultimate
Fishcake.
connections. Melee Creep still
Just
trying to
kite
push
out.
this one, and they
Wait till
might
inflict
get
goes
pretty
off, then get his
options.
ult off.
Yeah.
Just kind of negates the pocket out of the fight, really. League's already chunked.
Priority clone death slam up.
Oh,
and
he had
gets
one
nothing.
too.
Absolutely nothing as Scout.
They get the dunk,
was
though.
able to, yeah,
Make
it-
space.
It pulls him off enough that Scout can grab the urn and just dunk it. So
Mirage can get this left guardian now for free. Mina pushing blue. I don't think it
Yeah, the
means
GT
anything
burn had
now.
to come out. Looks like it was to break the bullet dance from Dimov.
Ido does left.
As the
Nice.
dust settles, no kills somehow in that fight. Everybody gets low. And even the urn dunk kind of went 50-50.
Oh,
Look
missed
at
the
all
rake.
souls
Oh,
denied.
and he's
Mina
slowing
goes
hexed.
very deep
Oh,
on
and then a
attempting to finish
buddy.
the shit, but gets
Oh,
rabbit hexed and punished.
no.
An all-in
AVG.
from average gets completely shut down, and you understand why he was desperate to stop Dew's reign of terror, but now it only grows scarier. This Shiv up to almost 10k souls.
John getting the
Lead the way
guardian
he
now.
hopes these fights.
Little
By the
jump
way,
here
Jonathan
too.
farming up
Up
a
like
storm
2.5k
right now,
on
up to
DMB right
12K,
now.
Alongside League at the top of the server.
gotta give a lot of credit to Scout this game for really enhancing Dew's ability to just bait Foreman. I feel like there's been so many times this game where Dew has nearly been dead and is a target that Foreman really want to engage and invest into to slow down the Shiv who's out of the game. And every single time, there's just enough support from the rest of the team to get Dew
True.
out of otherwise fatal situations. And
True.
the frustration from Foreman at dealing with that this game has had to have been immense.
Frustration at playing against Viscous? No.
No.
Surely not, JP.
No,
Viscous is the most honorable and fun character. He's
Yeah,
whimsical.
as evidenced by the fact that it was your main for the longest
I
period
love
of
the
time.
goo.
You only play honorable characters, Jake.
I love
Why
the
am I coming
goo.
from me? You should not take that from me, but hey, what do I know?
Looks like DMV got kind of baited here to pop the last stand. Even some spam shots coming in, delaying the zip out from Lash.
Good from side to get blue push
Foreman
here.
doing their best to try to put some pressure on here, but this
I think he
Shiv
just gets
Viscous
out.
looks
I
like
think
an
he's
immovable
fine.
object. Now,
Is
bullet
he
dance,
slowing hexed? Oh, he must have been slowing
overwhelming.
hexed.
Onto Saya. He really can't afford to take any more damage. Has
And
to
he
do some
lived.
Perfect moves out of this one.
Nice from Saya.
But Demon's been dissuaded from the chase.
All that walker damage. It's from Mr.
Just
Saya.
classic Saya, where a little bit more, well, I don't know, it's still
Bird
Sinclair. I was gonna
coming
say more
in.
than Abrams last week, but
Searching for a rocker.
Sinclair actually may be better than escaping on the whole.
Oh, Lash. Lash, where is he? He definitely wants to stack. Is he in the room? He's got to catch him.
He's under.
He's looking. He's desperate. He must be in one of these veils.
He's in the veil on the
Good
lower
times
end
at the
too.
top one. It looks like the bottom veil. So good hide from Rocker. He would have died and given up a stack there, so it would have been really rough.
Sometimes Deadlock really just does turn into Dead by Daylight. What's it called? GT Owl is one of the prime instigators of that. Where
True.
you just hear the owl coming, you look at the minimap, and it's like, I'm gonna hide now, and I'm gonna pray that they don't find the closet that I'm hiding.
Bullet Dance comes in, stolen actually from Saya. He's
Oh,
given Dimov
nice
a
steal
taste
from
of his own
Saya.
medicine, and Dimov doesn't like how it tastes. Quick pickup onto this Hayes, who went in essentially for the all-in solo kill there, got punished.
30 seconds. Next set of buffs and urn gonna be up.
Buffsin in.
Before that though, Fishcake a little bit ambitious here. To be going
Holy
for both,
Apollo
but you're
damage,
already
bro.
a little bit low,
Holy
and
fucking Apollo
Zeno's in the
damage.
neighborhood says hi.
I was going to comment on this earlier. Usually we see Silver playing a much more defensive, vitality-focused build, but he's got a lot of gun early.
Yeah, it's super interesting. It's definitely
DMB
not
gets
the normal
guts.
okay, but elsewhere on the map, DMB just ends up getting
Just
jumped, so
fucking
ends up being
charge
a
punches
1-for-1.
them.
Buffs coming on
Who's the
up.
king?
John already camping out on the left. Right taken by Zeno.
They're
And,
all fucking here, bro.
casting for John.
Saya gets
not
out
bad at
though.
all.
Does he get out? Ooh,
Oh, Saya
got the
getting overwhelmed
moves.
here.
You can steal
Super
ult in
lost
three.
to
He
play
can
his way out
steal
of this
the.
one. Rabbit Hex does.
He can steal
slow
Xeno's
down
ult here and
Apollo
try to get
Jason
out.
Still look to finish this one off. Making sure that kill onto DMB does not go unanswered.
He does just
Oh,
live.
but just
Oh,
barely
flawless
a
advance.
miscast
Gets clipped on
here.
the door.
Does put a lot of damage potentially down in the GT, but will it be
He
enough
doesn't
for the
have
finish?
advance though.
Counter Italian is going to really slow him
Oh,
down.
he whiffed though. He whiffed. He whiffed. Oh.
Yeah, the Prost.
Wait, they're all living now.
I don't.
Yeah, it does. It does. It
Wait, good
triggers
stall.
on the stolen.
No, it's not that. I just didn't see the movement there. I was like, wait a second. Hey, I'm blind.
Saya, uh-oh. Could be.
I think
it
Saya
continues to, and
lives.
the fights just continue thick and fast.
He just
DMB
bounces back to his
pulling it
assistant.
Back down on this incredible rate of play.
Oh my god,
This is the
dude.
Viscous value, though, making it so hard to pick up that urn.
Do his
Denying
Thanos.
the grab. Now Dew's here.
Skill
Viscous
gets the
best friend.
urn.
How dare you look at my son, Viscous?
My son.
Urn.
Fish cake
being carried on
dies.
the right. Fish cake getting caught.
In the name of the urn.
Once more, melee creeps able to get first control on the urn.
Scout will go on a little more defensive here.
What the Floorman response is going to be. There is a window here too. I mean, that's
Does get his spirit spike and then goes a guardian ward.
Fish cake will be back.
It's just a really good.
I think in terms of dunking the urn,
Divine Barrier game.
Considerable edge.
You just throw it on John and John is owning. Throw it on Do is owning.
A lot of players here for Floorman though, despite not having the wave,
Scout is not
pushing the wave out.
in a good spot right now.
Players up in the jungle, they're incredibly close, and there comes the warp stone. Looks like Pocket snaps the urn out of his hand and then immediately runs away. Mino does come in, puts a decent amount of damage here on the Scout.
I don't think that's what you wanted though. He had Locket.
3 stacks on the Mina, man. This proc is gonna bite.
Yeah, another no gun Mina build.
Just giving urn, looks like.
I think they need to.
The draw. Look at all these drought waves on blue though. Like they're just keeping this push. This smoker's already half.
In the neighborhood, but
Bird coming in, just making space.
Being taken here.
Oh, someone's here. Oh,
nice bird.
Pocket. Looking for a cheeky flanking kill.
They should be able to get free urn now.
Maybe zoning some players away, and the urn not dunked quite yet, so Foreman have the opportunity to reset and get back in.
That's a dead fucking pocket.
Deep, though. Hold on. And with GT here pumping
he just got fucking jump scared.
Thought he could get that one-on-one and was surprised by
really
Ido,
nice.
ready for the move.
Scout dies for the cause.
Share the souls looks like going to melee creeps and a 2-for-1 kill trade as well.
They might look to push this blue.
Going to be prepared for what
average
and capable of in that situation. It probably would be Ido.
No, backs up.
Even then, like if you're looking for impact affliction, I don't know if going for it there in that situation was the ideal maneuver. So
melee charge Sinclair, Gigabase. Just build the 3 best 1600s. Melee charge, opening rounds, and slowing bullets, and you're just him. You're fucking him.
Now certainly can defend, whether it be left walker or mid walker, wherever melee creeps decide to go. Overall soul allocation though, Jake, taking a look at the game, the one thing that's really starting to become a problem is that John's nearly at 20k. Over at Floorman,
20K.
down at 14.
Team-off, ganking, slowing Hex. He's already low.
Really good cube.
Beautiful save, gets him out of trouble.
Great cube.
And the Battle Brothers continue
Post
to just
out.
be a huge thorn in the side of the Floorman. They can't
Already has the spell. He's big chilling. Bird coming in.
Ow. Just
only 1 stack for Ido so far on the bird. Hasn't been able to find big ones.
Thanks for coming to our jungle. Come again.
He's doing well though. Soul core wise.
All kind of leading to another engagement.
DMB struggling again.
The next urn.
15k this game.
The buff. So far, melee creeps have done a far better job of obtaining control over the urn. Floorman. Right now, more of a presence on the left side of the map.
Yeah, definitely a slower game for both sides. Also, you know, it's interesting to think about. We've been talking so much about how this is like a no one's playing support meta. Melee creeps arguably have 2. Like Viscus and Sinclair, I think you could sort of, I mean, obviously the distinction is.
I'm kind of surprised Scout's not going like heavy spirit, but
you could kind of call
it could just be the DB and then he goes full spirit.
Seems to be working this game. Like, you know, the Do and Ido bringing the spirit damage, John bringing the mixed damage and farming up for the late game. So far, this draft is coming together and working despite it, you know, not being, you know, super on the nose for the current meta. I mean, that's kind of the melee creep's signature, though. They tend not to put a whole lot of you know, respect on the meta. They kind of play their own game. And
Foreman stacked on this left side.
I think as we get deeper into the next fight, where for now it looks like Floorman is taking out territory on the left. Maybe they even get the right buff too. I mean, melee creeps, the way they're positioned right now, they're not going to get either of the 2 buffs. But the thing you have to look at for Floorman is, you know, you've picked Pocket, and maybe part of picking Pocket was a deny pick, but
picking Pocket.
We haven't seen a massive affliction out of League yet, and I think there is just that pressure anytime that you have Pocket in your lineup that you have to find a 3-man affliction at some point, or at the very least, you know, 2-man with extreme importance.
Oh, and the Stolen Affliction onto Pocket himself.
Yeah.
Slide Divine Barriers gets himself out of trouble, but
Saga ran down by the haze.
On the other side.
The bunny was no help.
Too late, and a clean pickoff right now for men.
Good movement, D-Mob to get out.
Still fighting this one out.
Oh, Shiv's on him now though. The warp, no nothing. Oh, good knife.
But D-Mob may be walking away from this one. He's still ticking, still bleeding. That knife missing though probably means the kill is done and do.
But the space created gives them the urn.
So they do give up a kill, but a couple key ults expended and urn control given over to the melee creeps. If they can get this dunked, then it, you know, no harm, no foul. But they also lose a walker in the process.
Yeah, DMB.
So I see
putting
that.
the gun buff to use.
Yeah,
Florman
for
also
Florman, you're
just
really
get both
happy about
buffs.
this because you
Movement
get
on the
Walker and a trade,
lash
and
is really nice.
technically the trade hasn't been completed yet. You
Loki
take
feels even
back
better
here
on
and get
the
urn
gun
too,
lash.
So
Because he can just
not
air stall with
as
it.
Ideal, I think, for melee creeps in this situation. And also, I mean, if you try to force turn, that slime's up.
They're ready to fight this. The zip line is pretty strong here for them. Jonathan does not have TP.
Getting a
cannot be
rescue
able to
here
fight
as
it.
well.
Biscuit's just running it down. They're not ready.
Another
Too slow
3v1.
to fight.
There loses quite a few orbs there, but
on the aftermath, but you'd love to at least force the urn drop while you're
Ido
going
gets
for it. Even
cut.
still, Rocker is able to take down Ido. There was no ult required there. Still has a death slam.
everyone kind of dies for this though. They're just out of position.
The bottom fish cake in some real danger. Foreman still
Gets the
looking
transform
super healthy.
out.
Yeah, you've gotten Lycan back up, but you're still pretty low. You have to use every
Oh,
little
good
bit of
move,
movement
fish cake.
to escape here, but it's a
Still
sea
dies,
of
though.
blue around fish cake, and every exit is covered.
Are they forcing the mid? Are they forcing the mid?
Nice, but it's a little
Yes, they are. They're gonna force the mid.
They're gonna send it anyway, though. Foreman, they have like
The waves are kind of bad on this left side though too. That's what John's looking at already.
Walker in the process for this, but a mid boss would be quite the prize. See if players are
Or John's buying and then coming. John's just buying. John's gonna be able to free it here.
And a death slam to work with.
He
has NATO for
I mean,
contest.
this is a little bit risky. The ability for melee creeps to contest is still heavily there. The rejuve
Bunnies,
is there, the test is in.
1-to-1.
The rabbit hex maybe came in a little bit early.
Oh, the viscous punch. Oh, 2-1. Okay. Sorry, really needs to not die. Sorry, it doesn't die. It doesn't use. Oh no, he does.
In response,
That's not good.
looking for an edge.
They can maybe re-kill the Mina here though.
Gone for melee creeps.
Good slice.
Still working on one, still
Oh,
reasonably healthy.
really needed that knife.
HP, knives out. Looking for one
That'll
here
get
on the top.
ran on. Dude's really low. Oh yeah, League dies. No more rejuice.
Stand up to him, and he's just
Look at these knives, bro.
Wants to get this finish on the D-Mob. This haze is
Oh
so
my God.
annoying, but another sleep perfectly played from D-Mob. And the evasion from the Floorman comp really working out. It seems like everybody successfully peeling back out of this fight
All
as
right,
the dust
they
settles.
lose their rejuves though.
They do find that kill into Ido, but no rejuves leave the pit. So
Ends
still
up being
very
pretty
much a
okay
dead
though.
heat kind of a game.
Oh, Scott's gonna die.
Viscous steps into the trap, just barely gets the Q off in time. Needs some support to stay alive.
Ooh, average. AVG gets caught. Average.
Turn them into
Scout
a rabbit
dies.
and repeatedly punch them. Isn't just the Sinclair who could do it. Any other people around can't participate. Scout though wasn't able to
Sells
get
the X-Charger car.
Slid down and came back up.
Whoa.
Still though, Rocker maybe in a bit of danger here. Fish cake landing the ball, landing some good damage.
Bola,
But
bola.
It's not quite bursty enough, Rocker. It'll start using
Mina's
some
dead here,
movement
though.
to get out and away. But also, I'm pretty sure
Okay.
D-Mob has died in this game. But can we get a
All things
look at the
considered,
deaths?
2 people
So
dead.
D-Mob's
Melee
dead.
creeps. That's
check.
pretty good for them, honestly.
You have to
I
do
know
it
he
with
died
D-Mob, but
once.
I'm
Did he
pretty
die?
sure he died once, but you
I
know,
saw him die.
let's
I saw
confirm.
him die. Isaiah stole his ult and killed him. But this is D-Mob. He's just the unkillable, man. Like, 2 times we've seen on our screen, he
Twice.
slips away from Shiv in spots where any mistakes would have cost his life.
Actually, interesting there, John. Well, John's been Mr. Farm this game. Like, when you're 0-0 and
Average
1,
is
it's just
dying a
0-0
lot
and
this
1.
game.
That's true carry stat line. I'm chilling, bro. I'll see you guys in 20 minutes.
That's socially distancing the game. at
Foreman
that
up.
point, is what I would say.
6K though.
You know, everyone else is playing Deadlock, and John.
DBs are out though.
loves
Si's got
himself
DB.
in
Scout's got DB.
I
Got
do
DB
think
and rescue.
John is right in a sense. Like, I think
Scout
if this
starts
goes
stacking
late
his
enough,
damage
he
now.
will outcarry the game. Like, the lack of frontliner is going to be an issue when it comes to like who's going to jump on
Really
top
strong
of
spirit
Mirage
burn
and,
game
like,
for
prevent
Scout.
him from shooting. Who's going to stun him down? Maybe the lash shot, but the Mirage late game is a hero that you need really strong lockdown to be able to actually catch. I don't know if the Warden is even that.
Curious what John's gonna go here this game. Not a Rico game.
Might be getting a little bit contested.
Maybe an
here.
inhib
Buff in
game.
10 seconds.
Silencer
No.
game? Probably a silencer game,
Foreman,
honestly.
melee creeps, looking over right side buff. Maybe League grabbing the left. It's a gun buff, and when you have dominance, you can say, "Wait,
Nobody
I
wants
know,
this.
You can go grab it," which.
John's the one who wants it, but
He is not there. Vitality for Pocket's kind of
blow the
meh.
Shin Express to use Traveler to come the other way. It's like, nah.
Ends up being 4-man pickup.
Earn to be run here. Still 3 walkers available for the 4 men, right? So something that melee creeps gonna start to hurt for those flex slots pretty
God,
soon. We've
fuck
seen
it,
them
bro.
be willing to go deep into the late game without them, but definitely expect
my
someone
God.
like John to be particularly needing those slots. And looks like they're gonna make a big concerted push into the mid wave, attacking this walker average, rips the Nox Nostra, putting some damage down on them. Huge team fight. Looks like breaking out in mid if we could get the cam on that.
It was a 3-man death slam into a counter clone death slam from Saya. I'm just reading.
Yikes.
Okay, Rocker goes down in the
Rocker
aftermath,
insta-dead.
Even though the Rocker's gonna go down, they get Urn turn in. They get a kill off of it. 3-man Affliction though comes in from League.
I like this trade from melee creeps.
Take a look at Ido off on the outskirts.
Was it a 3-man or a 2-man?
Spread out fight, and I feel like the Affliction is gonna put a damper on some of the efforts to chase down. As Ido might have gotten caught.
John got that divine.
Do you believe Ido was dead?
He potentially gets out of this one, but
Do
yeah,
not think he's getting away
the Affliction surely
from Mr. Apollo.
be able to get that last hit.
Even
And
to the
with
rescue.
It just comes a little bit too late.
Pulse gets him out.
But hold on, it might cost Apollo his life in the end. Nice little punch slows him down, but with Mina waiting around the corner, they don't want to get baited into this one. Fishcake also drops, actually. Hold on. And with DMB finding that rundown, could be more to push, although with mid-wave crashing against their own base.
Ends up being too
Foreman are
dead.
definitely on the wrong side of town.
No mid or nothing, though. And they didn't have the wave on blue, so actually ends up being kind of fine.
In a pretty good spot.
So they gave up burn, but they got their first slot of the game. First slot of the game is giga valuable.
Mid-walker push. Still able to get the Urn on top of it.
Surge of power for DMB. Have not seen that in a while on Warden.
Pretty well farmed, but it's not like John is massively ahead.
Reverb's going to be coming in for Dew in a sec here.
Right there. A little bit of pressure on the Sinners. Don't think D-Mob is going to push the issue here so far, but you know, I think for Floorman, you're actually okay just taking your farm on the map, waiting for next Urn and buffs, and you know, seeing if you can get a pick for another mid-boss. Like, you kind of like the lead you're sitting on at the moment.
Yeah, it's pretty meaningful.
DMB caught up to John here too. Even that now.
Really strong for them. A little bit of
Again, the cultist looking very, very strong for the pocket.
Was there.
He's got big intake.
In the meantime, is a huge prize. So, Melee Creeps, I think, in general, played this game very defensively, like very much giving up a lot of the map control to Floorman. And I think early on, maybe Floorman got baited in a little bit and tried to force some over-aggression that got punished. But now it feels like they're kind of willing to settle down and be like, all right, you give us 60% of the map real estate, it's not a winning play. We're just going to out-farm you, and we're just going to, you know, snowball. We're going to get every buff. We're going to get all the urns. That's a problem, and I think one that Melee Creeps, soon they're going to have to address. They're going to have to step up on the map and take some challenges, especially in the next couple minutes when that next urn buff spawns.
True.
Also, I think the other problem for Melee Creeps, you know, I don't think Ido's actually been able to get a ton of stacks on the GT.
Yes, that is the bigger thing.
I mean, you
the
think
bird is not supercharged.
Unless you're like a super farm GT, like your late game isn't necessarily the best. Your late game on Sinclair, you know, you fall off a bit. Viscous arguably falls off a bit. Like, I do think you're kind of running into a scaling comp issue here too.
Yeah, Floorman can stack a lot of spirit resist this game too.
At this point in the game, and they have the lead, so you know the ability for Melee Creeps to straight up fight without getting a pick or like some sort of sneaky way of opening up.
Get out the silver transform.
Limited at the moment.
That's pretty good for Floorman.
Yeah, I think that's very true. And it's a good call out, right? That the scaling is going to become a problem for them. Nox Nostra has been sent, but John a little too quick on the reaction. Manages to dust devil out of there. Wave's not quite
3 to side.
I like that Floorman are going for these attempts, but
Floorman dropping this right wave again. DMB's going now.
Where, you know, the turnaround would be brutal. They're just taking their chance, putting some pressure down, willing to throw some ults out, and I mean, really, Melee Creeps are
Curse comes in for D-Mob, the strongest he's going to be all game.
No, not at all. And, you know, it feels like the calm before the storm, although I think...
Reverb in for the Shiv. Yeah, John went Rico silencer. Okay, that makes sense.
And that may be what they're trying to do. Pocket may not be the best target in this instance.
Ricochet silencer. Jeez, okay, he has gone very aggressive on this build here. So John is ready to fight. I mean, and...
I kind of like it though too because they need more gun damage.
With Curse though could be the answer.
And think about that with the silencer.
Single farmed carry, right? This is the ultimate counter.
I'm assuming he'll go inhib next on.
Buff's coming up in 5 seconds.
I see great talent.
Left buff may have a little bit of a contest. Silver scouting it out, immediately seeing maybe it's not the best idea. Top over, casting buff.
Moving for Shiv
into league. Other side, do able to get.
Again, Floorman can get the pickup.
Shiv doesn't
Melee Creeps are going to be down to fight this one though.
The map, add mobility buff into the mix, Jake.
This is the first turn they really need to contest.
I will say casting on Pocket is crazy.
Again, sucks
right?
they're losing their right, don't have their right walker here.
It's going
to be hard to push this wave out.
Stolen lash ult, okay. So opportunity for Saya if he wants to look
for more. Just going to send it on blue.
Does throw it out, but
no Pocket isn't there.
The cube doesn't allow him the opportunity.
Pocket Loki kind of baited though. He like caved backwards when he pushed that wave, so he gets here faster than I think.
Re-engage. John still here pumping damage.
Pump
The
it.
mean ult's gonna slow things down and zone them back.
Ooh.
For now, melee creeps though, they weather the storm nicely, and John standing tall.
Spell though on the
Pumping
Mina.
damage through this veil is
Ooh.
not the way you want to fight. A big proc hits onto the lash.
Uh-oh.
Get very low into this one.
Oh,
The
Pocket
real Death
can
Slam is
go
ready.
nuclear
Cutting
here.
off this veil does give you a power position, but Floormen are slowly picking
Bird
you apart.
coming.
I mean, playing out the veil was decent. It gave John
Pocket just didn't want to look there. Interesting.
from a moment, but
My Silvern.
Rocker's a little bit low.
Everyone on melee
I
creeps
think if you're
chunks. This
Floorman,
should be
you
a free
slow this
earn.
down a little bit. Let Rocker full heal come back in, because if Rocker were to use the Death Slam now, he'd probably just instantly hit
This could
the
be a
floor, but
backbreaker though.
You have run control. You're strong.
John has
overall, you
TP,
have a
but
bit of
he
time.
can't show up here.
And yeah, that's exactly what they're gonna do.
Let's
here,
push
Jake.
one
They're
more
gonna
wave.
Slow this down, and then look for an ideal opening. Let Rocker get
Oh,
visibility
really bad.
here. And do they just
Really
get the
early
dodge
punch from
they do?
Scout. He
It
just
doesn't even
he
turn
got
out
ran
so
at by
well.
average, so he got worried.
Like that. That's actually, they lost a lot of that earn just from the denies, Jake.
Divine Barrier
Some got
from
denied.
Viscus does pull GT out for a second, but they're continuing on with this chase, just pumping damage. Ido's running out of stam, surrounded, hit from all sides.
Did.
Catches and blasts.
Got his hazer just running the GT down.
The Scout comes in, and it feels like the dam is finally broken.
Again, look at them not having a walker on this right side. They're just getting hard punished for it. He still has curse, by the way. Oh, big inflict.
Deep in, gets a 2-man affliction. It does league. A lot of it's gonna be people running back in the base, but what I'm seeing right now, Jake, space.
I think they're
created
calling the mid
for them.
now.
Everyone is
They
still
see
up.
it now.
Melee creeps, 2 dead, multiple wounded. You gotta think you just go to slam mid boss at this point.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
The
exactly
best
what
time.
they're going to go for. And with Fishcake,
They have the
still
Apollo
healing up from
ult.
the affliction, he's
They have the
gonna
Hazel ult.
be
They have the Lash ult.
on a
Warden ult.
really long timer to be able to get back into this pit.
It's clear will have ult for contest
Creep's
though.
gonna be
Pocket's
slamming it on the
looking.
base, but they're not going to be too worried about that, right? With the 2-player advantage, without the GT bird, it's really going to be up to Saya and Do to find some sort of a huge.
Oh,
play.
they're
But
just hard
actually,
off.
Hold on, Foreman. They get off the mid boss. They're going to look to hunt kills. But 20 seconds on the timers. I'm not sure about this play. They need to find
Ooh.
catches quick. They found a sleep on the Shiv. He's
Oh,
isolated.
he
He's
has
hit from
bolt.
all
The Shiv
sides.
has
A
bolt
little bit of
resist.
catches
Gets
walking back. He's
DB'd.
still tanking somehow, despite the bullet dance. And I think Foreman.
Yeah, this is a
they
big
really
Shiv,
throw
bro.
this one away. There's players
Do
coming
is
back
do
in.
is
This is a
large.
big
Do
deal.
is fucking
He's
large.
dashing through them all.
Get silenced though. Oh my god, bro. He's just melting all of them. He still has ult. He still has ult. He can kill the ward. He can kill the ward.
From the edge, eats the flask.
Dodges the Apollo ult. Nice. Dude, he just killed everyone, bro.
Into the fight.
What is this fucking shift character? Oh, good find. Good fucking find. Oh, for the bird too. I'd finally get some stacks. Really good.
Melee creeps. A successful contest.
They're gonna take the mid
Jake,
now.
To answer your question, I think Floormen, they just had a lot of respect for Saya and the ability.
Look how healthy they all are. The rest of the lockets are going crazy mode.
Taking the gamble anyways because Rejuvenator, it's about to start falling.
Inflict comes in, but they have the DBs, right?
Hits 2 on melee creeps.
It's on to John. They need a divine
So Scout's gonna be low, but he's gonna be the only one. Early pops cube.
Deployed. It looks like that DB did come out. John. He's no longer afflicted. Continue to challenge.
Bunnies, 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 bunnies.
And with the rabbit hex on the ground,
Oh, big parries from DMB. Oh, it's a disaster. It's actually a disaster. Oh, DMB clutched up hard there. Oh, their waves are so bad too.
It was very scary there for quite some time.
Ooh.
Eventually, John is going
John's
to get
dead.
run down, flanked, surrounded from all sides. Hold on, the damage he deals is insane, but
Oh my god, that was hero play from DMB to get on it there.
But now this definitively puts Floormen at the advantage. They were already working with a lead. That lead is going to expand. 2 Rejuvenator slots still going to be with them for the next.
They're gonna rotate to this right side too. They see it now.
At
Mina's
this
going.
point, you're just looking to take care of remainder of business on the map. You want the final walker. You want to get base guardians down, and ideally with this level of lead, you also want to get some shrines in the process. In fact, shrine, at least one
Timers
shrine
are
is
so
gonna be
long.
priority number 1, and they waste no time going for that first shrine.
I think this is game ZP. They're going to get the
Yep,
patron drop.
they get
here,
everything.
almost guaranteed. Silver's just not a hero who can do anything.
They should be able to get the pickup on the exits too. It spawns in 20. They should get double buff. This is GG. This is GG.
I think that's really
Oh, fish cake dying there is so bad, bro. The timer is so bad. Dead for 74.
Hate the idea because I think this game
They could probably drop if they wanted to, right? Yeah, they're gonna drop.
It's just too little too late. Floorman gonna get the drop here before, I mean, Ido spawns, not much he can really do on his own.
The Cultist is just so
With the
good on
opportunity
Pocket.
to reset, looks like the Winions are gonna get the job done.
Always love a little bit of support from Trooper
player seals.
2981, the best in the business
Warden
once you
ult.
get into the late game, Jake. But maybe a bit of a chase down here.
Demoff
on
does
Demoff,
die.
one
So they're gonna
regen.
spam on Demoff.
Yeah, there's a lot of people waiting for Demoff.
Reaver bottom.
It's like, hey,
It's dead
you know,
Demoff.
you enjoyed your first day.
Another
This
bird.
is the second as I'll get Ido and stack.
But
on
they
the
get double
owls,
buff
but,
plus pickup.
You know, for melee creeps, it's not
Movement
looking
on
good. You have
Rocker.
such
Vitality
a
on the
long road to
Mina.
go for here, and even with Demoff being down, you know, for Floorman, they're just gonna hang on the urn for a little bit, and
Yeah,
while
they
they're
just
still
babysit
reaching,
urn.
they're gonna look to drop it in. And the soul difference here, Jake, says a lot. But what I'm curious on too is, what does the golden statue part of the game say? It may be
Golden
very
statues plus
I
up
actually
two
think
walkers.
Foremen are dominating them, but maybe. Oh, you're right. Okay, I thought it was going to be more dominant because of how all the map control that
Pretty
Foremen
much just
had through
Mina,
this
yeah.
game, but
You tell they're
in fact, it
feeding
looks
Mina
like
the
maybe a
sinners.
slight edge. I can't do the addition that quick in my head, but it looks like a slight edge for the melee creeps in terms of the overall buffs. I guess they have gotten a few.
This
of those
is
urns
getting
up.
large now.
Yeah, they're getting more urns, and I think they're, for the most part, while Floormen
I like the late extra charge buy too from Scout. It's something I've thought about doing.
Invading a little bit more, so.
I like that they're going to go for something here. The game is in a really rough state. You got to take gambles, and Demon's still dead for 20 seconds. There's a small opportunity.
I'm just gonna move
But it
out.
looks like all they're going to grab is the walker.
Huge slot for them to get here, though. Really, really big.
Looks to maybe try to catch John. But Mirage in this point in the game, even with all your soul lead on Floorman, is not a hero you want to 1v1.
No, definitely not. I mean, 1v1ing Mirage in general is just miserable between Dust Devil, Scarabs,
Siphon, Spear
the fact that
Resist.
he should be one of the most farmed, not the most farmed on the team. It's just not the hero you go for 1v1 unless you are, a hero of similar farm in a very.
So interesting. The gun lash either has like very low impact or is just like
Flash is like egregious. So
top
silly.
5 damage in the
Stam
game.
bar is like just doesn't seem to go down.
With superior stam, no less. Just a lot of way to spend that stamina.
All right, Floorman gonna use the
I
last
don't know that
rejuve to
contested
secure.
air dunk is all that realistic here. The map control completely dominant here for Floormen as they bring it in.
Team-up looking. Insta-shot
Find
scout.
scout early. That's a massive
GG.
find. The curse shuts down the viscous, ensures
You get
that
the drop
no
for free
saves
now.
come in on anyone else. And all the souls going to be claimed by.
But they don't have a lot of rejuves here. They are at 50k, so they could just look for the pick here.
Especially on a key backline saving support like Viscous, you got to go for the ZP.
Yeah, they can nuke someone without the cube.
The rejuve may have been faded,
I
but
whiffed.
up 6 on 5, everything in your favor. You can
Just
fish
diving
for
the
picks
pet.
here while putting pressure on the patron. Stage 2 patron down the half. Floormen looking to take map 1 here and now. 2-man affliction comes out from League. They're putting John
Third hits DMB.
Affliction on the 4.
Early DB, early DB too.
Wrap it up,
GG.
ZP. Melee creeps getting a taste of their own medicine from game 1. Floormen. Well, the stolen affliction, though, hold on, is still on to 2, but in the end, the affliction is just enough. Mina does pump the damage.
GG.
The patron.
We'll play from Floorman.
It was a long.
They were
slog
dominating
for
urns that game.
Floormen, but they found their footing. They slowed the game down enough and made their draft work. So melee creeps, also bringing their own.
Donovan
unconventional
Mitchell's hurt.
strats,
That's
did
not
look
good.
pretty decent in this game, but in the end, Floormen get it done. They're up 1-0 in the series.
never mind, he's
Just
back
one
up.
more potentially to close it out.
All right, Floormen able to take the 1-0 starts, and melee creeps might be a little nervous at this point as they did go down last week 0-2. That was an interesting game, wasn't it? That actually started off looking really good for melee creeps, with Dew and Scout doing such a great job in their lane. But at some point, ZP just kind of started to feel like things were unraveling, not really going as smoothly for them. We're getting that little bit of an edge, and then that rejuve, well, that was after all the
My city's about to get
Floormen just dominated from that point.
100 kilometer
I think
winds
this
and
is
snow.
a really interesting game to break down. I feel like this is one of those games where you could go to the
Okay.
live view and pick up multiple angles just because it was a little bit unconventional. But taking a look at how it played out, I think one of the things that really didn't feel good toward the end, and it was kind of funny because at one point Vegas was just screaming about it when I looked to check something else unrelated on the stream. I just see Vegas being like, "Where's the stacks, Ido? Where's the stacks?" But it's kind of true. Is that like the only times you see GT do well into the late game is when you run builds that are effectively getting more farm off the owl, and the GT himself like getting good farm. GT, if you fall behind the game and you don't get momentum in the early game, actually feels pretty bad late. And I think melee creeps just kind of had this comp that you had Dew, who was a raid boss, you had John, who is similar, and Fishcake was in the middle. But as you get deeper into the game, a GT without the best start, a Sinclair and a Viscous, like you're down some of the raw power that Floormen had, where it felt like most of the Floormen composition was still like contributing into the late game.
Yeah, and Jake, you called out, the potential of Viscous, how well they could do saving everyone, and there was definitely highlights of that from the early game to, I would say, the mid-game, late game kind of just got too one-sided, but there's definitely great moments from Scout on Viscous. Where do you think it went wrong elsewhere in the comp for melee creeps?
Ultimately, I wouldn't even worry about the draft all that much. I think this comes down to that mid-boss fight, right? If those rejuves go a different way. You know, if you're able to get the cleanup on melee creeps and come away with that from that mid boss with as Floorman did in this case with most of the prize, we could have been looking at a very different result here. So it's going to be a tough one to evaluate going into game 2.
They're fighting good angles, but I don't know.
You just think, hey, we could have played things.
The Sinclair looked pretty good.
I do feel like melee creeps played a little.
I
bit
think it
too
was just
passive
urns this game, right?
Like, a lot of moments I felt like even when
Honestly,
the game was
Goldgraph.
pretty
I think it was just
even,
urn spikes
they're
over and over
bunkering
again.
pretty defensively on walkers. Yes, contesting the jungle.
Yeah, like they
decently
were
well,
chilling, and then
a
it
couple
was just the
times, right,
urns
giving
later
up
in the
double
game, bro.
buffs to the floor men that maybe they didn't have to, giving up some urn controls a little bit earlier. So I love in
Titmag, Vamp, Spellslinger, Buzzer. No, this is where you go to Colossus. This is where the Colossus makes sense.
At, the stats
You have Remover,
post-game here.
Enduring,
You can see for Floorman,
another 6k in Vamp, and then you go to Colossus.
Going with some of these afflictions.
This
Ended
is-
it with a
this
bang
is the
as
way.
well, 5-man affliction. DMB stalwart as always on
League
Warden,
Bucket once
and
again
a
does
lot
most
of
damage in lobby.
objective damage. How did you like their comp and how that played out?
Spirit
I mean,
Burn,
again,
Refresher.
we talked a
People
lot
are
about
liking
the
the
draft, is that, yeah, a little bit
Divine
short on front
Barrier.
line, but everything was kind of a threat. I think D-Mob is probably one of the few players that can make Haze look good from beginning to end. Even though you look at the end and be like, oh man, the damage wasn't there. The amount of times that we saw
Yeah, D-Mob didn't even
like,
tech into the ult at the end. He
on
just went
path to
full
pick up
on
1 or 2
with
kills
Curse,
of,
with
exposed
Surge.
players, turning into immediate sleep.
John did end up
cannot
going
be
inhib and then
uncounted.
Merc.
Just very, very good sleep daggers throughout the entire course of the game.
He just couldn't, like, he just
And
wasn't in
I don't know,
fights,
I
man.
just think in
There was
general,
just,
like, for
the fights were over
Florence,
before John
weird
could really do
takeaway for
anything.
the most part, other than
That's what I was
the
saying
warning,
about
there
the
weren't really a whole lot of easy kills. for
silver
him. Like you look at their team comp and be
shiv
like,
bearing.
okay,
It's just,
we're all
it's
gonna
hard
jump on
for
this person. Okay,
Mirage to
jump on
get
the pocket, difficult. Jump
fights off that he
on
wants.
the Apollo,
And do even, like, pop the
difficult.
fuck off, right?
Vita,
Like, do his
a
owning.
huge pain. Rocker, I mean, it's a
But you just
lash
saw the
with
fights one. Like, dude wants to,
stamina,
like,
so, I mean, there is
get his
lockdown there,
infinite
but
dash off
not
and just,
the
like, kite
easiest thing to
people.
chase down. Like, the only thing that was easy to dive on at times is DMB, but that's gonna be one of your most
Sounds
farm characters,
Wave,
actually,
Shredder,
like, the tankiest
Charge.
person around. So, for Floorman, even though they didn't have a traditional front line, you didn't have great targets to actually dive on for melee.
Another gamer I feel like I could go Spirit Burn
melee
this game.
creeps, you guys talked about it actually in the draft phase. Maybe there won't be enough to actually protect.
Radiant Region, I
bigger
mean, that's
characters
super
like
interesting.
Io
Phantom
on
Strike,
great
too.
Talent. The Visk is
This
doing
is-
a great
this
job
is
at some points, kind of covering when they were
interesting.
targeted, but perhaps just not as much in the mobility, Jake, as far as what CP was talking about with Floorman, just how difficult it was to actually get some of these picks they needed, especially as the game started to slip away from them. They started to get down in those souls. They wanted to find.
think the
pick
silver
early
kinda
on,
fucked
and they
them,
just
I'm
weren't
gonna be
able
honest.
to, so the fight.
I still thought they'd win, though.
Either.
I thought the GG
Yeah,
would have more
one
value
thing
that
I
game,
kinda
but the
wanna
Haze
call
is
out
just
here
really
that,
strong, and the
like, wouldn't
GG
have
just kept running him
really
down.
Drawn any crazy accolades in the stats? Is the
Perma
Vita,
running him
where,
down.
Yeah, her game like on paper is not that insane, but it feels like the Nox Nostra got so many insane fights, like in terms of the silence, putting pressure on you, forcing you back, forcing you out, constantly putting the enemy on the back foot. I like his build this game. He even went for the Phantom Strike to close things out, right? Talk about gap close onto the great talent. A Phantom Strike Mina into your backline is pretty terrifying there. So the execution, I think, was really
Is it
nice.
really
I think
that
really
worth it, though? Like, you have so much
unconventional game,
mobility on
and I
Mina.
feel like it was a key part of their success. So
I
if
think
there's
Phantom
one
Strike in the
hero I
GG
could
is
maybe
really strong,
steal
but, like,
away
do
for
you
the
want
next
it?
draft, if I were melee creeps, it'd be the Mina.
Yeah, do you agree, ZP, or do we try and emphasize maybe Pocket, because Ido's not having a great time on other characters?
Yeah, I mean, for melee creeps, it's kind of interesting is that you go to the extent of first picking Pocket. Melee creeps, this time around.
Are we really going to see
decided, okay,
Pocket
we're
first
gonna,
pick? Are we really doing this?
we want first pick, but
Are we
we're not
doing
gonna
this?
invest first pick onto Pocket, and I don't know. I think it may be at the level where you go for it, but then
What
you
if
just
John
wonder,
could have
like,
gone
why are we in
escalating
the
this
current meta we
game?
are? What are the things that you're worried about? Particularly you're worried about things like Bebop, and you're worried about Doorman.
Oh,
and
this
if
is the wrong
you
game.
start
What the fuck?
hyper prioritizing Pocket to that end, you're
What?
potentially giving up, prior on some of those heroes. So
Saved the wrong
it's
screenshot.
a
I'm
tough
trolling.
draft, the balance, but. On the same note, Pocket has looked phenomenal all day long. So
Hold on.
maybe Pocket is
Hold
worth
on.
the higher priority.
Yeah, we saw it on the other team. That time around, it was looking really good. There's something about Floorman being able to figure out melee creeps. Jake, I mean, is there anything that you saw, like, besides, I guess maybe emphasizing some picks and bans that they can change up?
Yeah, it's a tough one to reapproach, because I do think the game was close enough for you to really believe as melee creeps that, like, hey, run it 10 times, we can still win enough where it's worth, doubling down on our strategy and kind of bringing a similar look to game 2. Even the double support, like, I think anyone looking at the meta right now would say that's totally crazy. They have like 2 guys building Divine Barrier. Like, this is really overkill. But you know, for a lot of the game, like down to that, you know, one hugely decisive mid boss, they were making plays, right? They were bailing people
I
out
feel
of
like
tough
Scout should have
situations,
gone
you know,
more
finding some
spirit
turn
this
kills, and
game.
do with that level of support behind him on the Shiv was able to make some insane things
Especially if
happen.
you have
So,
the
while it
Sinclair.
didn't go down on this one, it's
Like, I feel like
you know,
DB's
tough for
fine, but
Baylor
like
Groups because
probably not as
it's not
early
like
as
it
he
was
won
such a
at.
bad beatdown where you have to change everything.
Like, imagine
It's
if they
there
had
was a
Spirit
lot of
Burns
good
this
stuff that
game.
they could take into a game 2 and potentially make it competitive.
Spirit Burns is the
Florman
like
are
this
going
Mina is
to
like
be up
full
1-0
in your face
and
Mina.
looking to repeat last week, as Jake just said, Melee Creeps. They had their moments in game 1. Can they expand on them? Potentially
like
get a
he
little
could have
more
gone Silent
aggressive,
Wave
potentially
over
change some
Ido
characters
too.
around to allow that in game
Ido
2
kind of bought
to
it for
even
self
things
build
up
with the
and
haze
continue
though,
their
so actually
dreams
I really
of
don't hate
winning
it.
another championship, which they haven't done in quite some time.
I
We're
feel like
gonna
they
go
just
to a
needed
break,
Spirit
and when we
Burns
come
skin.
back, it's that game 2 between Florman
And just with Vicious,
and Melee
you can
Creeps.
pop so many people with the Spirit Burn. Oh, here was the final stats. I always forget my camera blocks left side. I did 33k, 25k from Fish Cake. I think the silver kind of trolled the draft. I don't like this pairing, bro. I don't like the Shiv silver. I think it's like a one or the other type of thing. Cause like this is the perfect example. Cause even the Shiv was just fucking owning this game, but John just can't play the game with these two frontliners. I thought there would be more cube stalls this game too, but didn't end up going that way. Like I've never seen a Vicious go this low damage, but it's because he went DB and Lockhead and all this shit. Like he's getting to Tank Buster so late. Like if you're gonna go DB, you maybe even skip the Tank Buster. I'm not even trolling. And like Transcend it, I don't know. Yeah. I feel like you curbed his damage too much. If like you can't have two people under 20k damage, right? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, my food's ready. It'll be 1 second. Grab food. Derby.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Deadlock Night Shift. We're in the finals. The best of 3 already underway, and Melee Creeps have once again fallen down a game to Floorman. They seem to have Melee Creeps' number, but things might still change. It wasn't all over from minute 1 last game. Melee Creeps definitely still have a shot, and we are about ready to get into the draft here. But I hear you guys are going to be away at some point, somewhere in America or something. You guys want to tell me about that?
Come on down south, man. Like, we're going to be at DreamHack Atlanta at the Intel booth. You know, shout out to Intel and Newegg, by the way, for coming together to let us drop a big prize pool this week. To you know, obviously everyone's been loving the Golden Urn mod, the Golden Egg, I should say. But of course, we are going to be at DreamHack Atlanta. So if you're in town, if you're in the area, you're at the convention, come by to the Intel booth, say hi. We're going to have some activation, some fun stuff going on for fans to check out, play some game.
Yeah, and I can say this, last year at the Intel booth, I don't know if it's the case this year, so I'm not, binding, but, we did some fun games, in this case for Deadlock. I think we're likely to do some Street Brawl, and, people got won tickets for giveaways that are there, so, it can be rewarding to drop by the booth.
Yeah, very cool. So yeah, DreamHacks are an awful lot of fun to go to, and there's so much to do and so many esports to watch. So great that Intel sending you guys out there to have some fun with Deadlock while we wait for its actual official release. The draft is ready to go, so let's get into game 2. The first draft was just, a little more unorthodox than perhaps we were expecting. Maybe some things were learned by both teams. What are we thinking here? Dorman was first banned a lot of the time. Is that going to happen again, ZP? We're waiting on it. No, Pocket is taken out entirely.
I actually like this in a way that I think banning Doorman when you're first pick is kind of a bad move. I think Doorman is sort of the meta first pick right now, and I think when you have first pick, you need to put the other team on the spot to have to ban it. And I think if Floorman don't, I think it's going to go through here. I think if Melee Creeps don't take it first, they're in a world of hurt. I think draft this way, you pretty much have to take it, is my current read with how good this hero looks in the meta.
Draft.
But we'll see if that holds true. Like you were saying, ZB, this has been a team that historically hasn't really wanted to play the Doorman.
Ban Pocket. Doorman ban Shiv.
Oh, okay.
They still got Mirage.
Yeah, we're going to give up the Doorman. They value Mirage. But so now in response, though, for Floorman, we were talking
I don't know if this is the move.
Lanes you don't want to go against.
I don't think this is the move, guys.
Well, we may have just unlocked pure evil here on the Night Shift. Doorman's going to be pick number 1. Is Apollo pick number 2 for the worst lane in the game to go up against? Floorman, it's your call.
I don't know what else you would take. I mean, I guess... I mean, honestly, with Shiv and Pocket Band, I think it almost has to be Apollo here. And you're right. You could put them together for like the worst lane of all time to play against.
They go Bebop.
They grab the Bebop.
Even stronger.
Another hero that's been banned, I believe, like pretty much all day today, other than when it went through in EU. So, yeah, Bebop, problematic hero to go against to say the least. And now he's got a
underrated synergy with Bebop and Doorman, by the way.
Aggressive situations, find opportunities for hooks.
Gives you hook angles you could never find naturally.
Heroes to play up against at this level.
So Apollo is going to
do bump their Celestial
a little bit,
and I think they have to grab frontliner here.
I mean, Bebop and Apollo are arguably interchangeable in their priority, but you are going to be giving up Apollo to the other end. Bebop's still a really good laner, so arguably not losing too much. It does mean that in terms of death lanes, you're going to be up against likely an Apollo Mirage lane, which is
Floorman want the silver
game to go up against.
Do they want it?
Brutal would be a Doorman Apollo lane. Bebop, though,
they can also go Victor.
Good on the merits, and also the one hero that can turn a game, even if the rest of your draft is bad. I mean, FPS Lounge, they were winning with Erebus. His hero pool was a bit of a puddle, but get Erebus on Bebop, and they were just winning multiple weeks in a row. So Bebop is just kind of that guy at the moment. And now they
Bebop's that fucking guy.
No hate shenanigans this time.
Yeah, so Victor again coming into this Night Shift.
Floorman have a good Kelvin angle here too if they want to find it.
Insane win record so far. Kind of failed a little bit earlier today, but back into the mix.
That's kind of disappearing. I don't know why.
And then ban Shiv. Melee Creeps, they kind of built around a little bit of a countering the Victor in their challenger match today. Jake, do you think they're gonna think about?
I feel like I'm doing good into Victor, Loki.
Yeah, they do have some decent tools like the Mirage to do it, but I think the Pocket is
you can ult above his ult.
Victor, right? Like the Affliction
do chunk damage to him before he can get on someone and glue in.
And it's not really hard committed because
Moski's
probably also going to hit other players and still be that huge impact team fight ult.
Okay, so Lash comes in. This topper from Floorman is disgusting, by the way. This is really strong.
Victor. So I said in that earlier game, like, look, I think Victor can be beat. This game, I am terrified because this is not just a Victor. It's a Victor who can be Doorman's away from dangerous situations, like can play off a door to get out
Hooked
after
out.
he, goes all in for some wall breaking. And then you've got Lash and Bebop to catch and
Melee
pull
creeps
people
loved Abrams.
back
I like the
into that
frontline pairing
world
more
of
this game,
suffering,
though.
back into the death
I do
zone
like
that
this
he
more than
basically
Silver Shiv.
creates as a hero. So Floorman for me have insane play around Victor. If Victor is truly a broken hero, this is going to be the showcase of that.
Perdukes.
Well, okay, Abrams comes in for melee creeps again. They did it last week, and it was pretty good. But then Paradox comes in second to last for them, ZP.
Yeah, and that's going to be Sai. I mean, Sai has been one of the people that's been trying to bring Paradox back. I don't actually think Paradox is super strong at the moment. Saya does make it.
I think Paradox is actually pretty good.
You're not going to be seeing the Sai
Like people, it's one of those characters that's kind of fallen by the wayside.
As far as who is playing what.
I think when you compare it to Bebop, it's not as good, but like,
here.
it's still a strong hero.
On the Celeste. I mean, the melee
Warden comes in.
lineup in general.
Bro, if they slam the Kelvin, they're actually good.
Good pressure in the mid game. The problem
Look
is
at
that
this.
they're going to have to play around some incredibly
This is good
deadly
too.
threats.
Probably double pick
having
here.
to deal with Bebop in general, having to deal with what D-Mob does in the early and mid game, especially on the haze. Like the amount of ways to just get picked off. Bit
of a harder haze game here.
Is pretty ugly. Even against
Apollo,
a team
Abrams,
that, does have
Paradox.
things like swap in the shoulder
Billy.
charge. And now you do the Billy on top. I mean, the upside here for melee creeps is that this is a pretty.
I do not like the Billy.
Line.
True, it's true. Yeah, I was wondering, if Sinclair was going to make an appearance, but obviously not. We have now over completed.
I do not like the Billy.
Picks and bans. I'm very scared.
What
of
about
Foreman's
Dynamo here?
transition. But yeah, you gave some credit to melee creeps. Jake, any more credit to melee creeps comp?
Great quantum game.
I'm agreeing with you, honestly. I think this Floorman
Only
draft is
last
out of
for all
control.
cancel.
I honestly think there's just so
Here's
much
Vector too.
playmaking. It's beyond like the front line and the carry role, which Floorman I think have a much more balanced draft on that regard than they had in the last game. But now the playmaking is on another level. Like there are plausibly like there's the two heroes, these side laners, Victor and Warden, pretty standard. Although Warden has both of them have some really nice follow-up. If you can, lock somebody down for 1 second, these heroes have crazy like slow chains that they can just, prevent you from ever.
Click, clack. The sound of disruption. And every time you hear it, something ends for you and starts for us. It's no.
Man, they're really pushing this flag football thing, man.
It's a warning.
Sorry, there you go. Don't want to add ever again? Get Twitch fucking Turbo.
Punish and even potentially solo kill you. Like they're all that threatening. So when these four play together, I think if this is anything like last game where melee creeps try to slow things down, bunker their walkers, I think they're gonna get picked to pieces.
I like Foreman's draft a lot more.
ZP, you gave a little bit of credit to melee creep, say the front line, right? But anything more? I mean,
I started off hot today and I'm cold.
Already pretty well set up here. Floorman are going to have a potential
I was
of a lot
cooking.
of fun, and melee creeps maybe not so much fun. But maybe they're sturdy. Maybe they can kind of play it safe-ish. I don't know.
I think as I look at it, there's still a bit of an execution barrier for Floorman here, is that anytime you're running like, Doorman Bebop, like you actually have to execute well on the way these heroes operate. Like there's always the room for, melee creeps either outplaying or Floorman, not necessarily having the hottest start to Bebop. I actually think like Bebop is still one of those heroes where it's possible to get cold on it. And with Bebop basically being permabanned in scrims and play the last, few, like, I'm not saying you can bank on it, but I think there's a world where Bebop doesn't instantly take over the game, and like there's some windows here where off execution melee creeps can do
taking forever to load in.
than expected. And the upside is with the melee creeps comp is that if they are able to weather the early game, if they are able to leverage the advantage of some of the lanes here, like the Apollo lane, and actually get a lead, their comp is actually kind of difficult to deal with for Floorman should melee creeps get into the lead, because then you start dealing with, okay, the Billy's like really tanky, the Abrams really tanky, and now you're dealing against the Celeste and Mirage both have lead, and they're actually like both
Turned up pretty big early here.
Down. So I think there's scenarios here where
Nine?
Floorman fall
Okay,
behind, it actually becomes a really difficult game. I think though, based on what we've seen recently, you do still have to like favor Floorman to take this map.
Just give him a run though. Just give him 8-0 run.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the narrative we're going to be going with here, guys. Floorman, they got a lot of potential. Can they live up to that potential? High skill ceiling on their composition, but they have been making it work back to back to potentially another back. Night Shift has been their playground for the last 2 weeks. They're looking once again to 2-0 melee creeps potentially, but melee creeps, they had a shot in game 1. They're coming in with a very different draft. We'll see what they can do to keep their hopes alive as we head into game 2.
So it's Billy into Warden Victor. Dorman the lash into
as we get into
Apollo.
this one thing that
Mirage.
does kind of jump out to me as we get a quick little pause for some lag average, if you can.
This could be a
reset
rough.
that one, is the amount of gun scaling on Floorman.
Rough
Right?
time for Doorman, honestly. This
typically
might not
we
be a
see
hard winning
4
lane for
to 5
Doorman, which is
spirit
rare for
scaling
Doorman.
heroes, and then 1 to 2.
Bebop
with
haste
some
into
really meaningful
Paradox.
gun damage. But I think in this meta, I'd expect to see.
Abrams.
I mean,
I kind of wanted to see like a Paradox
full gun,
Mirage to
likely
compare the Apollo
Team
somewhere
on
else to try to
Haze
get
be
2
full
winning
gun,
lanes.
League on Bebop, same. And then even like Victor likely builds mostly gun in this current meta. So Metal Skin, it could be an item that is going to be insanely powerful for Abrams and Billy, could further render them just unkillable in the front line.
Also, Jake, you know, honestly, playing on the potential of an execution gap here, even though I think Floorman is likely to win, the channel point odds were just too good. I had to put half my channel points on melee creeps. The 3x returned right now, I mean, look, it's a possibility.
GP mana numbers.
You know, any
Man of
this
odds.
level, any team at, you know, whatever, 25% to win is pretty attractive odds when it comes to channel point betting.
Billy whiffed. I thought I was gone off though.
Take a look at the left lane. A little bit of pressure on the DMB. I think laning phase is definitely going to be one of the more stronger points here for melee creeps, so long as League doesn't go wild. Like, anytime you're up against Bebop, you just have that X factor of, does Bebop land every hook and run away with the game?
Yep.
If that doesn't happen,
As
you know,
CC
I think for
chain
melee
here with
creeps,
Haze 2.
the theme of this game here, Jake,
Scout
has
looking
to
for
be
a
get ahead
raise the
early
play on
and,
his left side.
You know, play really
They're
high
swapping,
tempo with
actually.
Saya, look for picks off swap and, you know, work with Scout to secure them, and
Interesting
you know,
swap.
if you get a lead, just try and expand that lead. You know, as reductive as it sounds, I think for melee creeps,
Interesting time to swap too, because you can do it at the 2 minute mark, and then get boxes.
Shout out
But
to the community for all the subs and support today, man. Huge support from the squad.
What the fuck?
These guys are stacked up. Apollo incredibly low. Ido got trapped into the ground. Still continuing
And
to
they
brawl
still
this
win,
one
though.
out despite that bug.
yeah, the side of Mirage
Looks
is
like He's come out on top of this early trade.
pretty insane.
Doorman trying desperately to run down Apollo. Would love to be
Good
able to find a
movement.
finishing kill here, but Ido
Super clean
slippery
from Ido.
on this Apollo.
I mean, the game maybe conspire against Ido a little bit. Stick him in the ground, double stomp him at walkers. Just Ido's just like saying, Yoshi, what did I do? Yoshi just gives the eyes like, what didn't you do, Ido?
Extra regen value here too.
For the devs, I'm pretty sure the bug report is they were double carded into ground strike.
Yeah.
I guess it pushes them into the floor, and then they were like stuck inside of each other. But John, they got the kill. So Mirage is like, you know, whatever, man. Laughing all the way to the bank.
Works out. Also, on the left, what is going on with Do right now? There's a lot of circling and then some, as DMB actually really low. Not quite the low be chased down, but yeah, that's going to be a full back to base heal in all likelihood. You don't come back at that low HP. Maybe grab a few boxes on the way.
Man, this is like the meta starting items. It's funny because I've been noticing like buying this in my own games feels so good to buy the regen and monster rounds off the rip. You're just such a beast when it comes to pushing out lanes.
Also, having the confidence to just sell monster rounds later. You don't have to keep it the entire game. It's just good while your damage is bad, and you know, you don't have to full commit to cultist or anything like that. But you know, definitely good this part of the game as.
Oh my god, he got a heavy off. He hit Saya with a heavy, crazy risk.
Oh, big fucking parry.
Now a parry that is
Shake's
back
dead as fuck.
and the parry even thrown in from Saya, so could take some heavies on his way out. With the hook off cooldown.
Oh, nice fucking hook.
Beautiful cleanup catches there.
Oh, super clean from League.
On the side lane.
Dimov hit side in the back with like 5 quick melees there. That a little bit disrespectful towards the end.
Yep, so Dorman's struggling in this lane.
Nice little turnabout there.
Again, a rare occurrence for Mr. Dorman.
Ido cam off the middle.
I mean, this is the lane that has to dominate, right? We talked about this is one of the scariest lanes in Deadlock right now. If there's a shining glimmer of hope for this squad, it's that Ido and John can just pop off and take things over early, get active maybe earlier than you would expect on this Mirage, maybe getting into some faster tempo farming items.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the strongest lanes in the game, period. Do, though, out for a little bit of blood himself. Off here on the left. Again, I mean, the lane's pretty
Another
solid
non-traditional
for melee creeps that, you know, a little bit of snafu on the right,
P6 Paradox.
It's also, you know, just things that happen against the Bebop lane. Like, the Bebop lane is by far the best lane Floormen are working with. And, you know, for melee creeps, you need to get a little bit more out of the laning phase. I don't think it's, like, ultra important that they massively win the laning phase, but you certainly don't want to be behind, I think, with you know, how these comps are going to.
Yeah, that's Victor Warden are very happy with how the lanes going so
I
far.
definitely think with all these pick heroes, falling behind is pretty scary, especially with DMOV and League finding kills in that side lane, though. These are two of the guys I expect to be the most active in this
good
game.
dodge from John.
John, though, doing a good job staying aggro, putting that pressure on into Doorman, who's been one of the scarier laners as well in this current meta. I do think Doorman, you don't pick him mostly for the lane, right? It's mostly about the ability to play for those Spirit Nukes in the late
Timby
game.
does eventually die there. Scott finds the pin.
Spirit Nukes. Celeste and
balled by
Abrams
Dew.
able to bring down DMB in the side lane. Warden really on a struggle bus today.
Struggle
Also
bus.
buffs. Melee creep's got both ends of buffs.
Mystic shot for John here too.
Buffs,
He's
not
just playing
necessarily the most
hardcore
impactful in the
poke
world, but
master.
Still rather have them than not. And yeah, I mean, the other reason why you pick Doorman is
should
that
be able to
you
jump
wanna
at the
be
small camp if they want it.
As Doorman, like a lot of the Doorman builds,
They're gonna
you
go for the
get
kill
fortitude
instead.
and- oh my word, the dive. Over. Dust Devil used. Xeno low HP, and okay, John earned himself a quick run into the Baroness. Gotta take the high ground approach on the
Cole
checkout.
coming out.
Bell will be awaiting him on
I don't
leave,
get dies too, but that's collapse.
Eating a lot of damage, taking it.
Oof.
Never mind.
Big move from D-Mob there. Really good rub.
Not out at all.
Yeah, they felt the pressure in this game that they had to do more, but both of the mid laners for Floorman stay alive, and the rotation from D-Mob seals their fate. So John and Ido kind of losing their snowball. Still, Melee Creep staying aggressive this game, keeping the pressure on. Average, I believe I saw his points earlier. I think he went all in, saving every single point for the ulti. So even if you do drop him once, he's going to have max ulti very, very fast in this game.
I thought you were talking about his channel points again. Last week, Average went all in on himself. But,
that's true. He's one of our richest channels. I wonder if he's betting on this game too. He's on taking the other side.
always believe in yourself. It's the Average way. But still, Sinner's going to be up in 1 minute. Overall game state for now, people staying mostly into their lanes. You know, you think about what Melee Creeps have looked good here tonight. You know, Dew on the Slush has been part of it. Well, the Repulse dive, that is pretty heavy aggression. Not a way where I think you're still likely to get Xeno. I mean, Xeno had a lot of clearance there.
All right, this lane is terrifying. You know, the fact that Paul can do that now, they hold back in the aggression just a little bit. Well, without Lash Ult or Doorman ult, seems like this tower is just going down.
Resto Barrel is also very good in the Doorman. It's a very underrated thing. Because his fire rate is so ass, if you can make it even slower, his gun is like giga useless.
And Ido wasting no time clearing these creeps. Looks like that mid lane Guardian going down and quick.
Right. Good run from Sai here, just get the push.
A little bit extra help.
Free
and
Guardian.
The mid lane fully opened up, and this is where you expect
Dew goes
to see
in.
Apollo doing a little bit more
Good catch.
You know, John likely
Wait,
just
from DMB.
getting fat in middle for a little bit, but
Averages in with the stun. Does it hit?
Oh, it
does.
hits. Yeah, Dew's dead.
Right on the edge, and the kill comes in. Dew drops.
That's parry from
Nice
Scout.
parry from Abrams, though. Reads the melee
two
around,
parries.
and, a double parry to follow up. I mean, can't really stick around in this one. I don't know that
I think DB has him.
change anything, but it does get him out of the initial trade. DMB, though, in the end, still runs it down, still finds the kill. So all style, no substance, unfortunately, for Scout on that play.
Lee gets insta-popped.
Three-man chain gang from Fishcake. Pulls 3 in before getting sent to the Baroness. 1 kill.
Crazy fight here, crazy fight.
Melee creeps. Things getting a little spicy here on the right. D-Mob, bullet dance, has the lead in. Gets hit with the
Oh my god, John is
John still at low HP in a
playing it so well, he still dies though. But Sai may be able to trade him now because of the stall. Oh no, Sai died too.
Oh, brutal. Wait, Xeno? No way.
League showed up.
You just have to play the Veil, play safe. Bebop's here to bail him
Oh, Fishcake dies too. Holy, League is just running this game. You are seeing why Bebop is permabanned.
This is where
This man is taking over.
Mark on the game. Now Lash under fire, has to go for that death slam. Can't quite grab the second from around the tree. Abrams just tanks that, takes it in stride, but hold on.
Oof.
Some more players coming in, bailing them out.
Disaster class from Melee Creeps there. They kind of just got farmed.
Brutal.
Earning 45 and buffs.
Creeps, where the only saving grace is that if it were later into the game, they would have lost more. But that hook connects on the John. He just went back.
I
to
suck on the
spawn.
John.
That's immediately Dust Devil to get out of danger.
Out on her slowing bolts for the bop.
I think for now.
Average dies.
Okay, Average dying.
Wall's broken.
On the outskirts. Yeah, true.
I mean, he got the T1, and with 2 players defending
True.
right in his
Dies
face,
for it.
nothing to shake a stick at. Lash
Buffs and
covering
20
Warden
here.
ensuring that he can stay aggressive and keep this lane postured. It's a place where Celeste sticks around for a little bit, but Lash just coming in, cycling these nukes.
Good
man,
zoning
he's
though.
Hard to stick around for long.
Gives them
Can't really
space on
take
this
these
left
trades.
buff.
Jake, we got to do a shout out here. one of your old teammates, longtime friend of various things we've been involved in. Super's watch partying for the first time.
Oh, snap. We got some Deadlock Esports on the cards if you're just joining us. Every Wednesday here on the night shift.
Super's in.
The two best teams right now in NA.
Oh,
Floorman
they're out then.
1-0.
14K.
Looking to potentially
Mr.
close this
Super.
one out, but a nice kill into Demov could slow that momentum down. Keeps melee creeps in the action. Looks like the fight continues to break out. Action thick and fast here on the right side lane. Bebop does get overwhelmed.
Bebop does die though.
Picks up the Guardian to go with it. Now an earn run being
whole lot of duration on this
Couple
Abrams.
Players on the deck. It's far from assured for Foreman.
Yeah, I don't think you go for the dunk here. And okay, Rocker in some danger.
Should be a dead Rocker. Nice.
And gone. Rocker getting caught in the cross.
All right, auto finding some for them. Whiffs the ball here. Oh, this could be a dead dude. Fucked up his wall bounce too.
You're in babysitter role. You start losing.
Good slowing hex.
A little bit of
Bro's
position
dead.
on the map, but if you take down dude, that definitely alleviates some of the pressure. Dude,
Xeno's already on this side.
this is spot.
They do have numbers advantage now.
Game. Like,
They don't have the
normally
wave
Celeste is this girl
pushed.
Who just feels unkillable, but this
Plus the
many
Guardian on that
slows
side.
and stuns and lockdowns.
It is ticking on him here, so
Celeste in this game. They had to get it early.
Foremen are in a bit of a clock here. They need to kind of deposit this sooner rather than later.
It's gonna be a tough one. He's gonna need a, I don't know, maybe the
Average is
counter item's
gonna get his ult
maybe
popped,
not.
I think.
And it looks like some wall breaking. Gotta come in here.
Wall break time.
ABG just gonna send it down. Wants to open up this mid lane Guardian desperately. Reanimation came out relatively early, but DMB is
Oh,
here to
dude
back it up.
dies again. That's the second time dude got stunned by it.
You can't get hit
Or reanimation.
You gotta just move away. That is unconscionable, Jake. Like, but also for those watching, it happens to pro players.
Xeno dies and they get the urn. Oh my god. Scout dies for the cause, but it is well worth.
Able to actually power out, get control of the urn.
But look at this mid, actually.
Exchange, although losing midwalker, that actually is pretty bad.
That's
Yeah,
really rough,
this
actually.
Really turns things decisively in favor of the floormen. To your point, though, getting that urn dunk really mitigates the soul advantage, right? 2K souls, it's something, but for me, I'm less worried about the
Billy.
souls. I'm more worried about the way the game feels right now. You're just getting ganked from
Someone
all
explain to me
sides.
how that
Oh,
knife
ganked
missed,
him,
by the
gets
way?
pulled back himself. Bebop pulls him back into the lane. He
Oh
has to
wow.
just dash back.
Fishcake does live.
The protection of
I don't know how
the
that
tower is
fucking
gonna be
knife
enough
missed.
to
What
get him
the
out of
fuck
trouble
happened
for now
there?
Alongside Saya.
What?
Whew. This has been back and forth.
These have been great
think
games.
about
This is
the
a great series.
overall objectives of both teams. You favor Floormen a bit more here so far. Cage coming out on Ido. Ido gonna go to jail. Last
Not
name comes
riposte.
out, riposte.
Cool hero.
Clears plenty of space and is immediately
Base
in
hero.
danger.
Super cool hero.
Take too much damage there either.
That's true. He just has the dispel magic, so he's not really scared at all of this Warden Cage. Like, willing to take these trades. Comes another catch potentially on Celeste. Got slept, but backs out for now. Still, DMB is just big and bulky on this tower. The nukes are coming in, but he sits through them decently well. Taliesin does
Should be a
connect.
dead
Here
DMB.
comes the bullet dance.
Bolt
He is coming
time's
in trying
here,
to
but
counter-gank this one. Are they able to find more? No, they're
gets
imposter
due, but
riders.
he's
Starts
probably
with
gonna die
bullet
for it.
dance.
Has his warp stone here
Just
though.
running rampant now over the floor man. Standard bearer for the melee.
Oh, I thought Billy would get on him there.
Xeno looking to go through the door on a
Okay, well,
super quick
that's it being a 1-for-1.
The melee creeps.
Do get the
Finding
Guardian.
A lot of room on the map. I mean, you take a look at the map.
Secure their soul lead back, but
more in favor of melee creeps than it actually
Walker
is
is
as far
making
as,
things rough, bro.
Lane control and who's taking the jungle. In fact, maybe it's a little bit early, but
M1s are also
two
like
things. I wanna
pretty
look at
poor this
damage,
game,
I wanna look at
all
golden
things considered.
statues here so far as Scout
there's no
potentially
time
gets
to
run
talk
down.
about
I know there's no time. It's just
I think that favors melee creeps though.
This game is pure fighting. As we see more challenge coming in the side lane. Victor with that extra spirit damage per
Scout
bullet,
goes
pumping it
down.
out.
So many bags getting passed over and over. Just another graphic I want them to show is like net bag advantage,
He is just
like
getting
per player.
boxed around left, right, and center. Death slammed, hooked, slept. Take a look at the hero damage.
Bebop is
Even
owning.
across the board. No one really standing out over the rest.
Yeah, I mean, which kind of makes sense. When
40
it's just been
dudes
a
for the
full
Bebop, I like
brawl
it.
The entire game. I mean, everyone's gonna get their licks in.
Great spike. This is a great spike for Bebop.
Doorman a little bit of an underperformance.
Eventually, you just get enduring and sell the extra regen.
Scout's been a little bit greedy as far as the sinners go. I think he may have invaded one time. 20 golden statue buffs. Nothing to sneeze at here.
Yep.
Speaking of
Abrams having
Maybe a catch on Hayes.
makes a really good use of the
Demon slips
buffs.
away for now, though, and he just gets like that one sleep. He's gonna be out of trouble.
Oof.
Couple players chasing found. Nice sleep onto Abrams.
It's like
Not
it's a
gonna be chance to
swap
catch,
or
but
miss. He
maybe there's
missed the
more to come.
swap.
They're spending so much time running him down. Is there gonna be support coming into this kill?
No,
I'm
it's
starting to
not.
get worried. It seems like maybe they've done enough to finally catch him.
Sit your ass down.
Billy letting them know, not mincing words about it.
I wonder if D-Mov at that point is just like, if I was on normal ping, I would have gone away. you're lucky I was at 150.
Oh man, taking some trades in mid. And this is where I think the hero has felt so insane, right? It's just like, this
I
is
love
kind of
you,
the moment. You
Doran.
have that max call bell, spirit spike, gun spike. You just do so much damage. Really, like, I feel like you don't need any more economy than this. Like, this is
Vegas has not
honestly
chat.
gonna be
I
a
literally
powerful
just saw
game. So
Vegas
definitely
chat, but
expecting
okay.
Doorman to really be a threat around this mid lane. Keep
I'm
that
just
wave
pinging the wrong
constantly
Vegas.
shoved in. And with no walker there either, it's going to be a scary part of the map to be in. Hook just
Okay,
barely
Melee
goes
Creeps
wide
get
on the
pickup.
side, who slips away with, of course, our new egg.
I didn't get jumped here by the Bebop though.
Bring the egg on your back and off on the left.
Doorman's looking.
Defending the
Yeah, Bebop cuts him off. It was a dead Billy. It's a dead fucking Billy. He's not even gonna get his ult off. I don't. Oh, did get his ult off though.
Brought into the party. Bashed down immediately, but the party may have been
Sensitized though.
just take down Fish
DMB gets jumped on the other side though.
DMB
It's gonna be a free earn for Melee Creeps. They just need to zone off this guy.
Earn still in control.
Floorman looking to trade Walker for it though. It looks like they will be able to.
Walker so far that John's desperately trying to defend.
Gun Bob
And then you
looking
get a nice
looking
little
good
draw
here.
onto John
This is
to
where Gun
slow
Bob looks
down his
real
defense. I
nice.
wonder if they're going to stick around for the kill. Seems like with Abrams coming in, this siege could go bad, but they do have that door to
Average.
potentially get them out of dodge. AVG has that shocking reanimation, pulls out beautiful pin though, pulls them off the door. There's still maybe a chance to get this. They're trying to just desperately CC them, but no, just not enough damage.
Oh, they're pushing on left side. Ooh, big time from Rocker.
The Walker slams them back under. Is the stomp gonna follow up? No, but Dimov will.
Holy
Saya just getting cut down.
pause.
With the DC on the Ido. What a time, but I don't know that it matters. Like, Saya is about as dead to rights as you could be in Deadlock.
Yes, you
I
get
mean,
that.
look, sometimes
Dude
you
can
have
probably
to
get out
really
now. He has
advance
movement
your
buff.
time powers here, and
Then
Saya,
Melee Creeps ended up
facing
getting both
imminent
buffs.
death, actually
Great buffs for them
froze
too.
time for the
How to get
entire
Spirit?
universe, only to just extend the moment of dying out that much further. That's my explanation, Jake.
This is truly a symphony of skills here. Some beautiful
Truly.
visual art. I think maybe not enough time is taken to appreciate the, like, just the animations, the visual clarity on Deadlock. It is remarkably well done, right? Like, every ability in the game
True.
feels impactful, feels, you know, visually interesting, exciting to see and to use. Bullet dance and swap, paradoxical swap, no exceptions.
I think the interesting theory that's being tested here, and you know, you talk to people like Lightbringer, they'll generally be in favor, and the theory is that 1-for-1, if it's just Urn v Walker, getting the Urn is better than getting the Walker, because of the idea that, like, Walkers are still latent souls in the map that you can get later, whereas the Urn is a one and done opportunity.
It's true.
I do think as you get later into the game, though, you start facing slot tension, and also you do give up a bit of map control, so I don't know if that's entirely the case. I always feel like you want to be a bit more well-balanced.
Especially mid-walker. Losing mid-walker fucking sucks, bro. It feels so bad. You just can never contest blue wave or mid wave.
Yeah, I agree with you, honestly. I'm in favor of, like, the value of the walkers. It's not just about the pure soul count on the map, which I agree, you know, often the Urn is worth more than the walker. For me, it's the map control, right? It's the fact that your zip line is deeper back in your own base. You have less ability to get out and get onto the map. And now in this meta, right, once you break down the walkers, that exposes potential shrine jumps, right? Where we've seen more and more teams willing to, like, lose a fight elsewhere on the map.
Bro, so Wi-Fi is out.
especially Victor,
Lol.
right? Just going suicide mission all in for the shrine. Because ultimately, if you take one shrine, it's almost the way how powerful that is in Deadlock right now. I feel like it would be worth giving up almost a team wipe to get a shrine. Like, it is so backbreaking if you can get a shrine down, especially early in the game.
I had a game earlier today, you know, playing with a friend. It was actually playing with Puckett, where I looked at the game state. I was like, wait a second, the shrine is pretty low. I'm just backdooring it. Like, there is a point where just, like, I will go through, like, 3 layers of creeps. It's just like, you get the shrine. It's like, it's massive. You now
It's
have advantage
GG.
on 2 lanes for the rest of the game. And, you know, it's something that even at the top levels of play, I wonder if is prioritized as much as it should be. I mean, effectively,
Bro,
it's as strong as
where
it
is
is
this,
because
man? What is-
I think the
what-
Bills
why-
went back
what is
and looked
with
at the game
fucking
and said,
Ido
"Hey, we
and
gotta
tech
make
issues,
games
bro?"
end a little bit sooner." And I mean,
Freaking
getting
Ado.
shrine down is one of the biggest
Freaking Ado.
advantages you can get. Period.
I will say,
Bro,
I think if you
let's
can
go.
successfully backdoor and, like, slip past and take a shrine, it really is the enemy team's mistake, right?
Mouse
If
big
they can
vibing.
have, like, one reasonably farmed player just defending the shrine, it's so hard to take it down. Like, it's incredibly tanky.
Oh, it was at 2 HP in
and
this instance. It was at literally like less than 10% HP. So it was
exactly, right? Like, your team, you know, if you've already cracked the base open and got the shrine low, it should give you a huge reward, I think, for being able to take it. You know, and I mean, maybe that just comes from me being a Dota player. Because we really getting the observers getting their reps in, baby. This is the beauty of a pause live. We get to flex the free cams.
Is it actually a night shift without Ido's PC or internet just like vomiting all over itself?
That is true. It's a staple of NA Deadlock is watching Ido crash or lag out while being one of the best players in NA.
Ido, may be an American, but as far as his ability to cause pauses in North America, he is a Russian player at heart, because he reminds me of like some of our Russian players where you go older in the comp. I forget who it was. I think it was actually Together, where Together had this phase where you would get no less than like 10 pauses per game from Together. It's just like lag, pause, lag, pause. It's like,
we need to talk to Newegg about getting Ido a new PC. I wonder if they do like a home internet install, because I think he just needs the whole thing top to bottom.
Not wrong.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want Ido actually plugging things into his PC. Like, he has already blown up things on his PC that frankly should not be possible.
We don't talk about Ido, his video card. That's
oh my god, this guy, bro.
I don't. Okay, so this is something actually we should plug more. We do have an official Discord server for the night shift. I think exclamation point Discord will bring you there. I've been alerted by production quote, Ido is in the main DLNS Discord server saying, internet back realistically 20 minutes. It just dies on Wednesdays.
Bro,
Really?
What?
Okay, good. We got
really,
because we have our tournament on Wednesday.
Okay.
I don't know. I truthfully, so many things break that Ido may just be cursed. I mean, he even got like stuck in the map earlier today. He got double stomped by a walker. I mean, realistically, I think we need to like go back in time and see the point that Ido went through like World of Mirrors and just smashed everything in the store.
Yeah, bro has been crossing way too many paths of black cats, man. It's taking an L onto this one.
Realistically,
oh my god,
forfeits or 5v6 are bad. I think our limit here probably is like close to 30 minutes.
Oh.
Like,
Oh, never mind. I thought it was.
No, that's
we can take a look at this. All right, this one's go to the Valve HQ, baby. What is going on this one? Like, I love
well,
that they're
we're
just
back.
right back into
Nope,
the
we're
fight,
not.
Full focus. They don't let it. Like, for me, I don't know. That would totally destroy my mental.
Okay, Rocker's in there plugging, Twitch TV, Lord NM.
All right.
Love the solidarity, even though Lord
Friend of
NM
the
is
show.
not on
Friend of the show.
either of the teams. Yep, friend of the show.
Lord NM is back on our team though. Chubby Bunnies with Goober.
Surely,
he's back.
It adds to the
Oh,
lore
the
to
Sido
me.
guy,
I
man.
think if this were anyone
The
else,
Sido guy.
it's like, man, this is a long pause. That feels pretty bad. But the fact that it's on Ido, the man who like famously put his video card in the wrong way, which I'm not even sure is possible. Or at
Like,
least
how do you
I
even
don't
do
know.
that, bro? How do you even do that?
Yeah,
like that.
I'm just here for a little bit of slander. It's totally fine. Because we bounced out. We gassed him up for his pocket. Back in game one is like, yo, he's back. And now the other side of Ido is back. The side that, if he ever got a lifetime subscription to Geek Squad, they would cancel. They'd be like, no, you've used too much of your warranty, man. Like, you are net negative value to us on the technical support side.
We definitely got to get the tech support out to Ido's house. We're flying. We got the chopper out. I know I approved that on the budget. I didn't mention that. We got the chopper and the mobile tech support team. Of course, private jetting to Ido's island. Getting him the full service in his mansion to go with his obviously.
You want IT? We got an internal Geek Squad that wants to touch all your stuff.
Back in shortly, as it surely isn't just Ido's crappy Wi-Fi dying. Which who's playing on Wi-Fi in the year 2026?
Actually, there's some pressure for Ido to like go on hotspot because his phone internet is working and he's in chat. Is where we're at. Also, people say
23 co-streamers today. Holy moly!
He's already in game. You cannot get.
People are locked in.
I guess maybe if he gave his account info.
People are locked in.
We would not open that can of worms.
I don't even think you can do that. And also, it's a TOS violation. We're not doing an account.
Yeah. Here, sharing Steam accounts. Checks. What am I checking on server chat?
Okay. We got some intel.
No, it's from the other team. Hell.
Brother, please.
They're asking how long, and like it's been like a 7-minute pause. I'm saying realistically 30 minutes before they have to play 5v6. That is incredibly generous in all of it because frankly, ending on a 5v6 is not fun.
It would be a tragic way for the show to go, but also we'll have to.
There are limits.
Yeah, ultimately.
New beta.
In the end, we can't make Floorman wait forever.
Yep.
is the nature of the game that you've got to be able to secure your own internet connection or a backup if it's unreliable. Who's got the best zipline animation right now, ZP?
Which?
I think Celeste is my personal favorite for the zipline animations.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have some characters that just, use the obvious and other characters that use their full body.
Dynamo's kind of cute too. He like holds his gun, zipline thing.
Realistically, though, if this is a common thing, you should look into the internet because, at this stage,
yes,
fun community tournament.
Yes, he should, ZP. He should figure something out.
To a larger TO
as one of the biggest streamers in Deadlock, and
probably in like FF territory.
Fucking pro. Yeah, you should probably look into this. There's just Cali internet too. Cali internet is so ass.
We're debating the time though. There's an argument to like cut it at 15 or 20, but we shall see.
It's so tragic if he's not able to get back. I really hope that he is, but at the same time, there's a limit to like what we can allow as far as pausing, or else shows could go on forever. And man, it just would suck. Like, this is like the worst possible scenario. It's like you're on your elimination game. This is Melee Creep's first chance in the money match for quite some time, playing for half of the prize pool here in North America. EU, of course, they split the prize pool 50-50, and Melee Creeps have been such a fan favorite squad.
You want to see them,
today, though. Have their
views.
best shot, their best chance to
I already
really
know that's
fight this one
average.
on fair terms, but yeah, man, it's internet goes down and you don't have any backups or any way to get back in. I wonder if you can
why are we getting mods by Ido there? Like, we're just the empty vessel of Ido just a moment ago.
He's watching. I mean, I wonder if you can phone tether back in. It might be like crappy ping, but I think at this point where we have to look into all our options.
Yeah. Like, hang on, I just got pinged again here. Now we're like 12 minutes into the pause. I think maybe we do just like cut it at 20 and go from there. I don't know. It's difficult because like it sucks to see a game potentially end in a 5v6 because, certainly in the current game state where it's super close, it would, barring the biggest throw of all time.
Oh, lordy, bro.
Holding things up for an incredibly long period of time also. Not ideal,
Yeah, I do think, if you just take a look at the state of the game overall, I think this is still close, but especially as this fight looks like kind of a decisive beatdown where Melee Creeps are, regardless of any DCs, like they're probably going to get cleaned up. And it's like so far from the game being concluded, to be fair. Like, Melee Creeps still have a decent shot into this one. But definitely as the pause stretches on, it's got to consider some unsavory options.
What does this even mean? Saya says, quote, I told him to pull the generator. Pull the generator, hook it up to his car. Isn't his internet on his power?
His power's out?
I think he's memeing.
If his power's out, then there really isn't the solution.
I'm going to
I have zero faith in his ability to get back into
literally
this game.
Get the generator, bro. Like, get the wood burning stove on. Like, what? I'm sorry, but get the coal-fired PC out. Really, fire that bad boy up.
Brother.
Also, we're getting told by Lightbringer that like the game is not good to tether because of how heavy the data is. He's saying, quote, replays are half a gig.
Yes.
Actually, that's interesting. I feel like most multiplayer games are like very low data, right? You need like, I don't know, 15 to 100 kilobytes a second to like run the actual internet connection for the game itself, like the server packets. But I'm curious. I never looked into it specifically on a game-by-game basis.
All right, apparently, okay, we got the update. Saya's saying he's pulling a hotspot. Lord and Emma said, give me the account login. No, that will not be, that will not be a thing.
Good Lord.
Lord and Emma, you're not even playing right now?
We will not be breaking the Steam
chat.
We will not be breaking the Steam TOS on live stream, guys. This is a great idea, Lord and Emma, but I'm going to pass on it.
Yeah, bro. Okay, so we're officially cutting this to like 20 minutes. It gives Ido like 7 minutes to get back in. We'll see how the hotspot goes.
Okay, I'm gonna finish this video. This is taking way too fucking long. Alright, we'll keep an eye though.
feel that more than ever because everybody can move so fast now, but people don't actually know what they're doing. It's not like the intelligence of the average intelligence of a person has risen. No, just the more you offload has risen. That is it. So yeah, Mythos is probably better. I just assume it's better. But by the degree that it's so dangerous they can't even release in public, probably not.
What are these?
Honestly, probably not. OpenAI has this kind of behind a identification wall that you can get access to a more security focused model. You could probably get a lot of the same things that you can go get with Mythos right now from it. So yeah, it's probably just a small addition better. But I will say, I am a little tired of this marketing. Like this, the nonstop marketing towards developers is ridiculous because, I mean, let's just face it. We're kind of the cash cow of these models. Like the people keeping afloat these models are all of us token users. I mean, that should be pretty obvious because Jensen over here says he would be deeply alarmed if his $500,000 a year engineer is not spending a minimum of $250,000 on tokens a year. Our world could be so much better if Sam and Dario weren't competing for who's going to be the first trillionaire with AI. Like, that's just what we're saying. That we are the pawns in the situation, and they're just trying to compete with it. And of course, that's why you see these absurd tweets. That's why 2 years ago, never forget, hashtag, Sam tweeted a picture of the Death Star saying, hey, we have a big announcement tomorrow. Death Star.
Jesus Christ.
AGI achieved. And now look at us. That's 2 years later. It's still the same crap going on. We're still seeing the same headlines. We're the target market people. I just wanted to say all these things. I wanted to read this article because I honestly thought Daniel brought some really great perspective, which was, hey, these tools are really fantastic. They've helped us close several bugs and actually even also close out a bunch of CVEs. We've really liked it. It's gone from the I in LLM stands for intelligence to, hey, this crap sucks, to, oh, hey, actually, no, it's starting to get pretty dang good all over the course of 2 years. That's all I got for you. Hey, this is a good article, Daniel. I really liked it. The name is the Primogen.
Okay, that was a good video. That was a good actual, like, recap. Because I was hearing so much shit about, what was it, Mystic? No, I already forgot what it's called. The new Claude model. Mythos. Dope Super said something in chat. It was his first message ever. Virgo. Forgot about Vol at CP. Please fix this error. He is also watching. Okay. Good meme.
If D-Mob and Rocker go AFK, like, if D-Mob cancels Bullet Dance and immediately heavy melee Saya and gets parried, there's a chance. And realistically, there's not, but...
You know, the best part about this is, like, the other members of Melee Creeps also flaming Ido's technology.
Well, bro, it's just like, how many times are you going to have fucking tech issues, bro? Like, how many times are we going to do this, brother? Okay, Steam Controller time.
Valve's Steam Controller will be launching on May 4th, and we're testing it today. In our latency testing, the Steam Controller performed impressively with Valve's included puck and when wired. We also tested charge time, battery life, and we made a custom 3D animation to try and better understand TMR thumbsticks. Valve's using tunnel magneto-resistant sticks, which we spent a few days studying to try and understand why they're supposed to be so good. The animation by Andrew on the team makes that easier. In addition to the testing, we spent a ton of time just playing games with Valve's new Steam Controller, and we've even torn it down already, although that'll be a separate video coming out later today. And the controller is highly repairable, which is awesome, actually. We'll talk about that in depth in the teardown video. But this is coming first. The controller got announced at the same time as the Steam Machine and the Steam Frame VR headset. But the controller is the only one that kind of stayed on schedule, and it's coming first. And the reason is because the Steam controller is not full of RAM. That's really the only reason. MSRP is $100. So Valve will have some serious work to do convincing people that a controller is worth $100. And we're going to try and do some testing today.
Well, that was
to come to that
85.
conclusion ourselves as well. Valve told us that there will be a Steam Machine plus Steam Controller bundle in the future.
Nice.
But until a point at which the Steam Machine publicly exists, that's not an option. The machine would have to come out in order for that to happen. So we're going to start with the controller. Let's get into it. Before that, this video is brought to you by Thermal Grizzly and their new Duronaut Thermal Paste. comes with in the 2015 for its control and team controller's first controller. It's actually sizes, aiming to provide a high-end paste for PC builds and daily driven overclocks by enthusiasts. Learn more at the link in the description below. This isn't Valve's first controller. It's actually not even Valve's first Steam controller. The Valve Steam controller, not to be confused with the Valve Steam controller, originally came out in 2015, and now the Steam controller is coming out again. Same name, but it's not the same controller. They've totally overhauled it. Now, Valve mostly hopes to make use of the Steam Deck's well-developed platform for its control input and control schema with this controller, so it could benefit from the deck. Valve's big deal with the controller, though, as we sort of talked about with them in our engineering interview from November of last year, is the TMR sticks. We managed to get a source of supply for the sticks that Valve based theirs on, but they did some modifications to these. So we're going to take a look at these closer, both in teardown and animation, to understand how they work. It involves magnets. No one knows how those work.
Turn into lash. Why are there 2 lashes in the game? Like, this doesn't even make any sense. And we are 30 seconds away from our unpause.
Yeah, we're going to get back into this, guys. Tragically, sorry to the melee creeps.
Rest in peace, Ado. This guy's got to fix his... Honestly, no. I'm not sorry to melee creeps. Ado's got to figure his shit out. Come on, Ado. Figure it out.
Let it go this long. It's just
this is literally your career, little bro. Figure it out.
You know, we do have the flexibility on a community show to an extent, but obviously it's got to stop somewhere. A little bit of banter between the teams, but as we come down to it, we are going to be allowing the match to continue here.
Holy gifted subs.
All right.
46 gifted.
Unpause is imminent. I'll be I'll be happy to see like he's back.
I mean, I'd take it, honestly. I really would suck to end the day on a note like this, to be going down in a 5v6 with the DC. So I hope he can get back in. At least see out the series to its conclusion. But if not, I hope this is the final wake-up call to get some sort of backup better. I mean, in this day and age, you can even get like the cell phone internet plan.
Yes, you know, like, there's so many things you can do.
Router.
There are so many things.
The good speeds that you can, you know, play games and you know, stream on. But yeah, we are going to have to run at 5v6. Back into the action. It's been a long pause. Oh my God, Saya went down?
Unbelievable. I can't believe Saya died. We had so much time to set this up.
Dude's going in. Dude just felt like going in.
Now for melee
her prison of pain.
Well, this is cringe. Well, this is pretty cringe.
The art of 5v6, Jake.
Oh,
this is where
we're not doing the
forged.
idol walking back to base cam. Oh
no.
Salt in the wound.
Well, I mean, hey, look. Can Idol moonwalk like that?
I don't know. We got to get him on the stage, man.
We're really not selling the extra regen. We're selling the roasted barrel.
Look at this one. Idol will be full HP when you get. Well, actually, maybe not. It doesn't actually put you in the fountain. It puts you like on the ground.
Oh my! Whoa! Miss 46 gifted. What the heck? Huge gifted for the channel.
Why are they so
delayed? On the mid boxes. We're going full burger box mode, baby. This is a 5v6. It's time to start brawling. And they're gonna kill Rocker. He tried to stick around too long. Thought he could take this. Got ganked. Number advantage. In this
number
case,
advantage.
Favoring the melee creeps.
Yeah, so melee creeps, you know, may be in a terrible situation, but I think the way. Wait, is Xeno gonna get caught here? This is the full emergence.
This is what they needed.
Took him out of the danger, but
this is what they needed.
Able to find a Xeno.
Winnable.
Wait, no.
Force mid. Flip the mid.
They have a walker to push. I'll believe it when I see them actually take
flip the mid.
Big proc from Mirage. Wait, holy crap. League goes
Jake,
down.
Is it good or bad for Ido on the meme economy if melee creeps wins this game?
Yeah,
he's going bankrupt in the meme economy if they win this one.
Fuck, that'd be so fucking funny. It's like that.
Last connects onto 3.
Walker's
already going down, so there's still a fight to be had here. A couple players still back up off the respawn.
Timo's gonna die, no?
This isn't going so bad for them considering the 5v6.
Oh, the wall breaker in a 5v6.
He's got the
report this guy. Report this fucking guy.
Okay, we talked about the backdoor in the shrine, but this is like
actually. Oh, he still got cursed. Noob spawned in.
He needs to get on it. He needs a proc the reanimation. He actually might not get it because that curse procced on him.
Break the wall. You know what just reminds me? Chris Jericho, his old team saw, break the walls down or whatever. See Victor like diving this deep for an objective. I don't think they get shrine.
Jake has no idea what ZP just said, by the way.
I think it's just basically because the curse pushed him off. He couldn't get that extra burst of damage on.
Yeah, he trolled the curse timing.
Execution just a little bit sloppy from average.
Trolled it.
And that shrine would have certainly sealed the deal in this game. I mean, talk about brutal scenarios. Not only a 5v6, but without a shrine, I struggle to believe it. But I think Floorman, I mean, realistically, you can't just like run it down on walkers 5v6. Even that is not, you know, enough of an advantage to allow you to just go force end the game. But it's playing the map, it's playing the objective, it's playing, you know, typical strategic deadlock to where this should be a particular problem for them. So, as I say that, the soul advantage, I mean, I guess you shouldn't count Ido's 15,000 souls, but it is favoring the melee creeps up at the top.
Yeah, it's just like now any soul calculation, you know, minus.
You know what happens?
15.
Does the comeback souls go into the fucking AFK player though? That's the other thing.
Melee creeps are getting stronger.
Threatening a collapse on mid, but this time Xeno sees the play coming, reads it well. Opportunity to catch Celeste. They lock her down, but do they have the follow-up here? Needs to hit the second hook.
Nice
and
double
does
hook.
Hit it. Beautiful connection. And Celeste trapped and killed. Warden picks that
Oh,
one up.
7 do.
Might even continue on for a walker, but it's a big dive in the mid lane. Fishcake putting the Baroness on Billy. Seems like there's not much of a connection here. A sleep onto John. A rundown, though, onto Xeno. Does get the
Dude,
job
Xeno's
done.
getting farmed. What's
So
happening?
they will be rewarded for their efforts. Average extremely close to that next reanimation, and the couple jumps away. He's going to be out of there just fine. DMB picks up a walker on the other side.
Earn gonna be controlled here by Floormen, where there's also some idiosyncrasies on games like this, where, you know, if you do get an earn, you get like a massive more percentage, like on a per person basis, you know, because Ido doesn't get earn when he's DC'd from the game. If melee creeps are actually able to get
Relate. Does that work for comeback mechanics too?
Very
That would surprise me.
5v6 interactions, like obviously being down a player like vastly outweighs it, but it is a slightly different form of
Does it give you more souls if you from the earn?
Well, on a per person basis, because like Ido would get no souls, so like normally the 20-minute earn would give like a greater proportion of the 20-minute earn to every individual melee creeps player.
Well, they'll still get
John's
souls
going
this
for
time
it.
because Floormen get absolutely
He's
everything
sending
out of
it.
the urn, so it'll be beautiful to see melee creeps putting on a real fight into this one. But already in just a few minutes, the soul advantage is ballooning. John gonna get the chance to clear a wave and maybe put some damage down on Walker.
No.
Does get Slowing Hex slept, flanked from all sides.
Oh, he's baiting.
Play his way out of this one, surrounded. It's gonna have to be a team fight.
Warden
Look at
trolled.
it playing right under that tiny
Warden
roof.
trolled.
Allows him to block the Death Slam, stay into this fight. The Warden holds out, but I think
DMB
Warden is just gonna
griefing.
get burst down too quickly for
Winnable.
this one.
There's 2 right side. Winnable.
Engage from DMB gets punished brutally.
Winnable.
Yeah, an even fight to be had.
Yeah, now it's, we've earned the 5v5, says melee creeps. However, okay, here's the issue. You see the time bomb on the right lane?
Yeah,
AVG's going to push to Guardian and then immediately go to finish what he started on the Shrines.
He's going to come to the fight instead, actually. Mirage, though, may have already done the damage. That Walker getting down incredibly low.
Dude, get the walker,
Wants
please.
to finish
Nice.
this one off. Here comes D-Mob. Comes in, rips
Good
the ulti.
knockup.
Multiple players starting to get low with the 5 for melee creeps.
John should live.
No margin for
Fish
error.
Cake
Here
dies,
comes
though.
Victor over the top. Mirage also getting run down. Victor gets to clean up onto Fishcake.
Pin into fly
Abrams
out.
just has to pop that seismic impact and just
Scout should
run
die.
for it. But getting Mirage out is already not a bad result. Like, in the end, it's a 1-for-1 with the Walker.
Lucky King.
Looks like Abrams will eventually be run down.
Yes, I did.
Could be a
Yeah,
lot worse for
GG.
the melee creeps. So as I say that, Sly also
Yeah,
goes down,
GG.
which likely means mid-boss next to fall.
Yeah, you
Well, this is
immediately
cringe.
bring this in the mid-boss. Also, there's kind of another question here. Is that
I don't blame
if
anyone, but
has internet back,
fucking
do you even want
Edo, though.
the reconnect at this point?
All right, come on now.
Frickin' Edo.
No. The legitimate question though, because you're so far behind on farm-wise. Like, would you rather have a 15k Apollo, or would you rather like split all the souls to the remainder of the people in the game?
No, you'd rather have a 6-player, man. Like, he'll get crazy comeback souls. He got Talilo Son. He's got buttons. Pressing buttons is good.
Yeah, that wasn't a dig at Ido. That was like actual, just like Mav, to be clear.
That's like, that's a crazy thing to say. But no, I see your point. I see your point. Look at his counter spells, but it's not enough.
Well, credit to melee creeps for able to take a few close fights down 1, but there are like just certain macro disadvantages that start becoming rather poignant at this point.
Oh, great hook. Catches. Doesn't have slowing X. Interestingly, does grab another hook, but eventually Abrams is
He
going
does
to get out of
fuck.
there. Super tanky. Demop just waiting for anyone to try to commit in aggressively.
It's kind of interesting on the, you know, you take away Ido Souls, you could argue it's kind of even in hero power. Just, you know, permanently down one as Saya gets the hook into...
Oh, 7, brother. Oh, fucking 7.
He's going to come into an unwelcoming world here on the other side. And yeah, absolutely deleted by those call bells waiting for him. Little cart as well. And the base siege continues. I like the Floormen are keeping all the waves crashing simultaneously here, making it really hard for there to be any kind of a punish on this move. Gonna fall back, gonna look to play the map, get a lot of these sinners fresh off the respawn. A lot of farm here to be taken. Then, I mean,
so you Mystic Burst, Mystic Expansion, Tank Buster for the Spirit Spike?
I think the game is more or less over.
It's pretty good.
Yeah,
Nice get rapid
you
later.
can't really deal with being both perma down one person and dealing with the other team just being ahead on economy. And even as is, it's starting to become, you know, the road that
double
is being
buffs for
walked through by
Floorman. Be like, just send it on left side or something.
It's legitimately hard, just mostly because of like Mirage, Billy, Celeste, right? If like you siege, Mirage is just stacking you up with Jin's marks, and Celeste is, you know, finds a big initiation on the Billy chain. Like there is a way to lose a team fight, and so playing on the map is where not only the 5v6 is more brutal, but also the comp for the melee creeps really struggles.
Oh,
when they're in that kind of a spot. Looks like that
start from
just goes barely wide. They would have loved to catch Xeno out there.
Double buffs. Oh my god. Spirit for Norvad, movement on Lash. Okay.
So melee creeps.
Never lucky.
At this point, you're kind of waiting for, you know, a mistake, effectively. Like your biggest ally here is that for Floormen, you feel like it's kind of over. You go forward, you make a mistake, and somehow it turns in your favor.
Dorman are not using this region really well.
Dorman just getting those trades in. Bebop holding Urn.
I feel like this is just hard play for a hook or something.
I think melee creeps are going to take the fight. They're just going to take every fight they can get here. Still with a minute left on Rejuve, though. It's far from an easy fight. Billy Chain onto 2, but it looks like Xeno maybe breaks that. Lash is pulled into the thick of the fight, but Demon comes in with the backstab. Bullet dance here, connecting in. Death Slam onto Fishcake, burns him down. Does take the Lash's life, but it's just a Rejuve. And AVG just snowballing forward here. Even has the refresher online and seals the deal on this game. 3 kills in the fight. Saya and Scout out, but these two heroes really can't do much in the way of a defense. And a hook back into the reanimation zone. Abrams not long for this world.
Not long for this world.
Just talking with production, thinking of things that we can talk about in the post game, but just about all said and done here. Again, it's a shame, but you know there's limits to waiting, and as we see here, if we were still waiting, we would still be waiting as internet has not come back online. So it is what it is for online competition. Sometimes you get days like this, but you know up until this point, melee creeps did look better today, especially you know frankly getting past FPS Lounge, which did not seem to be in the cards at the start of the day.
Oh, come on, you could surely end. I guess they're going to go by.
Bro, they're not going to end, bro.
Okay, you know what
bro.
Safe, is that as much as you have an advantage,
bro.
you don't want to be the team.
Are we so frugal right now?
And then lose to the team with 5 players. Like,
everybody wants you to be that team, but you don't want to be that team.
Yeah,
like,
that would be the most generational fumble.
Wants you to throw and die sieging the base, which legitimately, Melee Creeps has a very nice comp for like defending the patron. But if you go farm the map here and grab a full buy off, it should just be too much.
Yeah, I think if you're Floorman, like, as much as this is a relatively easy path to victory, you don't want to enter any of the possibilities where it's not victory. Like, let's put it that way. But John going down, that takes away a lot of the bite of the defense as he just says, yo, end the game.
Oh my. Paradox getting absolutely murdered here. Hooked, cursed, killed. John already out of the fight.
GG.
Kind of a kill steal from League. I'm going to be honest.
How dare he, honestly, ZP. This is a crucial game in which to not kill steal. Rebuttal
actually,
comes in,
really good rebuttal game, Loki.
They're trying to let him kill Demon. I think they're trying to let him kill Demon. And he does get it down. I thought they stopped shooting Abrams for a second, and now maybe they're going to regret it. Hold on, this Abrams is healing like a god, but in the end...
No, it's over.
GG.
Oh,
I guess.
I don't reconnect. Oh my god. Or does it
wait, you gotta be...
What? Does not show the DC, or did he reconnect?
Did he actually just
my god, I hope that was just the
most tainted Gamba I've ever won.
That would have been a 40-minute pause, though, which I'm sorry we can't allow Floormen, they do get the walkover win today. They earned the game 1. It was
Is
a
he
pretty
live
decisive
again?
win for them. They were in the driver's seat on game 2.
No.
Obviously, it leaves a sour taste in your mouth. I really hope Idaho can fix his internet situation and you know, rectify some
Those guys
of
gotta
these
figure
issues
shit
going
out, bro.
forward, because
You really gotta figure
we'd
shit
love to
out.
see them back and competitive here on the night shift. And Melee Creeps, they were more competitive today than we've seen them in quite some time. Definitely things to build on for them.
Hello, guys. You had a lot of fun. I thought about joining in, and I was like, nah, I'll just let them do their thing for 20 minutes.
Let us suffer. We needed you.
Yeah.
Where were you in our time of need?
That's just what I do, man. I don't, you know, it's how you make an impression on your first job in Deadlock. Anyway, we do have a 2-0 in favor of Floormen. Yeah,
Lormondos.
they were competitive in that game 1 up until the end, and then in game 2, I mean, things are pretty much even, right? Like, but we had
Give me my
talked about the
screenshot.
draft not going
I'll
super
take the
well
scuff
for
screenshot.
Melee Creeps, and there's perhaps still
I don't give a fuck.
that to be seen, even if Ido was in the game. But as it is, this is an awkward end to the night shift as Ido disconnects and Floormen take on the 6v5. Totally okay. Hard to say. Hard to bring this, you know, to closure.
Yeah.
ZP, any Jake, any last thoughts?
There's not going to be any closure for a day like today. That's just how it goes, man. You got to come back next week. The good news is we're back here every Wednesday, right? This is, you know, this is not just like one and only tournament for a new game. We're here every single week. And always with the opportunity to get that deadlock competition. So it's not about the 1 week results, you know, like one occurrence, one team fight, one draft, right? It's about the legacy. I think gotta look at a team like Melee Creeps with how many times they've been able to win the championship historically here. This is Dion. Are we on number? Is it 39 today? 38?
Yeah, 38. 38. Also, I got a critical update. There, Ido actually did get back in the game and used the tiny Losan right before it died. Like,
oh
look,
my
he's
god!
back in game. The ult goes off.
He pressed his ult. Oh wait, he did.
Oh my.
Oh good lord!
Tragedy strikes here on
Okay.
DLNS. Ido was even putting on a show this game, like was super aggro, constantly aggressive, but in the end,
Okay.
Floormen get the job done.
I'll grab
I think
screenshots
the
after.
game, if I had to call it, was already
Cringe
tilted
in,
in
cringe
their
in. What are you gonna do?
with how they were able.
What are you gonna do? Yeah. First, good stream back, even if it's a little bit of a cringe end there. I think Floormen were gonna win anyways, low-key, with their comp, but that's just me. Average did 29k objective damage. Jesus Christ on the Victor. Anyways, that's it for me. I will be live tomorrow. We have scrims at 8 p.m. EST. Let me make sure that's right. Yeah, 8 p.m. EST. We're going to scrim on Saturday as well at 9:30 p.m. EST. And then our official match will be 9:30 p.m. EST on a Sunday. So, whole lot of deadlock this weekend. Whole lot of deadlock. I'll try to tune into the DSI stuff too on Sunday. Because I'm pretty sure they're going to start earlier on Sunday. So we don't have to end super late. But that's it for me. I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll probably be live around 5 or 6 EST. So I will see you then. Have a good night.